Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 96, Giving in 2. Angela sat in wait in the balcony for a short time, but it felt longer than it was for the princess. She breathed deeply repeatedly, hoping to soothe her nerves. Sokka could do this, of course he could, she believed in him, for better or for worse. He wouldn't let her down this time. The door swung open loudly, and she ensured to keep her reactions in check. She couldn't show any weaknesses to her uncle, especially not today. She sat on her couch, her elbows on the armrests, her fingers intertwined. She kept that position even as she regarded the man with a curt nod, who took his seat beside his niece while making the same respectful gesture towards her, even if the hostility between them was reaching newer heights. "You favored your old armor today," he commented. "Curious. I was expecting you to be comfortable in your new role. It grows dull for everyone to bow at me wherever I go. I expected an attire change might help with that, but regrettably, it didn't," she admitted. Iroh chuckled. "I suppose it was like this in your days as crown prince as well." "It was. I must say it was almost convenient for your father to take the throne instead. That way people would stop behaving so formally around me." "It was quite a nuisance," Iroh said. "Was it convenient, really?" Angela asked, looking at him skeptically. Iroh shrugged. "In a few regards," he said, his voice growing darker now. "Though I suppose that isn't a very encouraging perspective for you, is it? I spent my entire life expecting to wear that five-pronged hairpiece, and I never did. Even this title is no guarantee of your eventual ascent to the throne." "Indeed. And you seem so bothered by that fact," Angela muttered, leering at him from the corner of her eyes. "I am but warning you, Princess Angela," he said, leaning against the backrest of his seat. "If this is truly what you covet, you would do best not to drop your guard. You can lose what you desire without even realizing you did. I sure appreciate that warning." "Thank you for looking out for my well-being, uncle," she said, sarcastically. "Are you perhaps plotting to make that happen, if I may inquire, or are you merely saying this because you are genuinely, deeply concerned about my fate?" "Why, are you implying you don't trust me, Princess Angela?" Iroh asked, raising his eyebrows. Angela rolled her eyes. "I'm implying you were perfectly amicable and at peace with everyone until I became crown princess and Zuko left. You're convinced this whole ploy was my idea, aren't you?" For a moment, Iroh kept his silence, his eyes focusing on the still empty sand pit. Angela glared at him sideways again. "My father decided this, not me. I told him to wait, he did as he wished. It wasn't my fault. Say what you will, you have still done what you could to rob your brother of his birthright. Everything you've done, the ceremony, and even the Daily conspiracy we unveiled, you used all of it to your advantage. Did you not?" Iroh asked, frowning heavily. "It may have all fallen into place for it, but that doesn't mean I did every little thing with this outcome in mind, uncle," Angela snapped. "You think I planned to find a living dragon to earn people's recognition when you allegedly murdered the last one? You thought I fought back against the White Lotus merely because I wanted my father to be impressed by my actions?" The mention of the White Lotus made Iroh tense, as Angela expected it to. More bad signs. Was he really involved in that? It would have been little to no surprise, at this point. "You are a talented, clever young lady. You may not have planned it all, but you still turned it all to your advantage in the end. So now your brother sails the seas, alone, while I sit here battling you to no end with words and gladiators. You're fighting me in my brother's stead? Well, isn't that moving?" Angela said, ironically. She rolled her eyes and shook her head. "And he's not alone. He took his Kyoshi Island girl with him in the end." "He what?" Iroh asked, looking at Angela in confusion. "He. So, if you're worried that he'll be lonely and sad while he's out facing the world, you're mistaken. He's not that lonely, and surely not that sad," Angela said, crossing her arms over her chest. "And if you really must know, I was in his room when you came to talk to him because I, as well, hoped he might desist on this grand idea of his. It made no sense back then, and still makes none now. But it's his life, for better or for worse. He's an adult, he can make his own choices. Are they his choices? Iroh asked, and Angela frowned. Truly? Or did someone manipulate him into thinking they were? I'd hope you'd know, Angela said, shrugging. You're the greatest manipulative mastermind I know. You tell me. Me. Iroh said, with an amused grin as he shook his head. You truly peg me for many things I am not, Angela. I wonder if I do, she said. Why did you choose to challenge me out of the blue, then? Isn't it to pressure me into a corner, to make me realize I cannot have everything in life? The very reason you joined the gladiator business, in the first place, was to make sure I wouldn't succeed in my endeavor to reach the top of the ranking. Thus, you took Toph as your gladiator because you saw how ruthless she was, because she pummeled Sokka and nearly left him for dead. Oh, but I most certainly must be seeing too much into this. You are, surely, but a gentle old man who only wants to waste his days away drinking tea. You do give me far too much credit, Angela, said Iroh, with a soft chuckle. I am a man who found an entertaining new friend, and an interesting new hobby. A hobby that aligns so very perfectly with the pacifist philosophies you've preached ever since you returned from basing SE, of course, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. No doubt I am giving you more credit than you're due. You're as inoffensive as old men can get. Naturally, he replied to her sarcastic remarks. She didn't miss the glint in his eyes. She would have taken it to mean malice, or at least pride. Either way, he kept proving she hadn't misread him as badly as she always feared she had. The man had inner demons, there was no denying that. He had endured pain and sorrow, he had seen and experienced things Angela could barely begin to imagine. But while all that was true, he hadn't mellowed out as much as he wanted people to believe he had. There was something eerie about Iroh, always had been. If someone was likely to turn his back on the Fire Nation and aid the White Lotus, it was him. If someone would take it into his own hands to pave the way for his ideal successor to take the throne, it was Iroh. Tragedies or not, he was a man of resources, with the sharp mind of a military strategist. Even if Toph lost today, he would find another way to bring Angela down. He wasn't going to back off, not when he had a very clear goal in mind, and when Angela was one of the main obstacles in his way. It seemed the one who shouldn't underestimate her foe today was Angela, and not Sokka. The staff member came by to ask for the fight's length, and Angela and Iroh decided on 15 minutes. She dreaded briefly that this would be too long, remembering what Sokka's first battle against this earthbender had been like. 15 minutes had been too long back then. Could Sokka withstand them this time around? Whatever the result is today, Princess, Iroh said, once the staff member was gone. The metal grids at the standby rooms would rise at any given moment now. I hope you remember that even the best can find themselves outmatched when the circumstances don't favor them. Those words might just be a double-edged sword, Uncle, Angela muttered. It's not my gladiator who boasts of being the absolute best at what he does. Yet he represents you, does he not? Iroh said. The greatest firebender of her generation. The fearsome princess who will brave through every challenge and exceed every expectation anyone had for her. What does she do, then, when she finds a challenge that is utterly beyond her? The gates before the standby rooms slid upwards now, and the two gladiators were heralded into the sand pit by the megaphone man and the deafening cheers of the crowd. How times had changed, no longer were they two beginners, two gladiators merely making their names in this business. Toph's sponsor wasn't the same as when they had first crossed paths, and she as well had changed quite a lot in that period of time. Now she thought of Sokka and Angela as friends. On this opportunity, she stood before Sokka by the stone well and smiled at him. Ready for this, dog? She asked, and Sokka smirked and nodded. Let's see what you've got this time, bandit, he said, and she laughed a little. You're sounding a little too much like your jewel, you know. She said. Is she rubbing off on you that much? Not your problem if she were, Sokka said, whipping out Space Sword and his club. We've got a score to settle. That we do, said Toph, taking up a stance just as the megaphone man informed them of their time limit. Whoever is left standing after those 15 minutes pass shall be the winner of this iconic combat between two royal gladiators," he exclaimed, and Sokka raised an eyebrow. He hadn't thought about it, but him and Toph were indeed on a different level than every other fighter. If just because of who their sponsors were, it was to be an extraordinary fight, if just on these regards. So hold tight to your seats, everyone, because this is a match for history. Once again, the Blue Wolf confronts the Blind Bandit in our very grand royal dome. Come on, can't he shut up already? Toph grunted, tapping her foot impatiently. Sokka smiled. So, without further ado, these two forces of nature will clash in 3, 2, 1, and start. Unlike how it was the first time they faced off, the Blind Bandit wasted no time chatting. Instead she struck her arms out in fists, creating two solid spikes of earth out of the sand and sending them at full speed towards Sokka. He shattered them with his club and readied himself to take the offensive swiftly. Surprised by his quick response, Toph lifted a barrier between herself and Sokka, but he slammed through it with his club once more, sliding the sword through the opening in an attempt to catch his opponent. Toph was forced to jump back, a frown on her face as she attested to Sokka's progress herself. She had sensed some of his growth before, back in Ba Sing Se, but right now it seemed he was far stronger and faster than she envisioned he would be. Could he have improved so much in the time between their partnership and the fight at the slate? She wasn't sure she was ready to believe that, though. She wasn't going to let him daunt her easily. She stomped on the sand, creating a rock pillar right underneath Sokka's feet, a pillar that shot upwards and sent him up a few meters before he knew what was happening. He cringed, twisting in the air so he could roll on the sand, easing his landing as much as he could. He turned quickly and jumped to his feet, aware that Toph would take advantage of this opportunity if he allowed her to. And of course, that was what she had attempted to do, bending streams of sand so they'd strike Sokka's face. His response was to shrink in his frame, allowing the sand to pelt him as he sheathed space sword and released his boomerang now. He hurled it quickly, attempting to measure the strength of his swing so that he could be certain the attack had struck his foe. When the sand stream stopped, he smirked proudly, shaking off the sand as he stood up. His boomerang came hurtling back towards him, and he caught it with confidence. Toph was rubbing her forehead, where a small streak of blood oozed from the wound the projectile had given her. "Well, how about that?" Azula said, allowing herself to smirk. "The first real blow of the fight, isn't it? By my gladiator's hand, and not yours." Iroha's eyes were wide, despite his brow was furrowed. Azula frowned as well as she saw his reaction. He hadn't seen this coming, clearly. He didn't realize how much Sokka had trained, how he'd learned from his experiences against so many other fighters. Yet instead of feeling pleasure from seeing her uncle's expectations grinded into nothingness, Azula actually felt dread. Toph was already in enough trouble with her sponsor regarding the part she'd played in Zuko's departure. If she lost now, just what was he likely to do to her? It wasn't a thought that should have deterred Azula, for she wasn't one to be concerned for the fate of her opponent's gladiators. But in this case, she couldn't help but wonder what the ramifications of a potential victory for her and Sokka would be. "You've gotten damn bold, dog," said Toph, wiping the blood with her wristbands. "I'll give you that. Got to be bold to fight boldness, don't I?" said Sokka, smirking and sheathing the boomerang again. He wouldn't lose it this time around. "No doubt," said Toph, smirking. "But we're just starting out, aren't we, dog?" "I hope so," said Sokka, taking a stance and lifting his club again. He didn't expect the attack to come from behind him, though, a wave of sand that struck him by the ankles and made the ground underneath him unstable. He tripped and stumbled, falling on his back clumsily, to both his and Azula's chagrin. He struggled to get back on his feet only to realize Toph was busy bending the sand around him to turn it into quicksand, as she had during their first fight. "Damn it, damn it!" he cried out, pushing himself away from the void to no avail. The earthbender continued to do as she pleased, making it so the entirety of the sand around him would grow as unstable as possible. Azula had known it was too early to feel victorious, but despite Sokka's circumstances right now, as he raced around the sand pit, struggling to clutch onto anything, she still felt hopeful. He could get out of this somehow, couldn't he? He'd faced worse problems in the fighting pit than this. His constant movements seemed to be his doom, though, and when his foot was caught within the quicksand he unleashed his boomerang once more. Yet upon sensing what he'd done, Toph created a ball of sand around herself, solidifying it so it would protect her fully from the boomerang's attack. As expected, the projectile rebounded against her shield hopelessly, and while the distraction served to get Sokka out of his predicament, his respite didn't last long. "You know what's nice about being blind, dog?" he heard Toph say from within her earth sphere. "That fighting from in here is practically the same as fighting out in the open. How about that?" "Shit," Sokka said, his eyes widening as more sand streams came flowing at him, now from opposite directions. This wasn't good. A master of Paisho can easily turn the tides of a match, even if he starts out with the weaker hand, Iroh whispered. Azula held her own, despite wanting to retort by telling him that there was no such thing as the weaker hand in Paisho, since both players were free to use all tiles from their set whenever they saw fit. Toph wasn't to be underestimated, clearly, but only a true threat would have led her to resort to this, Azula reasoned. Never had she been pushed to a corner to the extent where she would shield herself while attacking, simply because she didn't usually need to do that to succeed in battle. If Sokka had driven her to such extreme measures, clearly, he was doing something right. He merely had to push on further, to find a weak spot and make the most of it when he succeeded. It would be difficult for Sokka to pull that off, though. He defended himself as best as he could from the sand streams, but tossing his boomerang would serve no purpose anymore. His swords weren't likely to help, nor were his bomb and club, at least not when he could barely get any closer to his rival. What now? How could this girl constantly leave him with little to no resources so quickly? He doubted they'd been fighting for longer than 5 minutes, yet the situation was already overwhelming him. He cursed internally and wondered why they hadn't just challenged Iroh and Toph to the slate instead. He'd have defeated her no problem that way. He ran around hopelessly, trying to escape from the sand to no avail. Wherever he went, another stream would strike him, or quicksand followed him. Despite his great start, he hadn't gained the upper hand at all. Sokka cursed himself as he resorted to the only moderately good idea that had come to his head, climbing atop one of the wood and rope contraptions in the ring, hoping Toph would care far too much about her points to wreck it. If she did, then it would supply him with a perfect chance to stop and give the battle some more thought. He leapt up on the closest one, hoping she wouldn't be able to sense what he was doing once he wasn't standing directly on the ground. She should have a hard time to figure out what he was up to now. "Are you sure that's a good call, dog?" Toph exclaimed, smirking to herself as Sokka began to sense he was sinking now. Of course she would turn the sand underneath the contraption into quicksand. He cursed again, clutching Space Sword in a desperate whim and hoping the Earthbender wasn't standing too close to the walls of her shield. He threw the sword with all his strength, aiming it towards the top of the sphere. The weapon spun as it soared through the air, and it effectively cut off the top of the sphere once it reached it, taking green fabric with it. Sokka thought that seeing no blood was a good sign, at least, and he threw his boomerang next, as the entire shield collapsed and Toph gritted her teeth, her hand going up to her hair as she wondered what he'd done to her usual hair ornament. She shielded herself from the boomerang, but Sokka's chance was finally here. He jumped off the sinking contraption, now with Wolfsbane and his club in hand, trying to avoid tripping on the earth ledges Toph kept lifting, but one of them caught him, along with a smaller, rocky pillar that shot upwards and struck him square in the nose. Sokka stumbled back, spraying the sand with a splatter of blood as he cried out in pain. He placed the club on the ground briefly as he touched his nose worriedly, grimacing when he sensed it was broken. Of course it was. Damn Toph and her endless resources. "You okay?" Toph asked, standing up and heading towards where the remnants of her hair's ornament had wound up at. "You think? Can't you see I'm bleeding." "Thanks for breaking my nose," Sokka said, cringing. Every facial movement was painful. This felt like a lesser wound than the ones she had delivered during their first fight, but it sure hurt like hell anyways. "Well, thank you too," she said, lifting her ripped hair ornament and scowling as she found it was useless now. "I'll have to make Iroh to find me a new one of these. And I'll have to get Azula to find me a new nose." "Do tell me who's worse off," Sokka growled, and Toph smirked. "It's clear enough, she said, and he froze. The small wound he had delivered to her amounted to next to nothing in comparison to a broken nose. Just by this point in the fight, he was already losing. He gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't go on like this. If he wanted to win, he needed to take her by surprise in a more definitive way this time around. He needed the right opportunity to execute the plan he had come up with for this fight. So, still want to fight, or would you rather get that nose fixed? Toph asked, cockily. As if I had a choice, Sokka growled, whipping out his boomerang and tossing it at her. Aren't you going to get tired of that? Toph asked, lifting now a tall, circular wall around herself, from which the boomerang rebounded. I already am, Sokka said, racing towards Toph before she could begin her sand stream assault once more. The earthbender's attacks failed to reach him on time, and he made it to the sand cylinder Toph had crafted as her newest shield. It seemed it was thicker this time, and Sokka wouldn't be able to hurt her if he tossed his remaining sword at her, seeing how Wolf's Bane wasn't quite as sharp as Space Sword, but that wasn't his plan anyways. He swung his club down powerfully against the steady rock, breaking it slightly, to Toph's irritation. She sensed Sokka moving quickly, taking something from his waist and trying to slide it through the opening and into her shield, but she closed the gaping hole before his hand could slip inside completely. It took her a moment to realize that whatever Sokka had removed from his waist had fallen inside her cylinder, without her awareness. She frowned as she tried to identify the object. It didn't feel like a knife, it was smaller than that, but soon she realized what it was, leading her to take down her cylindrical construction quickly, but not quickly enough. The bomb unleashed its content, overwhelming her nostrils and nearly making her faint with the unpleasant odor that stemmed from it. What the hell was that? Had he made his bombs extra stinky now? Toph coughed, crawling on the sand as she remained as close to the ground as she could be, attempting to get away from the stench. He had played his advantages extremely well. Being blind meant her other senses were heightened, of course, but that didn't refer only to her hearing. Her nose was far more sensitive than most people's, so overwhelming scents affected her more than they did anyone else. Sokka smirked. He had placed some hopes in this strategy, knowing that his opponent's weaknesses were few and hard to exploit. Hence, he had taken his time to build this one bomb differently, focusing on creating stench rather than smoke. He had done his best to add a mixture of unpleasant smells to it, hoping the compressed gas would grow really stale by the time he used it against Toph. What was? Iroh said, his eyes widening. Azula's eyebrows raised in approval as she watched Sokka with amazement. That was new. She had no idea he had been experimenting with his bombs, but he must have been. Not much smoke had poured out of this one, yet Toph was crawling on her knees and elbows, clearly disgusted and indisposed if just for now. What the hell was that? She shouted, still somewhat breathless. Did you fart? Because hell. Now that's a smell I could have added there, Sokka reflected briefly, as he picked up Space Sword and smirked, but I guess I'll do that next time, eh? You're fucking sick. Toph said, gritting her teeth and slamming her palm on the sand powerfully. Sokka had no time to realize what was happening when the sand opened below him. He tried to jump out, but he was sinking deeper and deeper with every passing moment. How the hell was she still able to bend this powerfully? The sand came crashing together again, all over Sokka's body, trapping him so that only the top of his torso was sticking out of the sand. The pressure of the sand slamming into him had made his head rebound dangerously, his neck creaking as he fell forward, his body limp. You've got issues, dog, I mean it. Toph said, pushing herself to her feet and walking towards him. The smells were dissipating at last, to her relief, but she was still quite disgusted by what had happened all the same. Would she be forced to repeat what she'd done to him in their first encounter? If he had another of those bombs on him, she really just might do that. She stopped dead on her tracks when she realized he wasn't moving, though. She frowned and approached, noticing there was some kind of liquid dripping on the sand, but he was petrified where she'd left him. Had she hurt him that badly? The megaphone man suddenly began to count, and Toph raised an eyebrow. That couldn't be right, could it? Wait, are you for real? She turned to the man, frowning. He's not done for yet, he's probably just playing dead, so quit. As she finished saying that, something struck her from behind. And that something made her lower limbs go unresponsive, and she collapsed on the ground heavily. As expected, the man's count ended quickly enough as Sokka dug himself out of the sand with his own hands, shoving the grains out of the way as fast as he could. He needed to make the most out of this. He had succeeded at chi-blocking her. If he was going to beat her, it would have to be now. But as soon as he was able to heave himself out of the hole, a large rock came flying at him. It came from the well, which Toph had destroyed by bending with her hands alone in order to use its rocks against Sokka. He flinched, knowing these rocks were going to be harder to destroy than the ones Toph could fashion out of sand. He had to use both Space Sword and his club to tear them apart, struggling to avoid getting struck by them, but Toph, despite her blindness and her current inability to use her lower body, continued to swing her arms almost erratically, making rocks and stones fly past Sokka in a flurry, some of them hitting him and threatening to knock him off balance. He shouldn't have let this distract him, despite he hardly had a choice upon the matter. Her paralysis wouldn't last until the fight ended, though at the moment he was willing to think he really had the upper hand. He had to finish her off before the time limit ended, or risk allowing her to regain mobility in her entire body. A rock to his lower back made him fall on his face, and soon he was being pelted by smaller stones that left bruises and scratches all over his exposed skin. He struggled to get up, swinging his club to slam the rocks away, but it was as though he were fighting with a cloud of mosquito wasps. They kept coming back, almost in a vengeful spree, attempting to take him down even if he cut them or smacked them away. And then suddenly he was enveloped by sand. Everything around him was darkness. Toph breathed heavily, in a standing position now. Her legs still felt fuzzy, but fortunately the effects of what Sokka had done to her had faded quickly. It would seem he hadn't caught her chi point properly. Well, that was unexpected. Iroh admitted, but he seemed more relaxed now that Sokka was trapped underground. Of course, Azula didn't share his feelings. She's not going to keep him down there. She can't just. She said, and Iroh laughed under his breath next to her. Not for the first time, Azula wished she could be fighting her opposite sponsor in the ring instead of sitting helplessly here. All the progress in her relationship with her uncle had definitely fallen by the wayside after this. I'm afraid the rules say nothing of the sort. It would be a pity for him to die smothered, no doubt, but so much for a non-bender battling against a superior fighter. He has done far too well as it is. Stop belittling him, Azula snapped. He's done way better than Toph has so far and you know it. He has everything in his favor to win this fight, so. All right, ready to surface, you jackass. Toph shouted, closing her hands into fists before stomping on the sand. Azula's eyes widened when Sokka rose from the ground, or rather, the stone block in which Sokka was encased. Only his face was visible as he gasped for breath, his eyes wide. You know, I really didn't want to go this far because I thought we were good buddies now, but I think I have no choice anymore, she growled, lifting her hands and moving them forward. Just that served to catapult the rock through the arena, straight towards the spikes that had damaged Sokka's shoulder so badly the last time they'd fought. He flinched, knowing what Toph was doing, and Azula's nails dug into the armrests of her seat, watching Sokka's trajectory in anguish as the encased gladiator was slammed against the spikes at full speed. Most of the rock he had been stuck in shattered once it reached the spikes, but Toph made sure that a good amount of it would remain wrapped around Sokka's body. He cried out once he fell on the ground, likely injured by a spike, but Azula couldn't see where it had caught him. Got you good, did I? She growled, bending the sand that remained around Sokka to slam his head against the wall, between the spikes that remained dangerously close to him. Sokka cried out, unable to do anything despite the sand was crumbling off his body. His head pounded with every blow, for the earthbender repeated the same sequence for longer than it was safe to, no doubt. Not again. She was going to leave him broken down again at this rate. He gritted his teeth next, glaring at Toph, but he soon cried out again as she began tightening the earth around him. The sand stuck to his legs and torso, most of it sliding into his armor in order to injure him for good. You know, I really am sorry. Toph muttered, inaudibly, but she continued to close her hands. His arms were free, though, the one mistake Toph hadn't noticed until he released his boomerang once more and tossed it at her. She cringed as she released the earth around him in order to shield herself from his attack, and Sokka took his chance to strike the earth, holding him down with his club. As he ran towards, Toph Azula realized his body hadn't been pierced by any of the spikes. There was no blood dripping from his armor or clothes, which had to mean his armor had actually protected him for good. Would he be fine, despite all the blows he had taken to the head just now? She hoped so. If he'd sustained any internal injuries it would prove all the more troublesome. But Sokka seemed to be in good shape, even though he was quite battered. His armor had kept him from taking a bad injury, but he seemed to lack stamina and breath regardless. His next attacks would have to decide this fight, and he meant to see it decided in his favor. A rock struck him on the stomach now, halting his sprint momentarily, but he kept going after regaining his footing, despite it was a bad blow. A ledge of sand solidified at his feet again, but this time he managed to jump over it before it could trip him. He withdrew Space Sword, tossing it at Toph again, who knew he had to be throwing one of his blades by now, so she winced and leapt out of the way, only to find he was again making a tossing movement. The other sword? This time the blade was caught in a quick rock barrier she managed to muster, a barrier Sokka shattered with his club. He picked up the sword and tossed it again, only for Toph to bat it away with defensive bending, and to her surprise, he threw something else. He was out of weapons now, she realized, as she shot herself upwards with earth bending to avoid the soaring club that could have easily broken her legs had she stayed where she was. But when she landed again she realized Sokka was far too close by now. She wouldn't have enough time to create a rock barrier before he punched her square in the face. She resorted to catching his fist in her palm, astounded by how strong his direct attack had been. Sokka snarled, lifting his other hand. Just one more blow, strong enough to knock her unconscious and he'd do it. He'd. A pillar of stone came hurtling upwards, striking Sokka's jaw and making him stumble back. Toph gulped as he whimpered in pain, but before she could even show some sort of remorse, the blue wolf had lifted his fist again. The time is up. Toph moved sideways, evading his next punch before it could connect. She breathed with difficulty now as Sokka fell to the ground, panting as well. He turned to look at her, disbelief in his eyes. Yes, he'd done a really great job, all things considered, but the chi blocking hadn't lasted long enough. He hadn't managed to deliver a powerful enough blow with lasting damage, whereas she had overwhelmed him with her bending many times during the fight. He had hurt her forehead, almost given her a haircut, overwhelmed her through a stench bomb and chi blocked her, though. Would the judges think all that was enough to award him the victory? He struggled to stand up, his body aching unpleasantly. All around, he had really done well, but although they had almost been evenly matched, he couldn't claim to have had an upper hand through most the fight. Even though he wasn't as terribly wounded as he had been the last time. "You okay, dog?" she asked him, extending her hand towards him. Sokka gritted his teeth and took it, nodding. "Why yeah. Looks like I can still talk," he said, massaging his jaw. "Sorry I made you smell that bomb," he whispered, and Toph snorted. "You'd better be, you freak," she snapped. "That was damn unpleasant. And heck, what did you do to my legs?" "That's a new technique I learned recently," said Sokka, with a weak grin. "But I didn't do it right, I think. Else you wouldn't have gotten up so quickly." "Heh, lucky me, I guess. If not, then," she said, as the realization dawned upon her. He had nearly gotten her. He might as well be granted the victory, despite everything she managed to do to him. With his strange techniques and inventive ideas, he had been damn close to defeating her. If the judges wanted to be in Azula's good graces, they would just claim Sokka was the victor. Despite the fact that she had inflicted more damage, overall, they might decide Sokka had been the superior fighter. "Not such a wimp anymore, are you?" she whispered, as Sokka breathed out a few times, touching his nose and blinking back tears. "I should have gone all out from the get-go." Why you probably should have, though it wouldn't have been convenient for me at all, but you should have," he said, gritting his teeth. "Damn you, really, you had to get my nose, did you?" "Oh, that. Whoops," said Toph, with a guilty smile. "Don't worry, the physicians will patch you up good. You'll be fine in. The judges are ready to announce the winner." said the megaphone man, startling both the gladiators. Angela's heart was in her throat as she awaited the announcement. She was willing to bet this was one of the most difficult fights Toph had ever dealt with. Even though Sokka was in worse shape than her right now, surely the chi blocking and Toph's reaction to the bomb were reason enough to make them serious contenders for victory, right? It was an extraordinary fight, from both sides, the judge in charge said into the megaphone, and Iroh clutched the armrest of his seat tightly. The Blue Wolf's creative fighting style was something to behold today. But alas, due to the amount of damage delivered and received, and since she overwhelmed her opponent for most of the fight, the victory is for the blind bandit. No, that's not. Angela said, her eyes wide as she stared at the judges in disbelief. That can't be right. You may think so, princess, said Iroh, smiling with delight. Suddenly he was serene and peaceful again, all his poorly contained anxiety nowhere to be seen anymore. But true superiority was demonstrated by my fighter, not yours. It is regrettable, for the Blue Wolf put up a spectacular fight, I acknowledge that fully. But, it would seem he has been found deficient. The cocky grin on his face enraged Angela further. She glared at him, her fists tight, her long nails digging into her palms. It wasn't fair. It wasn't logical. Not for the first time she felt cheated from a victory that should have belonged to Sokka, regardless of how the judges wanted to measure the damage rates. It was absurd that he wouldn't have taken the victory today. Was he only going to be granted the victory if he knocked Toph out? This was ridiculous. Are you hoping to protest the result, then? Iroh asked, with a condescending smirk as he stood up. I don't think that's appropriate, now, is it? When you join the league you do so by accepting that you will respect the judges' decisions, no matter what. I advise you to do so now. A princess should know to acknowledge her losses as well as her victories. Just as she should be able to accept there are some challenges that not even she can overcome. Angela growled, glowering at him. Iroh smiled and looked down at her waist, where a small pouch hung. I take it that's my winning fee, is it not? He said, before sighing and shaking his head. Keep it. It's not appropriate for an uncle to take his niece's money, especially after a display like the one we just had, is it? Angela felt compelled to throw the bag at the man's face, held back only by the little self-control she had left. She felt herself shiver in anger as Iroh turned on his heels and left the balcony without another word. She had failed to defeat him, by no fault of Sokka's, for he had done excellently, but simply because those accursed judges had decided to award the victory to her uncle. Why? She felt compelled to think he had bought them off, but perhaps they merely wanted Toph to be as helpless as Sokka was at several stages of the fight. Even if she was in a worse situation than the ones she usually faced, it still hadn't been something where the only logical solution would be to give her opponent the victory. But the taste of defeat was bitter for Angela, more than ever before. She couldn't accept it, not this time. Not when Sokka had been at his best. If they'd had at least 5 more minutes, he could have defeated Toph thoroughly. She glanced down at the fighting pit, where Sokka was currently collecting his weapons. The medical staff had rushed in to get the gladiators, but neither had paid them much mind. And no hard feelings, right? Toph said, her eyebrows raised as Sokka picked up Space Sword and sheathed it. I mean, you really did great. It must have been a tough call. Don't worry, Toph, he said, flatly. It's fine. If you won, it's because you did better. Nothing wrong with that. But congratulations. Really, he said, with a weak grin, as he finally obeyed to the physicians that were ushering him into the standby room. Angela sighed as she watched them from afar, his behavior coming as no surprise. He wasn't pleased with the result either, even though he wasn't bound to blame Toph for it. The princess shook her head and stormed out of the balcony, feeling cheated and slighted in every possible way. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. Everyone knew better than to stand in her way when they saw her in such foul mood. She sat in the waiting room, not even speaking while Sokka was tended to, weighing the reality of the situation. Protesting the result of the fight would be as good as giving her uncle every reason to treat her as a sore loser. She truly wanted to throw the damn money in his face, though, she refused to be treated as a child who had to be given a consolation prize of sorts when she didn't get her way. Because that was exactly what Iroh was treating her as. He looked down on her now, pleased by having retained his position as the superior sponsor, a position Azula was sure he didn't deserve. He had done little for Toph, merely providing her with steady living conditions, but how had he improved her fighting style? How had he helped her grow as a fighter? In no ways whatsoever. Yet despite she had done everything in her power to improve Sokka's fighting skills, having him learn new abilities and techniques from many other sources, lending him her sword and even her hairpiece that one time, somehow Iroh thought of himself as better at his job than she was. It was laughable, truly. Her frustrations piled up, but there was nothing much she could do about them anymore. She had to live with them, clearly, and to hope that Sokka could grow at least a little more as a fighter, so that the next time he fought Toph he would be granted an unquestionable victory. A knock on the door startled her, and she jumped when she noticed who stood there. Sokka was being held down as his wounds were tended to, so he might not have noticed there was someone else in the room. Impressive performance for a non-bender, Zhao told Azula. She felt her stomach sink. I had no idea you had come to watch the fight, she said, her voice faint. Your uncle mentioned it in passing. I thought I'd drop by, he said. I must say, few non-benders can reach that fighting level. You must be proud. Only someone like yourself could have built up someone from such origins into a true warrior. Thank you, Azula said, though she didn't think the words had been poised as a compliment to her as much as they were an insult to Sokka, whom she could see was glaring at Zhao's back as the physicians put his nose back into place. He was biting hard on a rag, yet he couldn't help but shout at the burst of pain born from the brusque fixing of his nose. In my humble opinion, you could have been granted the victory. Zhao said, raising his eyebrows as he glanced at Sokka's writhing form, disdain in his dark eyes. But the Dragon of the West's Gladiator has advantages yours could only possibly dream of, regrettably. She has advantages but weaknesses as well, Azula snapped. The next time we'll be able to do it. She won't be a foil for us for much longer. Oh? With this Gladiator? Zhao said, looking at her with interest. Are you sure of that? Well. You have put quite a lot of work into him, no doubt, but you know that this fight was going to end in his ultimate defeat had it dragged on a little longer. He was disarmed already. Another hit to the head and he probably would have been knocked unconscious. You're saying he's unreliable? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. I'm saying, if you want to reach the top, you need the best. That's all I meant, Princess, he said, placing a hand on her shoulder and nodding in her direction. You did a good job molding him nonetheless, but I'm afraid you might need to make bigger changes if you truly hope to defeat your uncle one day. Azula stood in place, wordless, as Zhao left the room quietly. It wasn't her uncle who she truly wanted to defeat, it was Zhao himself. Yet, Sokka wasn't enough, Zhao thought. He was sure of it. The irrational side of Azula's mind snapped, making her frown heavily after the door he had left ajar. Zhao was no eminence in the world of the Gladiator League, try as he might to pretend otherwise. He had been away for so long, and yet he had the nerve to act as though he understood the business better than Azula did. And even if he did, the entire purpose, from the get-go, had been to find someone who had no odds to win. A man who didn't seem capable of reaching the top, no matter what. Nobody would ever expect a non-bender to become the top gladiator of the ranking, of course. And not just any non-bender, but a Water Tribe one, someone that many proud Fire Nation people would never want to respect. But if he proved he could defeat all their champions, they would be forced to acknowledge him. Just as she had done everything in her power to force them to acknowledge her as her father's heir. But even though most the job was done, not all of it was. Not when she had lost here, against her uncle. Not when Sokka surely, even on his highest level yet, wasn't strong enough to defeat Combustion Man. She dropped Sokka off at his home once his nose had been fixed. Azula had made sure to tell Song about the injuries he had sustained, so she could look after the more urgent ones immediately. She stayed at his place for most the afternoon, despite she did nothing but sit on his couch as he rested in his room, by Song's command. Her mind was full of unpleasant thoughts, many of which offered pessimistic truths she refused to acknowledge. She couldn't just give up this fight now, not when they had come so far. She had left after a while, realizing that staying here wasn't going to be much use. She wouldn't feel any better by sitting where she was if she couldn't talk to Sokka, if they couldn't puzzle their way out of this predicament together. So she returned to the palace, her chest heavy with failure, and tight with rage. She had resolved to leave the money she owed her uncle in his room. She was taking no more condescendence from the man. If he wanted to undermine her, he could screw himself. She refused to tolerate his mockery any further. For the next days she busied herself with matters that didn't involve the Gladiator League, whether by choice or because the circumstances forced her to. Her father requested to speak to her more often than usual, merely to ensure her appointment as crown princess had been received properly, that she had suffered no disrespects or threats for it. Ty Lee and Mai had dropped by at the palace to resume their weekly meetings the very day after the fight, too, and they had been horrified to hear that all of Sokka's training hadn't paid off when it came to fighting Toph. Azula was dragged to the royal tailor almost every day, for it seemed her father wanted to gift her with as many new clothes befitting her status as he could. She would don her golden armor more often now that she had discovered people would consistently bow down to her wherever she went, regardless of her garb, but she chose the black one from time to time, if just because it served as a reminder of simpler times, in some small way. She dropped by to see Sokka only once in the space of that week, for her schedule had allowed nothing else, to find that again he was sleeping his wounds off. Song promised to let him know that she had visited, but Azula had the distinct feeling that something was wrong. Something Song wasn't telling her, probably because it wasn't her place to say anything to begin with. She hadn't pressed on, hoping to have her chance to talk with Sokka properly sooner than later. Said chance came along when, at long last, she had a free day, a full week after the fight against Toph. Azula informed the captain of where she would be, in case someone might need her for anything, and she took off on Xin Long's back, straight to Sokka's house. Xin Long landed heavily on the garden, and Azula chanced a glance inside to find that Sokka had been standing in the living room. The open doors that led to the veranda allowed their gazes to meet. He didn't appear so happy to see her, but neither did Azula. Sokka nodded in acknowledgement as she climbed off Xin Long, removing her sword from her dragon's saddle and letting him know she would call for him once she was finished here. With Wolfsbane on her hip, she finally entered the house. Wearing the old armor again? Sokka asked her, as he settled on the couch. I'm alternating them by now, Azula said, staring around her with a frown as she stood in the living room. Sokka's armor and weapons were still lying there, close to the wall, despite his fight had taken place over a week ago. Why? Doesn't seem like either you or Song are tidying things up lately, are you? Sorry about that. It slipped my mind completely. Told her I'd put them away a few days ago. Said Sokka, catching sight of the weapons and lowering his head bashfully. I guess you've been giving a lot of use to that mind of yours, if you can't focus on simpler tasks, she said, raising an eyebrow. How's the nose? Not so painful anymore. I'm much better now, he said, giving her a weak grin. Azula nodded. Good. I'm sorry I was indisposed the other day, he said. Song told me you came by just as I was napping. You could have woken me, though, if you really wanted to talk to me. I figured our talk could wait, Azula replied, shrugging. But I wasn't willing to wait much longer by now. You've had a week to get better, so we should start thinking about what our next move will be. Granted that the fight with the bandit wounded both our egos, but we can't just. Sokka. He had hung his head, only allowing Azula a brief glimpse of his sorrowful eyes before all she could see was the top and back of his head. A deep frown accentuated Azula's features after that. Something was wrong, all right. What's the matter? She asked, point blank. It's nothing, I guess. Don't mind me, he said, lifting his head and shaking it promptly before giving her a weak grin that served as a poor disguise of his true emotions. I do mind you, whether you want me to or not, she said, looking at him with irritation. You've been acting odd ever since the fight happened, and I'm still not sure I can buy the whole nap story. What are you hiding, Sokka? Spit it out or I'll make you say it. You don't have to be that forceful, he said, frowning a little and looking at her apprehensively. I'm just not sure about anything anymore, I guess. They were really great for a while. But then this happened, and now I'm not sure if I'm cut out for this. You're mumbling nonsense and I have absolutely no idea what you're trying to say, Sokka. Be clear, will you? Angela. He stopped talking when he noticed movement to his left. Song stood there, with the basket she always took with her to the market. She looked at them both with worried eyes before smiling a little and waving at them. I'll go shopping for a while, if that's okay. Go, Angela said, sighing, and glaring at Sokka, who smiled weakly at Song and ushered her to leave too with a jerk of his head. The girl slid through the door quickly, and Sokka released a breath slowly after she was gone. This wasn't going to be easy. What has been on your mind, then, Gladiator? I don't have all day to play guessing games with you, in case you hoped I did, Angela snapped, coldly. The thing is. I heard what he said, Sokka muttered, looking at Angela almost accusingly now. Back in the waiting room, when they were tending to me. I heard the things he told you. And that's what you're bothered about? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. That Zhao talked to me irks you this much? It's not that he talked to you, it's what he said about me, Sokka muttered, lowering his gaze again. I was annoyed at first, but then I realized that, whether I wanted to admit it or not, he was right. He's right. About what, pray tell? Angela asked, her voice gaining a dangerous edge that would have deterred anyone else. Sokka wasn't daunted, either because he was desensitized to her harsh tone by now or because he wasn't too scared about what it meant for him either way. Angela's frown only grew more threatening with every passing moment. About how you need the best to get to the top, he muttered. And I am not the best, Angela. An unpleasant shudder rushed over her body as he spoke the words. No doubt this was what had been on his mind the past few days, the reason he had remained in his room despite in normal circumstances he would rush to see her, to hug her even, in front of people who shouldn't have seen them doing anything that betrayed the slightest intimacy between them. But now he was withdrawn, now he would hide away from her, of course this had to be why he was acting like this. You're not the best, she repeated, as she folded her arms over her chest. We understand one another well enough in that sense, because it's true, you're not. If you were the best, you would have never lost against absolutely anyone. You'd have an unbreakable victorious streak as Toph does. But see? The idea is to make you the best. It always was. So, don't give me some pathetic excuse as to why you're feeling inadequate now, of all times, when you were damn close to beating Toph for the first time only a week ago. It's plain stupid of you, if you must know. It's not because I'm trying to be an idiot. No need to even try, you succeeded already. Angela, I'm serious, Sokka said, frowning. So am I, she replied, her golden eyes gleaming. I don't want to listen to this. You don't now, but just a minute ago you asked me what was wrong with me, Sokka said, looking at her in disbelief. Angela, yeah, I've gotten better and I'm not denying that. The thing is, how much better can I get from this point onwards? How can I get any better? I really can't see it, Angela. I wish I could, but I can't. I feel like I've reached my full potential as it is. This is probably as good as it gets. You're not the one who decides that, you know. Angela retorted. I'm the one who knows when to stop pushing you, not you. And I'll stop pushing when you really aren't capable of delivering more than you have. You're just being a pessimistic moron because you lost once, but the next time you fight her. The next time will end the same way this time did, if not more quickly, Sokka said, looking at Angela with despair. She already got angry because of the tricks I pulled on her this time, she knows better than to underestimate me by now. She'd do her very best from the start, and I wouldn't stand a chance. I practically got lucky this time around. You didn't. What the hell are you talking about? Angela exclaimed, pacing on the room briefly before turning to look at Sokka accusingly. Lucky, really? You think what you did out there was luck? That bomb you made, you prepared the damn thing in advance and it was a touch of brilliance of yours, of those that you have once in a blue moon, that could have easily won you the fight if you'd been able to take advantage of the circumstances properly. The next time use 2 of those bombs, how about that? You don't really expect that to be the answer to this, Sokka said, rubbing his forehead as Azula's eyes gained a more defiant quality. What should be the answer, then, Gladiator? She growled. Well, the thing is, I can't do this because I'm just not strong enough, he said, shrugging. The judges think so too, and unless I can knock Toph out with stench bombs, I don't see how I'm ever going to defeat her. She's a fantastic bender and I'm just me, Azula. I've always been ordinary as can be. I'm not strong enough. And I don't know if I ever will be. For crying out loud, Azula said, shaking her head and leveling him with an accusatory glare. So you're not strong enough, big deal. You think the reason I chose you in Huiyi was because I thought you were the strongest gladiator I'd find? Like hell did I think so. I chose you because you were creative, because you knew how to take advantage of the circumstances, because you're ridiculously ingenious in the battlefield. You had potential to improve in regards of strength, and you've proven as much enough times by now. But not once did I believe you were going to be the strongest gladiator in the league, Sokka, because your true skills have nothing to do with physical strength. So, you chose me because I can be clever, said Sokka. But you really think I can smart my way around beating Toph? You think I'll ever be able to do that with Combustion Man? Because honestly, I can't see it happening. I wish I could tell you I can, but after this, I really... Sokka, stop falling prey to hopelessness, Azula said, looking at him almost pleadingly. It's not going to do good to either one of us. I've never expected perfection from you, and I don't think I ever will. What I did expect, though, was for you to trust me. For you to fight for me, for better or for worse. We're in this together, aren't we? We are. Then why are you doubting yourself this much? Azula asked, looking at him in confusion. Didn't you want to go back home? Wasn't that why you agreed to do this? Because this way you'd get what you wanted. It's what I wanted, Sokka muttered, the weight of the words slamming down on him more powerfully than the rocks Toph had bent at him. And I did want to reach the top, Azula. But why are you talking in past tense, if I may inquire? Azula asked, her aggressiveness returning quickly as she took notice of the tone of his voice. Sokka swallowed hard and looked at her, his eyes like those of a wounded child. Because I don't know. I don't know if I can do this anymore, he said. Azula froze. I want to, and I wouldn't wish for anything more than to be the ideal fighter for you. I'd give anything to be a waterbender, for instance, and then I'd freeze all my opponents. I'd win then, for sure, against Combustion Man and Toph and anyone you set me up against. But I'm not a waterbender. I'm not any kind of bender, I'm weak, Azula. Truth is, I am. I can't expect to ever measure up to the best. There's a pretty obvious reason why there are no non-benders at the top of the ranking. Because you haven't risen high enough, that's why, moron, Azula snapped, glaring at him fiercely. Are you serious right now, Sokka? What the hell are you saying, then? You're telling me to replace you? To find someone else, as Zhao told me? To find the best, because I can't simply make you into the best. I don't want you to do that. Sokka muttered, gritting his teeth and rubbing his forehead with his fingers. Then what the hell do you want? Azula asked, desperate already. For crying out loud. Azula, I don't want that, but... he said, swallowing hard. She looked at him and saw, to her utter surprise, that there seemed to be tears blinking in the corners of his eyes. But maybe, for the sake of your mission, that would be the only way to proceed so you can reach the top of the ranking. The blood seemed to slow inside her body as she looked at him in utter disbelief. Her jaw fell open as he looked at her regretfully, the tears still shining where they were. Are you serious right now? She asked him, her heart racing now as the blood began to be pumped more powerfully now. Her inner flame flared dangerously as unbridled anger built inside of her. You want me to replace you? That's what you're asking me to do. I don't want that, I said, Sokka replied. Angela, 2 years ago I couldn't possibly have imagined myself saying these words, but today I say them proudly. I want to be your gladiator. All I want is to be by your side, to belong next to you for as long as I can be with you. But you explained to me the reason why you were doing this, and I want you to achieve what you've set your mind to. I want you to beat Zhao. I want him to bite the dust, to learn his lesson, to realize how much of an idiot he is for having treated you as he has. I want you to make Iroh eat his words too, spirits. I want that so badly as well, and I wish I could give that to you. I really wish I could make your goals become realities. That's why I'm supposed to be here. But you can't do it because you are not strong enough, Angela said, her voice trembling, betraying her rage. Sokka swallowed and eyed her warily. Figures. He had known she would be angry, he had expected it all along, it was why he hadn't wanted to say anything at first. But she had forced him to, and now he was regretting this completely. It had been a very long time since Angela had looked at him so coldly. He couldn't blame her for that, not entirely, but she had expectations he couldn't fulfill. He wasn't good enough. He could try his very hardest, but chances were he'd never defeat Toph, let alone Combustion Man. He couldn't be expected to stand on par with them. He couldn't be the proper representative of the princess in the arena. He had done his best, he had reached a truly privileged position in the ranking within a little less than 2 years, but he was afraid that gravity was a natural law that could not be broken, even when it came to the ranking. His quick rise would be followed by a hard fall. It was the way the world worked. And this was the hard fall he had dreaded, the moment where the princess, enraged, would decide that, indeed, he wasn't worthy of being her gladiator. And he wouldn't have the courage to say otherwise. Not strong enough, regardless of Piandao's teachings, your training against earthbenders, all you learned at Ty Lee's place, and even though I've even lent you my sword, but you're just not strong enough. Angela said again, looking at him in indignation. Fascinating, truly. So, then, I suppose I've wasted my time since I recruited you, haven't I? Here I was, expecting you to deliver the results you had promised to work towards, but all along I'd miscalculated, hadn't I? You're just too worthless for me, aren't you? Angela, I've given it all I had. You can keep me around if you want, I assure you I'll have no qualms with that. But at a distance, things looked a lot less impossible than they do now. No matter how hard the hawk tries, it can't carry the turtle forever and you know it. At this point I'm but a burden for your plans. I'm not a gladiator that can reach the top of the ranking. You're just a common guy with a boomerang and a black sword, that's what you are, Angela said, her hands on her hips now. Isn't that right, turtle? The last word she snapped it spitefully, and Sokka looked at her with regret in his eyes. Maybe he shouldn't have brought up that subject. You're truly a master strategist, aren't you? I mean, all things considered, I fell straight into it, didn't I? The trap you must have set up from the very beginning, to think you kept accusing me of having underlying intentions, but I guess you were just looking in the mirror, weren't you? What are you talking about? Sokka asked, looking at Angela in confusion now. What else? She said, smiling dangerously at him. You must have planned this from the start. How could it look more impossible now than it did before, really? You gained perspective now? Like hell you did. You know what I'm understanding from this? That from the beginning you knew you couldn't do this, yet you still pressed on because you wanted to take advantage of what I could offer you through my position. Because you expected me to reward you for your performance, if you did well enough. And hell, you even coerced me into having feelings for you, of all things, so that when push came to shove, you could simply give up and beg me to take you home. Then, of course, since I'm hopelessly weak for you. Angela, what the hell are you talking about? Sokka asked, looking at her in disbelief. None of that is true. Heck, the only reason I took obvious advantage of your position, as you put it, was because you offered me a life of everything I could ask for if I worked with you. You made me an offer I couldn't damn resist, and you knew that from the start as well. And you think I was scheming to make you feel anything for me? If I'd been trying to make you like me in any sense, I'm sure I would have only ruined all my chances with you in a single try. I couldn't possibly have planned this, Angela. Honestly, what sort of evil mastermind do you think I am? I can't plot stuff like this. You know me well enough to be aware of that. I'm not entirely sure I do, savage, she snapped, glaring at him. Sokka looked at her in disbelief. He couldn't remember the last time she had called him that with such coldness. He didn't want to remember it either. Angela, I'm not saying this because I want to give up, Sokka said, shaking his head. I didn't mean to make all this look like a waste, it wasn't what I wanted, but I just feel inadequate. You're too amazing, in too many senses. And you should have a gladiator who can match that. But I. Is it you can't match it, or that you don't want to match it, pray tell? Angela snarled. Sokka flinched at the venom in her voice, forgetting what he had meant to say next. The glare in her eyes was pure steel, so fierce it would have made him cower for good now, if only he didn't know her as well as he did. If only he didn't realize that the steel was concealing her genuine pain. Angela, I want to. I want to with every ounce of my being. He said, almost pleadingly now. You have no idea how I wish I could be, how I wish I could be the right one for you. But You're not the right one, all right, Angela said, the hurt in her voice a lot more apparent now. Because you're not strong enough, right? Angela. It's fine, then, if you think you're not strong. You know, I don't mind, not at all, she said, with again that same dangerous tone of voice. Sokka frowned as he saw her step closer to him. When she kicked the table at him, he was forced to jump over the couch, avoiding getting the wood slammed into his legs. He looked at Angela in disbelief as she stretched the index and middle fingers of her left hand, still with that same terrifying look in her eyes. But you know what, savage? She said, her voice still trembling. It's up to me to decide whether or not you're strong enough. Angela, have you lost your mind? Sokka exclaimed. The reply to his question was a plum of blue fire, aimed straight at his face. Angela. And if you can't be strong enough to accomplish what you've been ordered to do, then I'll rid myself from you for good. She growled, startling him. What good is there in a gladiator that refuses to fight anyways? I'm not refusing to fight, I'm only saying I'm not likely to win. Angela, I'm only telling you this for your own good. He exclaimed as she shot more fire at him. The flames darted towards the walls, but Angela extinguished them quickly enough as Sokka rolled on the floor, looking at her in disbelief from next to the door that led to the veranda. This was completely unnecessary. So, then, you're going to kill me now because I'm useless to you? He asked, skeptical. Seriously? If you're truly not strong enough, then I might as well do it. She replied, unsheathing Wolf's Bane. Sokka instinctively reached for Space Sword, lying not too far from where he was. Fight for your life, then, you utter waste of space and time. Let's see just how useless you really are. Angela, stop. Stop. He exclaimed, as another blast of fire, this time directed through the white sword, almost set Sokka on fire, catching the curtains by the window this time instead. Doing this inside wasn't an option, Sokka thought, even though he still didn't understand what they were doing to begin with. He was in no fit state to fight, at least on an emotional level. Especially not to fight her. Angela, I don't want to do this, he said, unsheathing Space Sword and pushing himself up to his feet and looking at her with despair. Can't we just talk it out? I thought we already had, Angela snapped, jumping and kicking with both her feet. The fire blast that erupted from her feet forced Sokka to evade it by leaning back, making him fall into the veranda. It was little to no surprise that Angela would approach, kicking at him with fire as he lay on the floor, forcing him to roll his way into the garden clumsily. Angela only glared at him as he pushed himself up with his hands, taking a wary fighting stance with Space Sword in his hand. Reasoning with her would be futile, Sokka realized. There was no point to it, not when she was so angry. She didn't want to kill him for real, though, he was certain of that, but she wasn't going to back down, let alone calm down, if he didn't follow her lead. If he didn't clash against her, the full power of their convictions battling together, the consequences would be catastrophic either way. He had to do this, liked it or not, and once he held her off long enough until she had calmed down, somehow, he would try to reason with her. He would make her understand. But she wasn't fighting him in hopes to understand. She shot yet another blast of fire at Sokka with a hand before jumping out into the garden, her sword swinging down on his. Sokka cringed and parried her attack, allowing her to lunge at him, forcing him to twirl to evade her. No, Azula didn't want to understand. She believed she understood enough. And it was why she was as hurt as she was. A single loss, and he had fallen apart. A single failure and he thought the world was about to end, or at the very least, their partnership. Despite how many times he claimed otherwise, something on the back of her head pushed her into thinking he wanted this. That he wished to rid himself of their deal, that he had grown tired of her. That despite everything they had been through together, he was done with her. Just like everyone constantly did, Sokka wanted to leave. She had hoped that at least he would want to stay, regardless if Lu Ten, her mother, her advisors had left while barely putting up a fight. She thought the bond between them was that strong. But he wouldn't. He believed she was better off without him. How could he possibly think that? How could he ever reach such a ridiculous conclusion? Azula failed to realize why would he possibly believe so, if he truly did. He had said he loved her many times now, was this what he thought love meant, truly? Was he that much of a fool, or had he been lying all along, and she had fallen for it, craving his affection like a hopeless, lost wolf dog pup who thought she'd found a friendly face at long last? The thoughts only made her attacks more erratic, the flames threatening to scorch Sokka as the swords rang together when they met with every attack. He kept up with her as she snarled at him with anger, frustration, with fear. What was she afraid of, though? What did she have to fear? He didn't know, because he wasn't going to hurt her. He never had meant to hurt her at all, but he constantly did because, it was true, he was an idiot. There was no denying that. All along, her safety, her well-being, her happiness had been his priority. The only reason he had spoken out about this now was because he didn't want to be a hindrance to her dreams. Because he felt he was an obstacle by now, instead of a resource she could use to succeed where she needed to. Her plans to prove her worth to all those who undermined her would fail, all because she had decided to trust someone like him. Why him, of all people? If she hadn't witnessed his fight against the Dart Slayer, all that time ago, would she have chosen someone else? If that had happened it might have been for the best, in the long run. Then he would have never hurt her as he had, and she would probably sponsor a tougher fighter than he could ever be. He simply wasn't strong enough, but she didn't want to understand that. She refused to. Why was she so stubborn about this? Why couldn't she see that he only said this for her own good? Why couldn't she realize he was only trying to help her? She didn't want this kind of help, though. She didn't want any help. From her very childhood Azula had taken everything into her own hands, never asking for guidance or support. She accepted it when it came, but ultimately, she resolved everything on her own. Taking a gladiator, allowing her fate rest in the hands of another person, had been a first for her. She'd had no choice at the time, and she had accepted to carry on in this way because it had been effective at first. All the anguish, the struggles they faced in the early days, were eventually compensated with the better times that came afterwards. She had thought they were a team, and he was backing out. She had thought he believed in her, just as she believed in him. She had thought they would fight to the bitter end if needed. She had never considered that he might want to give up. The thought of surrender angered her further. A conversation from ages past returned to her mind, one regarding her utter refusal to give up fights. She never backed off a fight, whether she could win it or not. If she was to lose, she had damned herself by picking the fight in the first place, but she would be damned again if she didn't try her very hardest to succeed. And she would be damned thrice if she didn't come back after her failure, seeking to even the score. She wasn't a quitter. She didn't surrender. And he knew she felt that way, of course he did. The conversation prompted by that porcupine they had encountered in the forest came back to him as well as her thrusts became stronger still, the flames almost engulfing him as she spun and shot them with all her power at him. The inoffensive animal had made her feel threatened, just as Sokka's words had prompted her to reach the wrong conclusion this time. She was sure he wanted to leave her, but that was the last thing he could have wanted. Even if she had listened to him and taken a new gladiator for herself, he would have likely stuck around regardless, just because he knew damn well that he didn't want to be away from her. He didn't want to leave. He never had. But she failed to understand that. The powerful attacks proved as much, but they also showed she wasn't on her right mind, Sokka realized. There was no trace of the golden fire, but also no trace of lightning. Was it because she knew he could redirect her attack with his sword, or was it because she wasn't thinking clearly enough to bend pure lightning at him? Sokka flinched as Wolfsbane swung down heavily on Space Sword, and he cried out before jumping back when her kick nearly set him on fire. She would win one way or another, never caring for how many fights she had to brave through in order to succeed in her endeavors. She didn't care if she lost the battle so long as she could win the war, ultimately. But was this relationship of theirs a war in its own right? Was that what it always had been, and Sokka had been too oblivious to it to realize it? His love for her had blinded him in many senses, but he hadn't expected this to be one of them. Had they been fighting all along, then? Even though he thought they had finally reached an understanding on so many levels, were they still at the opposite sides of their own personal war? Were they one another's foes, after all this time? Water and fire clashing together, seeking to cancel one another out. The royal and the commoner, with their opposed views of the world. The bender and the non-bender. The gladiator and the sponsor. They were always opposites. They were always fighting one another, whether consciously or not. Their struggle to cave into their feelings was but another aspect of the war they fought, if not the main one. How had they come to this, he'd never know. How had the two most opposite people taken the wild, primal attraction between them and turned it into something he believed beautiful, he'd never know. It was something worth treasuring, something worth protecting, but after today, what would there be left of it? After this last battle, what would the outcome be, if not the utter destruction of them both? For they were indeed, fire and water, princess and peasant, bender and non-bender, sponsor and gladiator, and none of them could exist without the other. Who would quench the wild flames that could consume the world? Who would dry the seas that could drown it instead? Who did the princess preside over, if not her people, the peasants, the commoners? Would the world still make any sense if everyone were a bender, if there were no non-benders to exert their creativity in bending less ways of living? Could a gladiator ever fight without his sponsor? Angela gritted her teeth, trying to stop her mind from traveling down such troublesome thoughts. Latching onto him, depending on him, had caused this in the first place. She should have never lost sight of what she was fighting for, she should have never let herself love him as she did. Because he was right, truly. Maybe she should have chosen someone better in order to succeed, someone stronger indeed. But she didn't want anyone else. Why didn't he understand that? Why couldn't he see that indeed, there could be better fighters, but none of them could measure up to him. None of them were suitable for Angela as he was. Their destinies were entwined, because they had wanted it to be so. Because they had taken a stand, and dared to dream to change the world they lived in. But how to change such a world? How to do so, if not together? Angela attempted to attack Sokka again, sweeping her hand towards him, her index and middle fingers stretched out as she conjured flames, but Sokka swatted the fire away with his sword. Wolfsbane clashed against Space Sword once, twice, Angela ducked to evade Sokka's stab, and now he was the one backing off as she created an arch of flames with her foot, only to jump out with her sword in tow, ready to cut him. Sokka parried her attacks, defending himself from them as he continued to study Angela intently. The fight was unveiling everything her cold pretense had meant to hide. She showed her every vulnerability, and instead of striking her down upon seeing them, he accepted them as they came. He knew just how much he mattered to her. He knew she couldn't just give up here, he didn't want her to. He wanted to stay by her side, through thick and thin, for, no matter what she decided, he was her gladiator. He was hers, completely. It wasn't something that was up to question. If she wanted him dead, truly, so be it, her wish was his command. But if that were so, Why couldn't she fight to her best? Why was she leaving openings she usually never would? Why was she so erratic? He had never meant for their argument to have such chaotic result. But they had reached this point by now, and there was no turning back anymore, but perhaps there was a way to stop it, Sokka realized. Perhaps. Her next mistake was with her footing. She took a step too far as she attempted to cut him with her sword. Sokka's glare steeled now as he found the right chance. It was enough. He didn't want to fight her, and he was certain she didn't want to fight him either. It was time to end this. With a single powerful attack, he struck Azula's sword hard enough to force her to release it due to the powerful vibrations the blow sent through her arm. Snarling, she kicked an array of fire in his direction, but Sokka evaded it and swung his sword towards her. Standing on a single foot after the kick, Azula failed to keep her footing this time as she avoided being cut by his blade. She fell hard on the ground, her teeth gritted together as she tried to push herself up quickly. She was unable to move when the tip of a black sword was aimed at her neck. Sokka had climbed atop her before she could react, his breath interrupted by heavy panting as he threatened her with space sword. His frown was menacing, all the same as hers. And as he threatened her with the sword, he realized her left hand was poised as thought to strike him with fire as well, her two fingers stretched out as usual, touching his lower torso. Their eyes were locked, their anger and fire quenched by the sight of the same emotions in the other's eyes. Their enraged snarls shifted slowly, as the fight that should have ended refused to end indeed. She wasn't giving up, and neither was he, not when the fate of so much seemed to ride upon what happened in this very moment. They didn't speak, merely looking at one another as reality caught up with them slowly. Even though they had been so fierce, even though Azula's words had been as harsh as ever, there was no way she could pull through with this. There was no way she could bring herself to create the fire blast she needed to genuinely hurt him, or a lightning bolt. She couldn't. Her strength was failing her now, even though she knew she could win if she just tried. And yet it seemed he wasn't going to swing that sword down. How could he? Why would he? It was impossible for Sokka to do so. He would do anything for her, but he wouldn't deliver a finishing blow, no matter if she was threatening him to. He refused to. He'd rather she set him on fire than hurt her for good. The sword trembled in his hand, and Azula's gaze was distracted by it briefly. It was pointless, this entire fight was pointless. Why were they still fighting anyways? Why, when all Azula wanted was to surrender? Her pride kept getting in the way, amongst other things, but Azula knew they both wanted to back down. It had been enough. Whatever would happen next would simply follow its course. She already knew that, once she gave in, she would be destroyed one way or another. Whatever Sokka's decision was, whether he would surprise her by slicing her throat open once she backed down, or whether he would simply walk away from her life forever, it didn't matter anymore. Not when she had no doubts she would lose him for good, no matter what she did. So, she moved her fingers away, so slowly Sokka didn't notice at first. Her hand dropped to the side, her eyes still on his, but no longer was she looking at him with determination and defiance. The pain was back in her golden orbs, along with the fear, and now they were accompanied by resignation. His eyes widened as he realized what she had done. She had backed down. Azula had surrendered. He gritted his teeth, his breathing heavy again, but now for an entirely different reason. He didn't want this either. He didn't. He never had. His heart, his soul, his everything belonged to her. Fighting her was never part of it. It wasn't supposed to be. They were to cancel each other out, weren't they? If that was so, then the solution was simple. His next movement was obvious. He did not want a victory that came from Azula's surrender. He refused to take it. The victory he wanted was victory with her. The tip of the sword hovered dangerously over her throat briefly before Sokka swung it away powerfully. It soared through the air, landing vertically in the backyard, the tip of the blade sinking into the earth. Azula was the one to gaze at Sokka in disbelief now, just as he leaned down to press his lips to hers. Her entire body shivered violently as one of his hands moved to her cheek, to hold her in place. She couldn't bring herself to respond to the kiss immediately, emotions threatening to demolish her as she felt twin tears slipping out of her eyes. Finally, she found the strength to return the kiss, along with a hand that cupped his face while the other surrounded his neck, pulling him closer still. If this was his decision, then she would stand by it too. If this was what he truly wanted, so be it. She couldn't have cared less for the goals she had chased relentlessly after anymore. Not while she was in his arms. Not when she refused to hold anything above him, above this, anymore. He belonged with her, and she would make sure he would understand it now, for good. When she had responded to his kiss, he had nearly fainted atop her in relief. But he forced himself to conjure the strength he had denied having throughout the entire day. He forced himself to hold his position, to stay as he was, to keep her with him no matter what. She had refused to let him go, despite of all the reasons he had given her. Despite she had heard what Admiral Zhao had said just as well as he had. She refused to replace him. And the spirits beyond knew just how much joy that brought to the Water Tribe man, regardless of how selfish he thought himself for it. He couldn't stop himself as he kissed her passionately, desperately, finding her matching his eagerness with every movement. They were to join together, for once and for all. From that moment onwards, and for as long as they lived, they were to belong to one another completely. The war between them was finally over. Chapter 97, Giving in 3. It was overwhelming. It was intoxicating. It was desperate. But it was their moment, at long last. And they both had decided, without needing to convey it through words, that they wouldn't waste it. Not this time. The hard ground underneath Azula went forgotten easily, the princess found, despite in any other circumstances she would have been displeased by the dirt that she knew would attach to her hair and clothes. But how to pay any mind to that, when she was clinging onto Sokka as she would to dear life, her lips parting as he sought access into her mouth. He supported his weight with one hand, making sure not to crush her, but it seemed she wanted all his weight on her all the same. Else her legs wouldn't have shifted under him, surrounding his waist in a tight embrace, matching the way her arms had draped around his neck. No more tears fell from her eyes by now, lost in this passionate exchange as she was. She couldn't stop kissing him, and he refused to stop kissing her as well. They both had given up the battle they hadn't wanted to fight to begin with. He was done struggling against his feelings for her, and done with clashing against her, too. He didn't care anymore who was right or who was wrong, whether this was a good idea or a bad one. All he cared about was feeling her body pressed against his, to enjoy the smooth outline of her curves through her armor. All he wanted was to take in the warmth of her breath, to taste the despair in her kisses. Her fingers caressed the short hairs on the back of his head, and she tightened her legs' hold around his waist. Sokka whimpered, the blood rushing through his body so fast he was almost dizzy, but she kept him grounded. She made him set apart his confusion from reality, because the only real thing was her. She was all that mattered. He had known as much from a long time ago. The soft moans that left her throat had his heart beating all the faster, prompting him to pull away briefly for breath, and he stole a glance at her, but he returned to kissing her again only instants afterwards, just as she wanted him to. Just as she needed him to. And all the same, he wanted her, he needed her, but the circumstances weren't helping in the slightest. The ground was in the way, the world was in the way. It always had been. But for this moment, if only for this moment, none of it mattered. He would forget it, and so would she. They had waited longer than they thought possible, definitely longer than they should have. It was time to put an end to that. He pulled away from her briefly, his forehead against hers as he breathed with difficulty. Her gasps met his, her eyes closed, and her cheeks fully flushed. Seeing her like this, so vulnerable yet so open, urged Sokka to kiss her again, as he had before, but they needed to change locations. This wouldn't do. He sat up, his arms sliding around her body, so she would have no choice but to sit along with him. Her hands remained on either side of his face, and without even opening her eyes for accuracy, she kissed his lips anew, threatening to stop Sokka's endeavors altogether if just to return her affections. But he had to cope for a little longer. This was no way to do this, however desperate they might be for it. With her legs tight around his waist, Azula clung onto Sokka as he struggled to rise into a standing position without losing his balance in the attempt. Carrying her weight along with his own made said operation more complicated than expected, but he had accomplished one too many difficult feats already. Standing up, and bringing her with him, couldn't be all that troublesome. He had to open his eyes for it, though, and he used a hand to lift himself up, the other surrounding Angela's waist tightly. Her legs were locked powerfully around him, her thighs pressing into his body to ensure she wouldn't fall once he was standing. He could only sigh in bliss as he finally managed to stand up as intended, their intimate embrace but a glimpse of the pleasant things that would follow. He stood in place briefly once he had managed to hold his footing properly, devouring Angela's lips eagerly as she pressed her body against his. Only the growing pressure in Sokka's groin alerted him that he needed to get going. And that he did, walking as carefully as he could back into the house, ever kissing Angela. He was careful as he climbed the steps that led up to the veranda, hoping to avoid tripping as his arms and legs threatened to give way, despite Angela wasn't all that heavy. But his body seemed overridden by emotions and sensations he could barely keep up with. He was close to collapsing, goosebumps rushing over his body, leaving him with all his hairs standing on end over her every moan. She was too much for him, he had always known so, but he felt weaker to her than ever before. He had to find support some way, somehow, and he found it indeed once they reached the house's outer wall. He pressed Angela against it, groaning weakly as he kissed her deeply again. She moaned too, her left hand gripping the fabric of his shirt while the other went to the back of his head. He shivered when she caressed the nape of his neck, gasping briefly only for her to trap his lips between hers an instant after he pulled away. Her body seemed to envelop him, embracing him completely. She didn't realize she was moaning, but had she become aware of it she wouldn't have cared. She didn't care if she seemed too desperate, because he matched her despair with the same enthusiasm, the same drive. Only desire dictated her actions now. Nothing else registered within her mind at this point. His hands could roam over her body with more ease now, reminding Angela of what he had been like during that first kiss they had shared. He had touched her so intimately, in ways nobody else ever had before. She had craved to feel that again, constantly, practically on a daily basis. She had wanted him hopelessly, wishing to give herself to him but believing it could never happen. It shouldn't have happened indeed, not for an array of reasons. But it was too late for her to stop it even if she had wanted to. She had given him her heart already, whether that went against her better judgment or not. She didn't think he was incapable of hurting her, he had proven otherwise quite a few times by now, but at this point she practically welcomed the pain. No reward was worth the task if there was no risk included in the quest towards earning it. Sokka groaned and pulled her closer again, feeling somewhat stronger by now as he resumed the walk. He directed himself with difficulty towards the doorway that would lead them back inside by seeking out his whereabouts with one hand, the other one surrounding Angela's waist, holding her in place. The metal plates of her armor and her boots dug into his skin, but he didn't register any pain. He couldn't feel anything except for every kiss she pressed into his mouth, each one sweeter and more gratifying than the previous one. He almost despaired as he walked through the living room, failing to find the opposite wall as he walked blindly towards it, his hand stretched out. Angela was making the entire matter more difficult, albeit Sokka wasn't about to ask her to stop just so he could find his way in the house. No, he'd rather get lost and not reach the stairs at all, if it meant he could continue feeling her like this, if he could keep kissing her like this. Just as he started to think the couch would have to do, despite the table Angela had kicked would hinder their access to it, he finally found the wall he had been looking for. When his foot found the first step of the staircase he began climbing slowly. As he moved he made every effort to continue matching her kisses, but it wasn't easy to concentrate on so many things at once, Sokka found. Not when she was biting him, sucking on his lips softly, kissing him deeply and brushing his tongue with hers. If they ended up on the stairs as well it would come as no surprise, uncomfortable as it might be. Nevertheless, he actually reached the top of the stairs. He allowed himself to feel slightly triumphant about that as he turned towards his room, making out the way with his hand on the wall. One door, it was Song's room, so the next one. He could have fainted with relief when he finally reached their destination. He pushed the door open and strode inside, walking straight towards the bed. Angela's fingers had slid through his hair and undone his wolf's tail by this point, discarding the hair tie as she ran her fingers over the soft strands. Sokka placed her on the bed, and she finally stopped clutching at him with her legs, releasing him from his grip as she sat at the edge of the mattress, still holding his face close to hers. He continued to kiss her, his hands caressing her flanks and sending pleasant shivers down her spine. He fumbled until he found the buckles he had been meaning to undo, and once his fingers had worked them, he pulled her armor over her head and tossed it out of the way. It rattled as it fell on the floor, and Sokka finally had free rein to devour her neck. Azula moaned as she pulled his face closer, basking in the way he was kissing and biting her skin. Her hands roamed over his body as well, caressing his strong back and torso. All that training had made him far more muscular, his build a thing of wonder for her at this point. Yet she could feel the scars as well as she touched him, whether those she had left on his body or the ones left by his many rivals in the fighting pit. Each and every one of them had stories, several of them had stories she didn't know, that she had never dared ask, but right now she wished she had. She wished to know it all, for there to be no secrets left between them, nowhere for either of them to hide from each other. She wished to belong to him, wholly. Sokka's hands danced down to her belt, a small smile forming on his lips as he recalled how he had cut one of these before. He had told her then that she wore too many clothes, no doubt she did. He really wanted to get through the layers as quickly as he could. He couldn't wait to reach the depths of her, to see her as she was. He tossed the belt away soon enough, allowing his hands to caress her thighs briefly. The soft cry that left her lips made him shiver against her, breathing heavily as he removed her boots now. Azula's hands reached down to his waist, tugging undone the sash he wore as a belt, allowing his shirt to fall open. Her hands caressed his chest and shoulders, pushing his shirt off and making him gasp again in pure ecstasy upon feeling her touch in this way. Their lips were linked again as he pulled on his gloves, taking them off swiftly and tossing them aside before undoing the bindings around his forearms. She helped him with that, her hands caressing his strong arms as the bandages fell in a heap to the floor. He found her neck once more, his hands rising over her thighs again, onto her waist, grazing her breasts and making her moan louder yet. He groaned against her, delighting himself in the feeling of her body against his, and she clasped his face in her hands, forcing him to lift his head so she could press her lips against his. Sokka replied to every kiss, his hands still caressing her as desperately as she needed them to. Every inch of her body ached for him, and with every touch she only desired him more. His hands slid down again, finding the hem of her long tunic, and he lifted Azula gently in order to remove it swiftly. His heart sped up in anticipation, and underneath this he found her long-sleeved shirt. Azula opened her eyes to look at him when she heard him groan in frustration. He kissed her hungrily again, his hands moving over her body more aggressively now. Azula found herself enjoying that all the better. She rather liked to feel just how much he desired her. Though she didn't expect the extent of his desire to run so deeply. When he gripped the border of her shirt she assumed he was only going to pull it over her head, she didn't realize he was going to rip it in half as he did. She gasped as he pulled, the rip making it so her bare skin would be revealed slowly, from bottom to top, to Sokka's lustful eyes. He looked her over eagerly, his pupils dilated, his lips parted as he finished splitting the shirt, reaching the neck of it and revealing indeed her pale body, and the bindings that concealed her breasts. He could have cursed, though this time he would have done it to himself getting so eager. Of course she'd have bindings, it was only logical. He wouldn't see everything he thirsted for so quickly. He had been right, and now he had verified it, when he had told her she wore too many clothes. His desperate eagerness seemed to amuse her, Sokka realized, as he heard a soft chuckle escaping her lips. The sound was as erotic as all her moans, if not more so. He kissed her again, his hands finally touching her skin directly as he pushed the shirt off her shoulders. Caressing her torso like this was out of bounds, it was forbidden, oh, but that only made it all the better altogether for them both. Her body burned wherever he touched it, giving way to the same sensation he had introduced to her while on their way to the slate. He moved down from her lips and to her neck, slipping lower still as he kissed her collarbone. Azula gasped repeatedly, dropping back on the mattress with her eyes closed as she felt him brushing her skin with his lips. His hands were on her waist, clasping the hem of her pants and pushing them down, albeit he was incapable of removing them altogether just yet. Still he continued to kiss her, sensing her heart's reckless racing as his lips moved to her left breast, still covered by the chest bindings she wore. His hands trembled as he reached for them, and he clumsily attempted to find the way to undo the bindings. He couldn't find the end of them, though. How the hell was he to take them off? It was up to Angela to lift herself up with her elbows and to reach towards her back with one hand, finding the end of the binding and undoing them herself. They came loose once she finished fumbling with them, and they dropped almost in slow motion for Sokka's eyes. Angela's breath caught in her throat as she allowed her entire torso to be bare for him. Sokka stared with wide eyes, as though hypnotized, as the bindings came to rest on her ribs. She looked at him expectantly, her chest heaving as he finally moved forth, closing his eyes and pressing his face to her left breast. Angela sighed in relief, wishing she could have been less nervous about something like this. He was likely as eager as she had been to reveal herself completely to him. He wasn't bound to reject her at this point for any reason. One of his hands busied with removing the bindings altogether, tossing them aside as he had with every other piece of her attire so far. The other hand reached for her right breast, as his mouth explored the left one eagerly, prompting Angela to moan and throw her head back as her nipples hardened while he nibbled at the one he had caught in his mouth. Her heart was beating so fast, so fiercely that she feared it would burst out of her chest at this rate. This probably was too much for her already, but she didn't dare tell him not to do this. She didn't dare ask him to stop, she didn't want him to. She wanted to be overwhelmed by him, for him to occupy all her senses, for him to be everything she could feel. She lifted her hands now, her breathing heavy as she undid her own hair. She removed her hairpiece, which was poking against her scalp as she lay down on the bed. She set it aside clumsily, pushing it as far from herself as possible. Her fingers then slid into Sokka's hair again as his lips moved to the other breast, his free hand cupping the mound he had already aroused fully. Angela's moans were shrill and desperate, despite she bit her lower lip in a hopeless attempt to control herself. His bare chest pressed against her belly, the friction between their bodies as delectable as everything his hands and mouth were doing to her chest. She caressed his face, her eyes closed as she experienced everything more vividly, all sensations heightened as she let herself feel his touch, her hands trailing over his back as well, but her caresses had to stop when Sokka moved over her body, his lips tracing kisses on the valley between her mounds as he moved lower still, towards her abs. His hands stayed on her breasts for now, toying with the nipples and eliciting further moans from his lover, but soon they moved down with him as he kissed her pelvis. Her body shuddered, and she gave an involuntary jolt when she felt his breath against her skin. She glanced down at him, insecure, and he only smiled at her. She could have melted where she was just to see that expression on his face. His fingers found the hem of her underwear, and again he shivered in anticipation and nervousness as he moved it down slowly. Angela closed her eyes and dropped her head to the side, knowing she was blushing furiously by now, blood rushing thunderously inside her body. This was too embarrassing, despite she didn't think she had anything to be ashamed of. Her undergarments slid to her ankles, along with her trousers, and with that, Sokka had removed every item of clothing she had worn that day, without ripping up anything else. She lay naked, fully revealed before his eyes for the very first time. There was no way to conceal her vulnerabilities, were they physical or emotional at this point. He saw her for who she was, all of it, and given the soft whimper she heard coming from him, he just might have liked what he'd seen so far. She felt compelled to oppose some resistance when his hands moved to separate her legs, merely because she wasn't used to this. She already had a good idea of what sorts of pleasures Sokka could offer her, and she had no doubt she would enjoy them, but still. He kissed her inner thigh and her qualms seemed to disappear into nothingness as her entire body melted with desire. His hands, calloused and strong, stroked the underside of her legs, and she shivered and moaned as more arousal was borne by his touch. His lips traced their way over her skin, feeling her tremble more violently as he moved to her center. Sokka," she whispered, almost as though begging him not to do this last minute. She wasn't sure she could take it. In fact, she was quite sure she wouldn't last a second if he did what she thought he wanted to, but the words refused to leave her throat. Her more irrational mind refused to let them out. The wild pleasure was all she craved right now. Sokka breathed deeply once he was facing her very core. When he released said breath into her sensitive, moist skin, Angela moaned again. His fingers slid towards the red nether lips, splitting them open to find what he had been looking for. His touch prompted Angela to close her eyes tightly, a hand going to her mouth as she tried to contain the sounds hopelessly. The very first lick made her cry out, and Sokka's eyes closed in delight as he tasted her for the first time. He pulled away only to gaze at her in amazement. He couldn't hold back the urge to lick her again, his tongue tracing its way from her opening to her clit. Angela shuddered violently underneath him, an urgent cry escaping her throat. "Tell me if it's no good," he whispered against her wet folds, and Angela felt compelled to kick him. No good? How could he not tell it was the entire opposite of that? She could barely keep up with him and he hadn't done much just yet. As a response, since she couldn't seem to form coherent sentences anymore, she trapped his face between her thighs. Sokka grinned and leaned in, his mouth pressing against her clit now, prompting Angela to cry out desperately again, her hands reaching down to pull at his hair once more. Song truly hoped to find Sokka in a better mood by the time she was on her way back home. She had seen how miserable he had been during the past few days, and she wished the princess would snap him out of it. That he hadn't even tried to meet her at the palace was a bad sign, seeing how happy he had been during the last months just over the perspective of spending a little time with Angela. But perhaps they would be working things out by now. Or maybe not. Maybe even the princess had gotten fed up with him, and instead she would be giving him the beating of a lifetime for being so irritating. Song wasn't too sure she'd do something so harsh, but considering how the princess had acted while she was sick, she just might if Sokka displeased her too much. She finally reached the house and pushed the door open with her shoulder, struggling as she carried her basket into the kitchen. She wiped the sweat off her brow once she left the basket on the counter, and she had a look at the living room, where she had left those two, only about an hour earlier. She frowned upon noticing the small table had been pushed into the couch, and not pushed particularly carefully, to begin with. There were dark spots on several walls and curtains, too. Something else was amiss, too. Sokka's weapons and armor were still lying around except for one. Where was his sword? Song stepped towards the garden in confusion when something white caught her eye amid the grass. It was the princess's sword, and not too far from it was Sokka's, sticking out from the ground. What the hell had happened here? Where were they? There had to be an explanation. Her hair stood on end when she heard the distinct sound of a female cry coming from upstairs. She looked up at the second floor, her eyes wide. That had sounded like the princess, hadn't it? The next time she heard it there was a more distinct cadence to it, it sounded like a moan. A moan. Her hands flew to her mouth as she blushed deeply, her eyes wide open. She had to get out of here. She did not want to hear this. Oh, no, they really had done it now. Forgetting all about her basket, she jumped outside again, closing the door carefully and hoping to return to the street at haste, only to find someone was in her way, someone who had reached the house's front courtyard only moments ago. "Ah, Song. Good to see you," said a friendly voice from behind the mask and uniform of a royal guard. Song went pale now instead as she felt time come to a stop. Oh, this was only getting worse by the minute. The princess told me she would come here. I meant to inform her about. Song. Is something wrong? See Captain, she's, well, why you see, she's actually, busy, she said, gulping and smiling awkwardly at him. If only she was a good actress, but she wasn't. She was no good for this type of thing. Busy? What is that supposed to? The captain said, frowning behind his mask. When the realization hit him, he wished he could have dropped dead where he stood. No. No, she's not doing this. She can't be, you're mistaken, it has to be a mistake, he said, walking past Song and heading to the door. Oh, please, Captain, I beg you, don't go in there or... she said, as he swung the door open, and the melodious sounds of his charge's now desperate moans filled his ears. He shut the door instantly, disregarding the noise he might have made upon doing so. His eyes widened as his jaw dropped. No, oh, they were done for. Every single one of them was done for, there was no denying it anymore. She's going to get me killed, and then fired. And then killed some more, he said, with a sardonic grin Song couldn't see. And, this is it. It's, fuck. Well, I suppose that is what they're doing, if we're to get sorry, Song started, freezing in her words when she felt the weight of his glare upon her. Sorry. My bad. It wasn't your bad, it's theirs. Idiots they are, that's right, I insulted my princess. Ruishi exclaimed, throwing his hands up in the air and shaking his head. Doesn't matter what I do now anyways because I'm as good as dead. I'm as good as dead. If you keep shouting about it then you sure will be, said Song, grimacing and looking at him sympathetically. Say, how about we go someplace else? Being here, it's going to be beyond uncomfortable and we'll only feel worse. So. Yes, let's go elsewhere. I can't, curses, this is preposterous. He said, shaking his head and huffing in irritation. Now, Ruishi, everything can be fine. I mean. Song. He said, looking at her skeptically. He knew she only wanted to lift his spirits, and he had no right to shut her down. It was merely that he couldn't see a bright side to this situation, but maybe putting some distance between them and the cause of his concerns would do them some good. Maybe. Ruishi, Song said, breathing deeply before smiling at him. Maybe we should get something to drink. The movements of his tongue were relentless, constant, as he tasted her thoroughly and hummed with delight into her wet core. Her taste was addictive, he found, as his hands kept her legs in place over his shoulders, making sure he could continue to feast on her at leisure. Angela's cries had escalated slowly, but surely. He hadn't known she would be so vocal, but he was thrilled to find she was. Her every sound made him even more eager to carry on, lost in the warmth between her legs. He lavished her with his tongue, toying with her clit only occasionally, hoping to make this last for as long as possible. Whenever he did prod at the small bundle, though, Angela's cries became more urgent, and her body shuddered violently, she could barely take this anymore. She felt as though he was making her melt, or explode, or both things at once. It was a magnitude of pleasure she had never expected to experience. Her body was burning up. She was drenched in sweat by now, or at least that was what it felt like for her, despite she had barely moved at all ever since they reached the bedroom. But his skillful caresses had made her body's temperature rise to unprecedented levels, and she was a firebender, no less. It wasn't only the arousal, though, her inner fire was flaring incredibly as well, which was unsurprising, but also maddening. The pleasure was too extreme, his delivery of it so impeccable, she could barely keep up. Her legs shivered as she whispered his name, her toes curled, her fingernails clawing at his scalp. Sokka swallowed and understood just how close she was to her climax, the climax he had sought to deliver to her from the get-go. He moved to her clit, his lips wrapping around it as he sucked on the small mound, his tongue flicking it in the most sensitive spot he had found. Angela screamed euphorically now, her hands slamming down on the mattress, her heels digging into his back. Her body trembled far more violently now, and Sokka groaned as he continued to deliver the same treatment to her clit for as long as he could, extending her orgasm and keeping her at the heights of pleasure for as long as he could do it. He closed his eyes and allowed his right hand to move towards her core as well, sliding his index finger inside her gently to find her walls were smooth, wet, and contracting wildly over the orgasm she had experienced. He groaned again, sliding his finger deeper inside and massaging her walls gently. Angela expected to black out when another burst of pleasure burned through her, washing against Sokka in waves as her walls trapped his finger in place, rubbing against it as she cried out again, her throat aching by now. Sokka licked and kissed her clit one more time before finally giving her a moment's respite, removing his finger as well as he sat back on the floor, his chest rising and falling with his deep breaths as he gazed at her through heavy-lidded eyes. Angela lay on the bed, shivering helplessly, feeling as though her body was on fire as the aftershocks tore through her. She had to breathe through her mouth, her head spinning after what Sokka had just done. She was having a hard time registering what had happened, inhaling and exhaling repeatedly as she tried to get her body in check, but it wasn't likely to work. Her heart was still racing, the spot he had devoured between her legs felt so raw, and it was the most pleasant sensation she had ever experienced. Sokka breathed out slowly as well, still watching Angela with lustful eyes. He leaned closer to her again, his face pressed to her left calf. He kissed her leg gently, garnering only a subtle hum as a response. His hands caressed her thigh as he moved upwards, kissing his way up to her waist as he climbed on the bed, in order to drop next to her. What are you doing?" she whispered, when she recognized his intentions. I thought that was a lot for you already, he said, smiling at her. I thought. Don't you dare. She said, shaking her head. You're doing this now, damn you. You have to. Angela. He replied, caressing her cheek with a hand as she struggled to turn her body towards him. You don't need to worry about me, I'll be just. Hush, she said, her hands moving to his pants and yanking them down with difficulty. Sokka's eyes widened. Enough of this, we're not going to stop now. Not now. Angela. Do it, damn you, Angela told him, yanking down his underwear as well. I know you want to. I damn want you to. So just do it. Take me. Now. Sokka looked at her, thinking to protest somehow, to tell her that she didn't have to push herself to make him happy. He had learned the arts of bearing through the most unpleasant wasted erections after spending so much time with her, he could take this one too. But he didn't have to. For once, he didn't have to. She didn't want him to. When she kissed him again he shivered, looking at her in disbelief. That had been unexpected, after what he had just been up to. He breathed out and moved so she would roll on her back again, and he pressed his forehead against hers. With one more kiss to her lips, he climbed off the bed to shake off what was left of his clothes. Angela chanced a glance at him, his bottom catching her eye as soon as it was visible. Yet when he turned to face her she closed her eyes, if just instinctively. She had seen his manhood once before, and she had shirked away from him, horrified. She wasn't sure it was a good idea to see it now. She didn't want to be predisposed to thinking it wouldn't fit inside her, or so. Sokka climbed atop her again, gazing at Angela intensely as she spread her legs again. He felt her tremble, and he knew he matched her nerves in the same way. He leaned down and kissed her neck, his hands caressing her sides so she would shiver with delight as well as anticipation. He kissed her shoulder as well, and his lips moved to her hand when she lifted it to touch his face. He gave her a meaningful stare, asking her whether she truly was ready for this or not. Angela replied with defiance, her forehead meeting his as she waited for him to finally set aside all his doubts. With one hand cupping her face, he let the other move downwards, caressing her skin and making her shiver again as he reached down to find her core once more. His fingers made certain that her opening was ready for this before he took his hardened, aching manhood into his hand. He gasped just by placing his tip on her entrance, the contact against the head of his cock sending unbelievable jolts of pleasure through his body. With one more look at her, through which he apologized to her wordlessly, he heaved forward. The warm walls welcomed him, but only after he had pushed with enough strength to break her hymen. And Angela shouted with his thrust, her nails digging into his back when the blast of pain shot through her. It's okay, Sokka whispered into her ear, as she clawed at him. He was going to have a brand new set of scars after today, no doubt. That was the bad part. Angela breathed with difficulty now, her eyes wide open. The pain was of the blinding kind, as she could have expected it to be, but somehow it seemed her body wasn't registering it fully. Perhaps the previous pleasure had already overwhelmed her nerves to the point where they couldn't quite convey pain as well as they should have. Sokka frowned in surprise when she kissed his shoulder. He cupped her face in one hand and his intense eyes bore into hers as she breathed out repeatedly. Feeling better? He asked, and she raised her eyebrows, before pressing her forehead to his. Go on. She said, her eyes closed. I think I can take it. If you need me to stop. I don't want you to stop. I'm just saying, if it hurts too much. Sokka. She said, looking at him meaningfully before kissing him. Shut up. He smiled at that and nodded, heaving against her slowly. Angela cringed and he gritted his teeth, withdrawing slightly. The grimace on her face changed into confusion now. Sokka breathed out before sliding into her again, and once more she cringed. He shifted back only a little, and now instead of seeming confused, she seemed to like it. The entry wasn't as good, but the withdrawal after the thrusts were pleasant enough for her, Sokka reflected. He released a breath in a huff and continued in the same way, his rhythm as slow as possible as his hips swayed in a movement that Angela found incredibly sensual despite the lingering pain. She hadn't even imagined he'd move that way. Her nails dug into his back whenever he entered too deeply, but her grip on him loosened whenever he slid out again. Soft moans started escaping her as he pulled away after each thrust, and Sokka sighed as he dropped his head on her shoulder, his hands on her hips. The pain was starting to take the back seat, Azula realized, when even his entrances started to feel just right. She clutched at him, gasping into his ear. His responses were soft growls as he moved, still slowly. Azula looked at Sokka, noticing his face was contorted in a snarl. He was definitely holding back for her sake, but, unbeknownst to Azula, he held back for his own, too. He refused to let himself come undone so easily, not just yet. He didn't want to fight against his urges anymore, but he had to do it for the time being. He couldn't let it be over so quickly. He was shivering as he forced his self-control to the max, still moving into her slowly, filling her more with every new thrust. Azula's lips continued to press on his shoulder, her eyes shut tightly as his shaft traveled further inside of her. Just how much further could he go? She didn't know, and she wanted to. She truly wanted to. Deeper. She whispered, and Sokka's careful self-control threatened to shatter after her request. Say what? Sokka muttered, as he lifted himself to look at her in disbelief. You heard me. She said, taking his face into her hands. Stop holding back already. I can take it. You say so, but... He said, yet he shook his head and sighed. He couldn't keep doing this. He really couldn't. He was a common man, no more than that, and she was warm and tender around his shaft. The sensation was to die for. His arms slid around her body, lifting her slightly from the bed as he embraced her tightly, his hips starting to pick up speed as his thrusts went deeper, as requested. Azula gritted her teeth, the mix of pain and pleasure hard to keep up with at first. Her nails latched onto his back again, whimpers leaving her throat as her legs surrounded his waist. The pain didn't subside as easily as he filled her more deeply, but she trusted it would, in time. Sokka groaned, moving his torso away from her, forcing her nails off his back as he almost removed himself from her entirely. Azula threw her head back, the rush of pleasure when his cock's head brushed against her walls a most delightful surprise. Sokka hummed, the sight of her bare torso making him eager to go on, with his legs spread wide, and hers still wrapped around his waist. He lifted her by the hips and began thrusting in a different way now. More used to the sensations by now, it wasn't quite as painful as before for Azula. In fact, in this new position she found she was starting to forget the pain. Her eyes flew open when she felt him reaching more deeply, no longer as slowly and cautiously as he had, his cock rubbing against her walls more pleasantly than before. Her nails caught his skin again, this time that of his forearms, as his tip rubbed against something far too sensitive. Sokka, you. Oh, hell, do that again. Sokka. She gasped, her nails digging into him more aggressively. Sokka flinched at that, glad that the pain she was causing him now helped distract him from the pleasant sensations in the joining of their bodies. He looked at Azula in amazement, still thrusting into her, his hips crashing against hers now as he continued filling her. Her moans were strange now, as though she were utterly confused and aroused simultaneously. He seemed to have found a weak spot, it looked like. He smiled and watched her with delight, carrying on with the same movements as Azula gritted her teeth, doing her very best not to cry out in pleasure. What the blazes was he doing to her? He growled now, closing his eyes. The pleasure was starting to become too much to take. His hands, still holding her waist, clutched at her hard, his fingers digging into her skin just as her nails did to his forearms. He jerked upwards and Azula moaned loudly, and Sokka knew he couldn't last any longer at this rate. Neither would she, most likely. He gasped, moving back and forth in the same manner, stimulating both himself and Azula regardless of how hard she clawed at him with his every thrust. Sweat rolled down his back as he panted, heaving time after time, knowing each thrust was leading them closer to their finish. Sokka! Sokka! She exclaimed, pushing herself up brusquely. His arms surrounded her body as hers went around his neck, her hands balling into fists as he thrust just one more time. The sensations now were beyond her. Her cry was desperate, loud, and long as she felt him move inside her, as he applied the perfect pressure to that very spot. She shuddered violently, the newest climax making her lightheaded once more. Sokka lifted her and pressed her on her back against the bed again, thrusting fully, penetrating her to the hilt as her walls welcomed him eagerly, jolting and contracting around him so pleasantly he could not resist anymore. Hell, Azula! He groaned, the final rushes of pleasure building up and leading him to the ultimate goal. His orgasm was more violent than hers, shaking through him forcefully and making his entire body weaken atop her. He trembled, groans leaving his throat as he felt his seed depleting him, leaving him to gasp for breath as he thrusted weakly now, whimpering with his lips right next to her ear. It seemed all his strength had left him now that he had finished. Her hands trailed over his midriff gently. He breathed out through his mouth, gazing at her through his now blurry eyesight. Azula! He muttered, almost absent-mindedly. He leaned in and kissed her softly once, twice, thrice, pecking at her lips just for the sake of feeling them against his. Just for the sake of feeling her with him. "Don't you dare, ever tell me?" she said, her face flushed, her golden eyes heavy-lidded as well. "Don't you ever tell me to replace you again, you heard me? Not ever. I won't. I swear, I won't," Sokka replied, smiling, and kissing her more eagerly now. Azula responded to his gesture, one of her hands reaching up to caress his cheek. His lips caressed hers softly, moving to kiss her cheek, her nose, her forehead, everywhere he could touch. Azula simply closed her eyes, breathing out through her mouth slowly as her heart finally slowed its desperate beating. Her hands went to his back, her touch far kinder now, though she was aware she had probably left quite a few scratches on his back. He didn't seem to mind, though, kissing her all over as he was. She sighed in bliss as he smiled at her, his eyes gentler than ever before. He felt he could stay forever as they were just now, holding one another just like this. He shifted ever so slightly, though, and that was when she flinched. He frowned with concern, and his eyes flew open when he realized that, while he was at ease and as comfortable as could be, that sure wasn't the case for her. "Azula," he whispered, pulling away slowly as he separated the joining of their bodies. She moaned weakly, a relaxed expression on her face as she closed her legs, feeling her lower body stiff and numb. But Sokka, kneeling before her as he was, had seen the trickle of red staining his sheets just below her. "Damn! Damn!" he said, gritting his teeth and scrambling off the bed. "Azula, come here." "Huh?" she said, absent-mindedly. She gave him a lazy glance, with which he realized she wasn't going to be too cooperative. He didn't need her to be, though. "You know what? Never mind," he said, grinning, and sliding one hand under her knees, the other on her back. He lifted her with some difficulty, his body still weak after their reckless tryst. He kissed the side of her head as she slumped against him, too exhausted to move anymore. "Where are we going?" she muttered, as he carried her outside of the room, holding her close. "Just to the bathroom." "We won't be long," Sokka said, glancing outside warily. If Song had returned, he sure as hell hadn't noticed it, so he'd better make the trip to the bathroom as quickly as he could. "We just have to clean you up a little, is all." "We?" Azula asked, and Sokka smiled as he climbed down the stairs slowly, his ears perked for any other sounds in the house. Judging by the silence, it didn't seem like there was anyone else home, fortunately. "If that's okay with you, of course," he said, kissing her forehead now. Her hand fell lazily on his chest, her head resting on his shoulder. "Maybe it will be," she whispered softly, and Sokka grinned. He felt awfully self-aware, walking outside while the two of them were fully naked, but fortunately there were no neighbors who could see them, since the nearest houses weren't occupied. Nevertheless, Sokka sped his way to the bathroom, pushing the door open with his foot as he entered it hastily, setting Azula down on the floor carefully. He filled the wooden tub quickly, silently thanking the universe for the Fire Nation's plumbing innovations. Meanwhile, Azula had taken her seat on a stool and was busy cleansing herself already, dumping a bucket of water on herself after warming it up slightly with her bending. Without so much as asking for permission, she grabbed a linen cloth and used it to wipe away the blood from her groin and legs. It looked worse than it had felt, she thought, with a small frown. "Everything okay?" Sokka asked her, and she shrugged. "As long as you didn't like this linen cloth too much," I think so, she said, and he smiled awkwardly. I guess I'll have to ask you to burn it, he said. Same as the sheets. I should probably change them. Go ahead, Angela said, shrugging. I'm afraid the mattress is likely stained by now, though. Can't be helped. He said, gulping. I can burn that too, if you want, she said, with a playful smirk. I guess you wouldn't have anywhere to sleep anymore, but still. Heh, he said, smiling back at her. I'll take that into consideration, if I can afford a new one. I should go deal with the sheets, though. I'll be back in a moment. Go ahead, she said, softly, and he smiled again before leaving her to her own devices. He returned to his room, changing the sheets almost systematically, his mind hardly in the task at hand. As she had guessed, the blood had stained the mattress. He sighed and shook his head, knowing he should have been more careful, but he hadn't expected this to happen, let alone now. How had it even escalated to this point? He had no idea. He could only stare at the stain in his bed, pondering the latest events in utter disbelief. He rolled the sheet to be disposed of into a ball, guessing he'd hand it to Angela for her to burn later, and he returned to the bathroom as quickly as his feet could carry him. He didn't want to be too clingy, or to annoy her by not giving her enough space, but he could barely stomach being away from her right now. He needed to be around her, if just to make sure she was okay. That was quick, she said, as he entered the bathroom again, closing the door behind him. She was already in the bathtub, which was to the brim with foam. Some bubbles floated in midair. It would seem she had gone wild with the bathing salts, something that made Sokka smile. She looked rather adorable, her head sticking out of the wooden tub overflown with bubbles. It was as though she were surrounded by clouds. Would you rather I was gone a little longer? He asked her, with a raised eyebrow. Angela looked at him, as though weighing her answer. Sokka chuckled and sighed. Maybe I should be offended by your silence. I should be offended too, by the fact that you came rushing here and you have made no move to join me yet, Angela said, dropping her head back and looking at Sokka skeptically. Didn't you want to bathe with me ever since you first came to the capital, you stinky wolf? Sokka laughed louder now, which prompted Angela to smile at him. He filled the water bucket as well, dumping its content on his body before cleaning himself up quickly with soap. After filling and dumping the bucket on himself again to rinse the soap off, he finally turned to the tub, where Angela lay in wait, amid bubbles. Sokka heaved himself inside the tub carefully, feeling the effects of the salts as soon as he dipped his foot inside the water. I have to ask, she said, as he slipped into the water completely, making the level rise so that Angela was up to her neck in bubbles now. Even though I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but still, the salts are yours, just like all the hair product, right? Yeah, but that doesn't mean Song doesn't ever use them when she wants to. I mean it. Sokka squeaked as Angela started laughing, a hand going to her forehead. You're such an idiot, she said, grinning. No doubt, he replied, sighing, and looking at her worriedly. He scooted a little closer, though he didn't touch her yet, unsure of himself despite she seemed to be in a pleasant mood right now. How are you feeling, though? Does it hurt much? It doesn't hurt that badly right now, she said. But it's bound to get worse when it's healing, maybe. I really don't know, though. It hurt badly at first, back in your room, but it got better after a while. I'm glad it did, he said, as she looked at him, her eyes soft but her eyebrows drawn together somewhat reproachfully. He gulped. Angela. You really are an idiot, you know, she said, no longer smiling. In as many senses as possible. I really can't understand how you allowed all that get to you as it did, Sokka. I don't know, to be honest, he said, resting against the tub, sighing. I just felt helpless, and hopeless. Maybe it's because now I know what you'd been aiming for all along. I felt like I had to fight for your dream now, for your goal as well as my own. Almost as though I were a protector of it, as though knowing that you had high expectations of me, that you trusted me to help you achieve your objective, would make me invincible. But, of course, that wasn't the case. The result of the fight already bothered me enough, but add to that what Admiral Sideburns told you. Say what you will, you're still an idiot, Angela said, shaking her head, and Sokka nodded. Never denied it. You do realize that the main reason I'm doing this, that the dream you talk about protecting, is precisely about proving Zhao wrong? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka blinked a few times and frowned. Just what am I going to prove by doing as he told me to, by finding myself some other gladiator because he believes you aren't strong enough? Well, it's not just about whether he believes it or not, said Sokka, looking at Azula meaningfully. It's true that I'm not that strong, Azula. And it's true as well that I don't have you around because of that. It's not why I chose you, and I never expected you to be stronger than Demmed Combustion Man anyways, she said, staring right back at him with determination. So whatever Zhao says, Sokka, forget it. If I'm out to prove him wrong, you can't falter over every small thing you hear him say. Else he wins either way. I guess, but it would be easier, I figured, if you found someone stronger. It's why I said all I said. Sorry if it came out wrong, he said, looking at her worriedly. Well, I never said I'd picked the easiest way to deal with this, Azula muttered, biting her lower lip. So it could be easier to do that. But I won't rely on anyone other than you if I can avoid it. It's great to know you trust me that much, he said, with a small smile that was followed by an intense and earnest stare. I don't want to leave you, Azula, believe me on that. Heck, had you listened to what I said and actually decided to find someone else, I would have stayed around anyhow, just because, well, you. Azula repeated, her eyebrows raised. Sokka smiled, a weak blush on his cheeks. I simply don't want to live without you, he said, and her eyes widened. Even in the off case that I could do it, and I suspect I outright can't, I just don't want to. You make me so damn happy, and I'm a fool, but I just... Sokka, she whispered, her hand reaching through the water until she found his fingers and gave them a squeeze. Sokka smiled at her. I love you, he said, his blue eyes gleaming. Just being away from you for a few days makes me so damn miserable, spending months without so much as seeing your face was sheer agony. So, going away because I can't finish the job? I couldn't even if I tried. Not anymore. Well, that's actually surprising, Azula said, swallowing hard and trying to ignore the burning sensation in her throat. I never imagined that your feelings ran as deep as that. I guess you couldn't have known. I'd never told you as much, said Sokka, smiling. I just didn't think I had to. It looked like we'd be partners forever, up until it didn't. Up until I started to think that maybe you would be better off with someone else. Would I be better off with someone else? Azula said, looking at him as she floated closer towards him. It might be, but I don't want anyone else. No one else would do. It has to be you, and you know it. No doubt I'm the luckiest man alive because of that, he said, ever taking her off guard with his charming smile. She couldn't resist the urge to lean close to kiss him. He continued to smile into the kiss, his arms around her as his heart picked up speed again. To this day, and surely forever, every exchange between them would thrill him, excite him, and each and every moment they shared convinced him all over again of the words he had told her, that he was the luckiest man in the world. Even when she was trying to kill him, of course. Still, don't you think you were a little extreme back there, by fighting me like that? He asked, raising his eyebrows. Azula snorted and laughed, dropping her head on his shoulder. I mean, you could have just said, no, I'm not doing that, I won't give the bastard the satisfaction, and I would have shut up, you know. I wasn't entirely sure just why you were saying the things you were saying, you see, she said, caressing his chest. For a moment there I just lost it because I was a wicked mastermind who had plotted this from the start. He said, smiling at her. Did you really believe that? I don't know. It was the worst-case scenario, at the very least, she said, chuckling. No doubt, but I can assure you I'm not that good at playing a part, he said, smirking. I wish I could say I am, but you know I'm not. Well, your blunt honesty is definitely amongst your best features, believe it or not, she said, pressing against him. Sokka swallowed, finding his mouth was dry. Just how was he supposed to handle this? What he had dreamt of hopelessly, what he had always thought would be impossible for him, it was happening right here, right now. The woman he loved, the most fascinating, beautiful, intelligent woman he knew, was hugging him, both of them fully naked in a tub. It would have been too good to be true, but it was true. And he could barely give his eyes credit as he held her, wondering if his stupid smile was just as stupid as he thought it was. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," he finally said, sighing. "At times it feels like my idiotic honesty only serves to cause problems between us more often than not. My pathetic insecurities don't help either, in that case," she said, looking at him almost apologetically. I never really expected this to happen. You were a damn unexpected surprise from the very start, you moron. And things just don't go that well for me all the time, you see. They do when I scheme to make them so, usually, but not by chance. I'm not used to trusting someone in the ways I've learned to trust you. And heck, my personal relationships so far have been failures more often than not. The only man I got along with before meeting you was my father, no less, and my only friends were my entirely. I'm not used to this. Romance was never my thing. Hence why I'm likely to mess things up between us more often than not. You can say that all you want, but I feel most the time it's been me who messed things up. And I'm sorry for that," he said, kissing her left temple. "I keep saying stupid things, and I only realize I've hurt you when it's too late to take it back. So, I'm really an idiot after all, aren't I?" "I'm afraid we both are," Angela said, with a small smile. "Might be why we've ended up in this mess together, after all." Sokka grinned, looking into her eyes to find hers were warm and gentle again. He leaned down to kiss her lips, and she responded to the gesture with delight. His arms went around her, the friction between their submerged bodies smooth and pleasant as he lifted her, placing her on his lap. The pain in her groin prompted her to shift in place so she could sit comfortably atop him. Once she found a pain-free position, Angela leaned closer to him, pressing her chest against his, and Sokka sighed as he continued kissing her, a hand on the back of her neck now. They were breathless when the kiss ended, their foreheads pressed together. Sokka suddenly beamed, a soft chuckle escaping him as held her closer, hugging her tight and dropping his head on her shoulder now. "What's so funny?" Angela asked, her eyes closed as she let her fingers slide into the wet strands of his hair. "Not funny, just unbelievable, in the best sense of the word," he said, prompting her to smile as well. "I'm so happy right now, damn it all. To think you were such a miserable mess when I got here," she said, smirking, and he laughed more. "See, you brighten my world. Okay, that's about enough of corny sayings, don't you think?" she said, huffing, and prompting him to laugh more. "Sorry to be blunt, but I'm not into being that mushy, believe it or not." "Not hard to believe," he said, leaning back again as he took in her beauty, still with the same large smile on his face. "But I can't really help myself right now." "Do you expect you'll be able to help yourself at some point?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows, and Sokka laughed again before shaking his head. "So, you're saying I'm going to have to put up with you being sickeningly sweet from now on? Spirits save me." "Sorry," he said, chuckling. "I'll try to keep it in check, though. I'll only say what I think when I really can't hold it in." "Sokka, you never hold anything in. Don't expect me to believe any promises about how you'll learn to hold your tongue now," she said, looking at him in skeptical amusement. Sokka kept laughing, his eyes gleaming as they met hers. "All right, then. Whenever I say something mushy that you can't help but hate, kiss me and then I'll shut up," he suggested, shrugging. Angela raised her eyebrows but smiled. "Are you blackmailing me into kissing you? What a piece of work you are, Gladiator," she said, shaking her head and pressing her forehead to his. "Shameless to no end." "Can't help myself when it comes to you," he said, and after rolling her eyes, Angela kissed him, to his amusement. "Heh, you did it. I'll have to learn to identify just when you're going to say something stupid, though," she said, smirking. "The point is to shut you up mid-sentence, after all. I can't find a reason to be bothered by that, honestly," he said, grinning as he prodded the tip of her nose with his. You're the worst, Angela muttered, prompting him to laugh again as she nuzzled his neck. And you're the best, he said, smiling with his eyes closed. Angela rolled her eyes again. I think I'm going to try to blame the bath for your bubbly mood, she said, and Sokka snorted. And speaking of which, we probably shouldn't stay in here that long. We'll start pruning. Ah? But, there's nothing wrong with staying here a little longer, Sokka said, pouting as Angela floated off his lap. How much longer? She asked, looking at him with amusement. How about forever, for starters? Yeah, sure, said Angela, smirking and rolling her eyes as she floated towards the edge of the tub. Sokka smiled at her reaction as she stood up, the water running down her bare body gracefully. He couldn't help but sigh upon the sight of her. How he had longed to see her, all of her, and now he had, he thought, as she lifted herself over the edge of the wooden tub. She cringed a little as she moved, pangs of pain bursting between her legs at times, but she did her best to bear with them as she walked towards the bathroom's storage closet, searching for a towel. You can use my towel if you want, he said, standing up as well. There was no point in staying here if she was leaving, he reasoned, as he emptied the tub. Angela frowned at him inquisitively, unsure of which of the two towels hanging on pegs was his, so she had to wait until he had climbed out of the tub too. He approached the storage and reached for the furthest towel, but instead of handing it to the princess, he spread it open and grinned at her. She raised an eyebrow. Come on, drying you is the least I can do, he said, still smiling. Angela chuckled a little and sighed in resignation as he wrapped the towel around her, taking the chance to surround her in his arms once more. It took a while before the two of them were fully dry. Angela donned a bathing robe that she found in the storage closet while Sokka was drying himself, and she couldn't help but laugh at how aghast he was to see her wearing clothes again. His pouts and complaints were quickly forgotten when he lifted her up bridal style again, right after he had wrapped his towel around his waist. You do realize I have just proved I can walk on my own, regardless of the pain, right? Angela said, looking at him skeptically as he carried her out of the bathroom. You can, but you don't have to, he told her, smiling once again. It must be uncomfortable for you to move too much right now. Besides, I thought you'd enjoy the pampering. I do, but I'm not that helpless, she said, and he chuckled. All right, I won't carry you around anymore if you don't want me to, he said, sighing dramatically. After this time, though. Angela rolled her eyes but she smiled anyways as she rested against his bare chest, relaxing in his grip. He carried her back to his room, placing her on the bed gently. It should have come as no surprise for her arms to snake around his neck once he had laid her on her back, pulling him down with her in order to take another kiss from his lips. Sokka indulged her, closing his eyes and letting her explore his mouth as she kissed him deeply. Again, they only stopped when they were breathless, and again they couldn't help but smile as they looked at each other. Sokka dropped beside her, his eyes glued to her figure, fascinated completely by her. The loving gaze he gave her, in turn, was beyond mesmerizing for Angela. I seriously think I'll explode, Sokka said, chuckling as he caressed her cheek with a hand. You're so beautiful, damn. And you're an idiot, she whispered, with absolutely no spite in her voice as she closed her eyes and enjoyed the touch of his fingers. Though, you seem to be lacking in a certain department, I have to confess. Sokka's good mood was quickly replaced by uncertainty and horror upon hearing those words. His jaw fell open as his eyes widened, afraid to ask the question he had to ask, but asking it nonetheless. What do you mean by that, exactly? He said, pushing himself up and looking at her with dread in his eyes as Angela smirked. I think, you have absolutely no idea how to make a bed, is all, she said, smiling and pulling at the sheet. Sokka breathed out in relief, dropping heavily on the bed again as she laughed at his reaction. That was mean, Angela, seriously. He said, as she continued to laugh. But it's true. There are all sorts of wrinkles underneath me, and see? The sheet already came loose when I pulled it. That's not what it's supposed to do, you know. Well, do excuse me for being hopeless with housekeeping chores, Sokka pouted, to Angela's amusement. But despite all that criticism, I don't think you're any use with them either. You're a peasant, you have to learn to deal with these things yourself, said Angela, smirking. It's natural that I wouldn't know how to do it, but you should be capable of it and yet you're not. Heh, well then, since you're being mean now I'm not going to help you with your hair this time, Sokka said, dropping on his back, his arms crossed behind his head. Angela raised an eyebrow and looked at him with amusement. Is that so? She asked, as she crept over the mattress towards him, a malicious smirk on her face. Well, I'm open for negotiations, truth be told, he said, prompting her to smile as she leaned down to kiss him again. Sokka's eyes rolled back in bliss as he cupped her cheek with a hand, enjoying the deep kiss thoroughly. Want to help me now? She asked when they parted, and he smiled. You should manipulate me this way more often, you know. You'd have your way every time, he said, and Angela smirked. Don't I already? She asked, as he chuckled and climbed off the bed, heading towards his dresser. Angela watched him move, supporting her weight on her elbows as she looked at his back. There were red marks all over it, marks she knew she had left on him. Are you okay? She asked him, and he looked at her with disbelief as he picked up his brush. Actually, no, because I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life. Why the question? He asked, smirking. Angela blushed and shook her head. It's just, you've got quite a few scratches down your back. Don't they sting? Heh. I didn't even remember them anymore, Sokka said, blinking blankly before smiling and shrugging. Really, they're no big deal. You've done worse to me, and I sure did worse to you, too. I guess, she said, her eye caught now by a sheet rolled into a ball, sitting on the corner. Is that the sheet I need to burn? Oh, yeah. You don't have to do it yet, but make sure not to forget it, said Sokka, returning to the bed and smiling at her. So, you should sit up if you want me to brush your hair, you know. Angela didn't respond, though, busy staring at the bundled sheet as she was. Sokka raised an eyebrow as he realized she was frowning. Her eyes gained a quality he didn't think suited them so much, fear. He gulped and waved a hand in front of her, but she still didn't react. Angela. He called, looking at her worriedly. We had sex, she said, uttering the words with all the weight they carried. Sokka, we had sex. Yeah, we did, he said, unable to keep from smiling at the thought. Angela glared at him. Sokka! She exclaimed, pushing herself up to a sitting position and flinching at the pang of pain she felt in her groin after her sudden movement. Hell! You alright? He asked her, grimacing with concern. His attempt to move closer soon failed, and instead he was inching back over her disbelieving glare. Alright. You ask me if I'm alright when we just did what we did? She exclaimed. Sokka swallowed hard. Well, you looked like you were in pain just now, so. Oh, this? Ha. This is nothing. Angela exclaimed, with hysterical laugh as she lifted a hand to her damp hair. Because what my father is going to do to us, heck, this is going to amount to nothing in comparison. That's it. We're doomed. Spirits, we're such idiots. She dropped heavily on the mattress now, the sheets indeed coming loose now as she covered her face with her hands. Sokka remained sitting beside her, biting his lip nervously. How could we do this? After all this time, after knowing exactly what was coming, and now it's, gods, we've really done it now, she said, shaking her head. Sokka nodded. Yep. We've done it, in every sense of the phrase, he said, unable to contain a small smirk. Angela groaned and glared at him. Not the time for you to bask in the fact that you scored, you know. She said, through gritted teeth. Sokka chuckled. Yeah, maybe not, he said, as she pushed herself up to a sitting position, looking at him with irritation. But, hey, don't look at me that way. I'll look at you this way, damn you, because you don't even know half of it. I'm getting it worse than Ty Lee now, because for crying out loud, I'm Crown Princess. I'm Crown Princess. And I've been deflowered before my wedding night. I'm so dead. So dead. Worse than Ty Lee? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? What else? Why do you think she's free to fuck Haru all over the place without anyone giving a damn? Angela asked, looking at him skeptically. You never did the math. Well, nobody ever told me anything, I didn't know there was any math to be made. Ty Lee was caught with some slobby boyfriend of hers back when we were still teenagers, Angela said, huffing. I think she was around 16, 17, I can't even remember now. The point is, her parents caught them and that was it for her dignity, her honor, and everything she was supposed to uphold for her family. Everyone found out, of course, because gossip travels quicker than lightning in this damn city. And so, she was disgraced, to the point where she was almost completely disowned. It's why she doesn't live with her parents despite she's not married, they had her move out. They used to help her with money before, no idea if they still do, but they were so displeased about it all that they barely wanted to agree to do that. Truth is, she only survived that disaster because of her longtime friendship with me. If that hadn't given her social status all on its own, hell knows where she would be now. Not even her old circus would have taken her anymore, likely. Wow, said Sokka, his eyes wide. I never really thought about that. I mean, I thought it was odd, but, then your friendship saved her. It spared her from the worst of it, really, said Angela, shrugging. Being friends with the princess always came in handy, but never as much as it did when that happened. My father wasn't particularly pleased about the whole matter, but he didn't care much if I stood by her either way. It wasn't my dignity in jeopardy back then, so it barely mattered to him. But now. Still, though. He said, scratching the back of his head and looking at Angela with a frown. Angela looked at him skeptically. Still what? She snapped. You think it won't be that bad because everyone thinks highly of me? Well, that's right, it's only going to be a million times worse because of that. Heck, if anything, being killed immediately for our great crime wouldn't be all that bad. Living through the punishment will be far worse. You know, you could stop being such a fatalist, he said, pouting and looking at her skeptically. I'm not being a fatalist, I'm being realistic. She exclaimed. We're done for, Sokka. Simple as that. You're most definitely not being realistic, Angela, said Sokka, folding his arms over his chest. Because if you were, you'd realize one small detail I'm pretty sure you've failed to notice. Oh? Pray tell, what is this detail that eludes me? She growled. You said we're dead, with utmost certainty, Sokka said. Well, turns out we would be dead indeed, if your father finds out. But I'm not going to run to the palace to tell him all about it, and I'm pretty sure neither will you. So, just how is he going to find out? How? He will find out eventually, like it or not, Sokka. Angela exclaimed. Once I'm forced to marry someone, for sure. Because unless my future husband were a monumental idiot who won't be able to tell I'm not a virgin, my status will be revealed one way or another anyways. And then my father will indeed kill you, and probably make me watch, before killing me too. How do you feel about that, huh? How do I feel? I feel like now, more than ever, I'm happy you convinced your dad to have your suitors find gladiators who could defeat me before being allowed to court you, he said, his voice perfectly calm and level. Because that way I'll make sure things never come to that. Angela froze, the deal she had struck with her father having slipped her mind altogether. Sokka smiled at her blank expression. So, all in all, it's not an ideal situation, I know, he said, scooting closer to her, the brush still in hand. But regardless, it's not as bad right now as you might have feared it was. If we're careful, and manage to hide what's happened between us. Oh? Because that sure will be easy. Angela said, sarcastically, as he crossed his legs and sat next to her, sliding the brush over a strand of her hair slowly. I didn't say it'd be easy, but... I don't think we're that obvious, he said, smirking. Else a lot of people would have thought we've been doing it for ages now. Well, we weren't doing this, but we weren't exactly innocent either, Angela said, sighing as she relaxed a little with his every brush of her hair. And several people sure noticed. Ty Lee has been pestering me about you ever since she first saw you, I knew as well that there was something going on, and while maybe Haru hadn't noticed, and neither had Zuko and his dear Suki, you made a fool of us both and hugged me in front of them. After that, even they would have guessed something was happening anyways. Oh, well. I admit I couldn't help myself back then, he said, chuckling. But it was all I could do not to kiss you. Hugging seemed a little less dangerous. Still was damn dangerous, Azula said, and Sokka sighed. My bad, my bad. I won't do that anymore. From now on, we're going to be straight arrows in public. You will insult me and be overly passive-aggressive towards me, while I'll be sarcastic, non-compliant, and uneducated, as per usual. Overly what, now? Azula asked, looking at him over her shoulder with a raised eyebrow. Sokka grinned. See, just like that. Menacing tone, scary look in your eyes, you've got it down perfectly, he said, and earned himself an elbow to the ribs. Ow. Moron, she said, shaking her head but, despite herself, smiling. You are truly an idiot, you know, but you like that about me? Sokka said, wistfully, still clutching his side. I wasn't going to say that, Azula muttered, and Sokka pouted. In fact, I was going to say you could be right about this. Huh. About my father, the suitors, and about acting as though nothing happened. It's the only way to proceed anyways, she said, sighing. Before, the struggle was to resist, now it's about keeping this a secret. We will never have a normal relationship, will we? I'm afraid not, he said, as she sighed and dropped against him. Sorry about your ribs, she said, and he smiled. And your back. And your arms, and for attacking you as I did earlier. I've pulled one hell of a number on you today, huh? I already told you, it's nothing, he said, kissing the top of her head. Now, should I get back to the brushing? Please do, she said, sitting upright again as he resumed his task. Still, it's a worrisome matter, Sokka. If my father gains any motive to suspect I've been defiled, at a lack of a better word, we'll face consequences I doubt you really understand. I mean, you'd lose everything you've fought for, wouldn't you? Sokka muttered, biting his lower lip. All you've accomplished, it'll amount to nothing if it's known you were with me. It will. Though I guess that was true to even the smaller things we did before, she said. If my father knew you've so much as kissed me, he'd have your head for that already. Damn, you're held to some fairly ridiculous standards of purity, aren't you? Sokka said, grimacing. I take it you can't even hold a man's hand. I'm not supposed to, no, she said, with a weak grin. Sokka gulped. Well, no doubt I'll pay for this if it's ever known, but as I said, I don't mean to let it be known, he said, setting aside the brush and surrounding her with his arms. I'll keep you to myself forever if I can get away with it. Forever is an awfully long time to bear with me, you know. Azula said, smirking. Sokka chuckled. I'm afraid I wouldn't notice if it is a long time or not. Actually, I might feel like it's not enough time if I'm with you, he said, and she sighed. I really need to learn to stop you from saying those things, she said, shaking her head as he grinned, kissing her neck. You're unbelievable. I can't help it. He said, chuckling, and holding her tighter. Azula smiled. There are so many things I've wanted to tell you for ages, and I never thought I could say them, but now I feel free to do just that. So, feeling free to say all the nonsense that crosses your mind doesn't mean you have to say it all at once, you know. Azula said, smirking at him. If you really mean to make it so nobody ever finds out about us, then that means we'll be together like this for the foreseeable future, right? I hope so, said Sokka, with a small voice. Then you should have a decent amount of time to spread out all your mushiness without overwhelming me. Thank you very much, Azula said, and Sokka laughed. Okay, I'll try to spread it out, but I can't promise anything, he said, his eyes closed, his hands resting on her abdomen, and so he felt the way her stomach groaned powerfully. He raised an eyebrow and Azula smiled guiltily. I suppose you haven't eaten all your food supplies, or have you? Wouldn't surprise me if you had, truth be told, but... She whispered, and he chuckled, kissing her neck. I'll see what I can find. Wait here, he said, reaching to kiss her lips now. She returned the gesture softly before he moved away, unable to help from smiling as he slid out of her reach for the time being. She rested on the bed, unpleasant thoughts scrolling through her mind slowly as she wondered just what she was supposed to do now. Sokka was right about the way they had to protect their relationship, but it seemed easier said than done to her. She could do her best to act normally, but she feared Sokka's acting might not be too convincing. For how long could they keep this secret? Could they keep it at all? A secret relationship had its obvious appeals, but in this case it was more terrifying than anything, if she gave it enough thought. Would it all have been worth the risk, should the worst-case scenario unfold? Sokka rushed through the house, only stopping to think Song ought to be home by now once he was at the bottom of the stairs. He gulped and looked around the kitchen, noticing quickly that the shopping basket was there, but she wasn't around, seemed like. Normally she would be in here cooking dinner by now, it was odd that she wasn't. Perhaps she had forgotten to pick up some ingredients. He swallowed hard and realized the first person they had to keep this a secret from was Song. It would prove hard, perhaps even impossible, but in all fairness, who would she tell? Surely Azula would want no loose ends, but Song barely counted as one, right? After loading a wooden tray with leftovers and snacks, Sokka returned to his room, biting his lower lip as he tried to balance all the food he'd brought with him. I don't think I needed that much, in all honesty. Azula said, and Sokka smiled goofily. Well, whatever you don't want, I'll eat myself, he said, setting down the tray before her. Azula looked at its content with interest before picking whatever dish caught her attention first, and Sokka took his seat beside her, still smiling as he looked at her. Are you going to stare at me forever or will you actually start eating? She asked, with her eyebrows raised as Sokka came back to his senses after she spoke. It was her turn to smile as he picked up a muffin, his cheeks flushed as his face sported a grin that wouldn't fade away from it anytime soon. There was little conversation as they ate, but often they cast furtive glances at one another, glances that ended in embarrassed smiles once the other caught them. Azula soon dropped on the bed, satisfied, but Sokka, as expected, continued filling his stomach happily until the tray was clear. Your appetite is a thing of nightmares, she said, smirking at him as he lifted the tray and climbed off the bed, heading towards the dresser in order to place it there. No need to be scared, princess, I won't eat you, not in this sense anyways, he said, winking at her. Azula felt the blood rushing to her face as she shook her head, prompting him to laugh as he set the tray out of the way. As he was returning to the bed, though, the towel around his waist came loose. Sokka tripped over it as it slid down to his feet, and he stumbled as he fell on the bed again. Are you okay? Azula asked him, with raised eyebrows. Sokka gave her a gawkish smile. I'm fine, just a little mishap, but I should probably cover up again, right? He said, gulping as he noticed Azula's gaze had gone down to his groin, a prominent blush still coloring her cheeks. Why you know, you should, I guess, but... she said, sighing as he raised an eyebrow, confused. What? You like what you see? Sokka asked, smirking playfully and earning himself a vicious glare. It's merely that I'm thinking I have to get used to it, she said. Now we've reached this point in our relationship, I think I'll have to see it a lot more and being a prude really doesn't suit me, now, does it? It's cute enough if you ask me, Sokka said, chuckling despite knowing that wouldn't make Azula any more comfortable. Again, she glared at him. But really, you don't have to force yourself to see anything you don't want to. I can just cover. Don't do it, I said, she growled, reaching out to him and pulling him towards her forcefully. Sokka laughed. I'll get over it better this way. Fine, girl, fine. He said, smiling as he dropped on the bed, smiling as he gazed at her. But then, just saying, shouldn't you get used to being naked around me as well? I guess, Azula muttered, gulping as she sighed and pulled at the robe's sash. Sokka pushed himself up and helped take the robe off her shoulders. His breath caught on his throat even if he was only seeing her naked back from where he was. Hell, he said, smiling in amazement. You're so beautiful I could cry, damn it. Huh. Azula said, as Sokka chuckled, discarding the robe. She looked at him in disbelief, still flustered. I just can't, hell, I can't handle you, he said, laughing as he flexed his knees, looking at her with a large grin as he crossed his arms over his flexed legs, his face resting atop his forearms. I can't even process that this really happened, and that you're here, after all this time. It's a lot to take, you know. It definitely is, Angela conceded, with a weak grin as she breathed out, trying to relax. I've never been naked around a man before, you know. So indeed, it's a lot for both of us. Damn, and I'm the one who gets to see you like this, Sokka said, chuckling. Yep, I'm the luckiest man alive. Definitely. Come on, after everything I've done to you, everything that has happened to you, you think you're lucky? Angela asked, skeptical, though he merely shrugged and smiled. Maybe I wasn't always that lucky, but right now? Right now I'm sure I am, he said, as he dropped on the mattress. You're here, with me, naked, on my bed. I've genuinely thought about this for so long, but I just never thought. How long, exactly? Angela asked, dropping next to him, and Sokka stopped talking, blinking blankly. Huh. I'm just wondering, when did you start thinking about me in this way? Angela said, turning on her side and looking at him inquisitively. It wasn't from the very start, I hope, though the whole matter of the blue fire actually makes me think it was. Yeah, well, not exactly, he said, with a smile. The whole blue fire thing was a stupid comment. I was a little too dazed by the fact that you were the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. And how about the fact that we were about to fight each other? Or is it you don't remember that part anymore? Angela asked, and Sokka chuckled. Yes, that too, he conceded. I was slightly overwhelmed by the circumstances. I mean, you were the first girl I'd met who was close to my age and who wasn't related to me. You have to understand I just had no idea how to proceed. So, making some sort of innuendo was your best idea, naturally, said Angela, smirking. I'm still wondering, though, what exactly did you mean with that? Yug. Sokka said, his eyes widening with panic. Angela raised her eyebrows. You said most people would be too busy looking at my blue fire, or something like that. It was pretty clear you didn't mean it literally, but you were standing a little too far for me to know whether you were staring at my chest or something like that. Well, in all fairness, I had no suspicions about just how perfect your breasts were until now, he said, allowing his gaze to travel to them. Again, Angela blushed, but she fought the urge to cover up. She had to get over this nonsense. All those fabrics in the way, and your armor. I couldn't have possibly imagined just how great they were back then, you know. Well, then, if that wasn't it, what was? Angela asked, and he gulped. Do I really have to say it? He groaned, shaking his head. Well, I could see your curves anyhow, even if your breasts were so heavily covered, so I was, looking at your waist. And your hips. And even though I couldn't quite see it, I started to think that your royal rear was bound to be quite curvy too. For crying out loud, Angela said, before bursting with laughter. Sokka smiled awkwardly, a hand on his face. I'm very sorry for my shamelessness, I am a hopeless idiot, always have been, he said, as she continued to laugh. But as I said, you were gorgeous, and I realized it as soon as I saw you. I couldn't keep my mind in check, so I'm sorry for thinking about your butt in that way. No wonder you touched it as you did when we first kissed, Angela said, chuckling now as Sokka blushed deeply. Was it up to your expectations, then? Pfft. Angela, you are never up to the expectations. You are always so far above them that by now I don't even know why I bother holding any expectations whenever you're up to something, he said, smirking. So even your perfect butt is absolutely perfect. Nothing about you ever comes short, you know. Well, yours isn't half bad either, I admit. She said, and Sokka jumped in surprise. Huh. You looked at my butt too, didn't you? I knew I wasn't the only one with a twisted mind around here. He exclaimed, as Angela laughed once more. Still, if the blue fire instance wasn't what did it, according to you, What was? She asked, and Sokka huffed. I could ask you the same thing, you know. He said, folding his arms over his chest and pouting. Well, ask if you want, but answer me first, she said, smirking. Come on, stop resisting. Give it up now. Ugh, you'll probably kill me, he said, and she frowned as he sighed. Why, you know how things were different, once Piandao was gone. We spent a lot more time together than we used to back then. You'd come to see me here, we'd be around each other more often than usual. Yes. Angela said, raising an eyebrow. She didn't think something like this was worth killing him over, at least not yet. No doubt he hadn't reached the thick of his story. Well, I'd always thought you were beautiful, but, for starters, back then I was, stupider still, he said, gulping. So, while I really liked what I saw, I never expected to do anything about it because I just didn't know you as well as I do now. You didn't trust me back then, yes. I remember, Angela said, and Sokka sighed. So because I didn't, I didn't really think about you and me as anything but gladiator and sponsor. Until you what? Angela asked, looking at him inquisitively after he remained silent for a while. He sighed in resignation. Until I had a naughty dream about you, he said, with a dry grin. Angela's eyes widened. You had a what, now? She said. That wasn't what she'd expected to hear. Sokka blushed deeply. I am not proud of it, I assure you of that. He said, as she looked at him with indignation but also curiosity. Well, seeing how shameless you are, I'm not sure I can believe that, she said, smirking. Do tell, then, what were we doing in this naughty dream of yours? Ugh, Angela, isn't this much knowledge enough? He asked, looking at her with pleading eyes. She shook her head. Talk. Or your dream won't ever become a reality, unless it was something we already did, in which case, then it's never going to happen again. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, said Sokka, sighing in resignation and shaking his head. Well, it's never happened, and I actually don't expect it to, so I wasn't holding my breath either way. Just spit it out, Sokka, Angela said, poking his shoulder. Sokka looked at her warily before sighing, his insides twisting as he sought the courage to put the unspeakable dream into words. For starters, I was naked. Wow. Big surprise. Oh, come on. Sokka exclaimed, as Angela chuckled. Yeah, okay, that was obvious enough, but see, why you were. I was what? She asked, looking at him insistently as Sokka closed his eyes and grimaced. You were giving me oral sex, is what, he said, and her amusement morphed into distaste as she looked at him in disapproval. Yeah, see. You didn't want to hear it, but you made me say it. Now you think I'm a pervert and you'll be scarred for a lifetime because of what I dreamt. Now, in all fairness, I've thought you are one for a long time now, but the depths of your dirty mind hadn't fazed me until now, Angela said, chuckling as she fell on her back again, Sokka blushing wildly next to her. Well, I didn't mean for that dream to happen, you know. Sokka squealed, looking at her with a pout. No doubt, but that doesn't make it any better, said Angela, smirking. Hell, your subconscious mind truly betrayed you if you dreamed something like that. It did indeed, he said, grimacing. I hadn't expected it, and I wasn't entirely happy about it, you know? It's why I spent that day acting as I did. What day are we talking about, exactly? Angela asked, and Sokka gulped. You know, when I fought the Eastern Wayfarer. You know, when I first offered to teach you how to use swords. The same day Mai's kid was born. Right. You were acting strange that day, she reflected, with a small frown. And it was because you were horny. Well, can't say it doesn't add up, honestly. Come on, give me a break. It's not like I was proud of it, he groaned, as she chuckled. Seriously, Sokka, shameless even in your sleep. Me, doing something so foul. What did you? Hey. I ate you out. He exclaimed, looking at her indignantly as she laughed and shrugged. You did, but I can't remember asking you to, or did I? She said, and Sokka looked at her in sheer horror. Granted, I enjoyed it, but it was your idea. I never expected it from you, honestly. And I can't imagine myself returning the favor. Clearly you have already imagined it well enough for both of us, but seriously. Well, it's not like I was going to make you do it, he said, rolling on the bed so he was lying on his stomach instead. You're not forced to do anything. So, you're not going to appeal to my honor as a princess to make me return the favor? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. How gallant of you, if that's so. Ah, but I will appeal to your honor as a princess, he said, smirking. And now you're going to tell me about when you started thinking of me in a sexual way. Thank you very much. Said Azula, biting her lower lip and looking at the ceiling. Well, it was quite a long time ago. I figured, he said, smiling proudly. I saw how you gaped at me that time, back at Piandeo's, you know? You were so embarrassed. I've always wondered about what you were thinking as you saw me throwing the water over my head as I did. I was thinking you were a shameless moron, if you must know, Azula said, and Sokka laughed. Of course, and that's why you were blushing so deeply. Come on, be honest. I already confessed my truth, it's your turn to do the same. Fine, she said, sighing and shaking her head. I suppose it was a little before that. I didn't really take it so seriously, though. I only started to genuinely think of it as something that could happen after our drunken night on our way to the slate. But I guess my first time pondering the possibility was, well, Ty Lee's fault, unsurprisingly. Huh. Sokka said, raising an eyebrow and smirking as Azula covered her face with a hand. Remember your very first fight? After I returned to the capital, having succeeded at shaking off Chan's marriage proposal, I ran into Mai and Ty Lee, and I can't even remember why, but Ty Lee suddenly started rambling about how Water Tribe men surely were the best in bed or something like that. And that planted the seed of the idea in your head? Wow, said Sokka, chuckling, and Azula huffed. Granted, I'd thought you were good looking before that, but you did. Oh, shut up, of course I did, she growled, and Sokka laughed happily. But the thing is, I didn't really think about anything happening between us until then. And add to that your ridiculous display when I went to find you that day, with the bucket of water. Hee, I knew you had been more affected by that than you were willing to admit, Sokka said, grinning. And see? You were a perv before I was. Ha. I wasn't. Oh, please, she said, rolling her eyes as Sokka chuckled and rolled onto his side, draping a hand over her waist. Azula glared at him. I had no filthy dreams about you, thank you very much. And even if the idea crossed my mind, I already said I never expected it to happen for real until a few weeks ago, so knock it off. No need to be so angry, he said, still laughing a little. Though you're cute when you're angry, you know. I'm all the cuter when I set you on fire, I think, Azula growled, and Sokka laughed more. Quit laughing. I can't. Ilo dash. He started, but he was silenced when she grabbed him by the chin and kissed him forcefully, freezing him cold. Ha, Azula said, smirking when she pulled away. Enough mushiness, I said. But I really do L dash. Another kiss silenced him, but this time he could only laugh as she pushed him on his back, climbing atop him. She had only meant to shut him up at first, but the harsh kiss grew smoother as his hand went to the nape of her neck, the other surrounding her waist. His lips responded, his tongue reaching out for hers. She complied with his wishes soon enough, her eyes closing with a flutter as she enjoyed the exchange thoroughly. All right, you'd rather I show it than say it, looks like, said Sokka, smiling as they parted. Azula smirked. It's a lot more fun that way, don't you think? She said, as he chuckled and leaned in, kissing her again. Their bodies were pressed together fully, in perfect harmony. His hands now danced over her skin, making her sigh as she felt him touch her. There was nothing like being desired by the same person you wanted, she concluded, as she dropped her head on his shoulder, basking in his gentle caresses. You okay? Sokka asked, looking at her gently. Angela only smiled a little. "To be honest, I'm somewhat tired," she said, and he grinned back. "Then we can get some rest. It's been a crazy day for both of us." "And naps are good," he said, still smiling broadly as Angela chuckled. "You're an idiot," she whispered for the umpteenth time that day, and he smirked. "You're idiot, though." "That's right." His smile grew kinder after that as he noticed her eyes were closing again. Holding her intimately, an arm around her naked body while he pulled the sheet over them with the other, he decided to take a nap of his own as well. He guessed he would be numb once he woke, if she slept atop him like this, but he found he barely cared. Having her in his arms like this was well worth any pain he might experience later on. He kissed the top of her head, caressing her hair before whispering, "I love you." Angela hummed against him, placing her hand on his chest. He closed his eyes too, drifting into a peaceful sleep with a perpetual smile on his face. Chapter 98, Giving in 4. Birds chirped outside, bringing Sokka to his senses. He awoke, releasing a soft hum, and he found that most of his body felt completely numb. Nevertheless, he was in the happiest of moods, even though he wasn't entirely sure of why at first. He simply smiled by instinct, even before registering that the reason his body felt as it did was because a dark-haired beauty was lying atop him. His smile grew wider upon opening his eyes and taking her in. No wonder he had been so blissful. She was here, in his bed, in his arms. It was still a mystery for him that they had come to this somehow. Why, after fighting it for so long, they had both simply followed their instincts and found themselves giving in to one another completely. His left arm was still functional, so he lifted it and caressed the dark strands of hair that fell upon her face so gracefully. It had to be a sin for her to be so beautiful, he thought. He knew he was the luckiest man in the world, had known so ever since he realized she had feelings for him too, but holding her like this convinced him of it all the more. It was a true miracle, one he would never stop cherishing. His light touch seemed to be enough to alert her, to his mild disappointment, for he would have liked to continue holding her a little longer. Her eyebrows twitched as her eyes closed tighter, no longer as relaxed as before. She yawned, and Sokka smiled as she shifted atop him. His grin threatened to disappear once she moved, the numbness changing in nature as Angela's weight no longer pressed against him. Still, despite the unpleasant worming sensation under his skin, he smiled as she opened her eyes lazily, looking at his chest with sleepy eyes. It dawned on him that she might not remembered what was happening anymore, and his easy joy froze on the spot at the thought. It had taken him a brief instant to remember who was sharing his bed, but it might be longer than that for Angela. And she just might change her mind about certain things upon waking up now, no longer intoxicated by the pleasant sensations after sex, no longer as likely to fall prey to her overwhelming emotions. She raised her head, and he found recognition in her clear eyes. She wasn't upset, it seemed. She was beautiful, as she ever was. Relief washed over him as the blood started to flow properly through his numb body again. "Hey," he said, his smile genuine again. To his delight, she smiled back. She leaned close and gave him a gentle kiss. Sokka's hand moved to the back of her head as she sighed. Once she pulled away, she found him still grinning. "Hi," she whispered, softly. Sokka chuckled and pressed his forehead against hers. "Slept okay?" he asked, and she nodded. "It was a good nap," she whispered. "But I feel sore all over, truth be told. What about you?" "Me? I'm somewhat numb, but that's okay," he said, smiling as he cupped her cheek. Angela smiled back at him, her eyes half-lidded and uncharacteristically kind. Sokka's heart sped up by the sight of such gentle expression on her face. How could it possibly be okay? She whispered skeptically before shifting atop him, making to rest beside him instead, but Sokka's arms surrounded her and kept her where she was, to her surprise. "Angela, I've never woken up this happily in my entire existence," he stated, making her smile. "So any discomfort is next to nothing compared to." "That may be so," she said, leaning in to kiss him softly. "But I'd rather your body remains functional, Sokka." "So?" "Ow," he whined, to her amusement, as she succeeded in rolling on her side. "Well, that's not fair. I hoped you'd let me hold you a little longer." You've already spent several hours doing just that, you know, she said. Surely you can spend 10 seconds without body contact between us, now, can't you? Nope. You're dead wrong about that, I simply can't, he said, playfully, as he embraced her again. Angela laughed as he kissed her cheek and moved down to her neck, his hands caressing her bare skin. She indulged in his attentions, despite there was a nagging voice on the back of her head warning her that she shouldn't lose herself in him right now. She had done plenty of that already, before taking her nap. It was time to return to reality. Sokka, she whispered, after a long and deep kiss that had left them both breathless. I should get going. You must? So soon? He mumbled, with a small pout. Angela smiled and rolled her eyes at him as she slipped out of his arms. He didn't present genuine opposition to it, but he gazed at her with mild disappointment, to Angela's amusement. She sat on the bed, frowning at the discomfort in her pelvic area. She bit her lower lip, steeling herself. She had better get used to that unpleasant sensation, at least until it faded away. You okay? Sokka asked, sitting up and looking at her worriedly. Despite he couldn't see her face, since she had her back towards him, he could still tell something was amiss. I'm fine. Just what was to be expected, she said, standing up and looking at him from over her shoulder. And I'll assume you're enjoying the scenery. Oh, well, there's a lot to enjoy, truly. He said, smirking as his eyes raked her bottom. Angela rolled her eyes as he chuckled. But really, if you're hurting too much you shouldn't force yourself to walk around like that. It could be better to lay down for a while longer. I don't think I'll feel fully better in a matter of hours. Realistically speaking, it's just unlikely, she said. So I'd better act like I'm fine, or else everyone in the palace will notice that something's wrong with me tonight. It's true that they might, he said, nodding, as Angela sighed. That being said, I really should get going. It's bound to be quite late already, and they'll start wondering where. She said, to Sokka's chagrin, but she stopped talking as her gaze drifted towards the small balcony in Sokka's room. The curtains were drawn, so only a single haze of light drifted through the drapes, a haze of light that did not bring the typical orange tinge of sunset with it. Sokka, she muttered, a worried frown on her face as she stepped towards the balcony carefully. What's the matter? He asked, climbing off the bed too as Angela pulled the curtain slightly. To find that the light touching the capital city was the unmistakable light of dawn. Her body was shaken by a loud, panicked gasp, and she backed away, shivering violently, all thoughts of pain and bliss forgotten as she processed the facts. She turned her desperate eyes towards Sokka, pointing at the balcony in horror. Sokka, it's dawn. It's morning. It wasn't a dim nap, I slept here the whole night. She exclaimed, as Sokka's confusion turned into a panicked grimace. Shit, I didn't notice. Hell, we really, okay, you have to go, he said, gulping. I don't want you to, but... Like I have a choice, Angela said, gritting her teeth at the discomfort again when she leaned down to pick up her chest bindings amid the many clothing items scattered on Sokka's bedroom floor. If I get going right away they might not notice I wasn't home for the night. It's still early, so I could get there for breakfast. Won't it still be suspicious, though? Sokka asked, gulping as he picked up her clothes, handing Angela her underwear almost unwillingly, but doing so anyways. If nobody saw you all afternoon. I'll have to come up with some excuse, I don't know, Angela said, shaking her head as she reached for her tunic and shirt. I might think of something on the spot, I'm good at that. Her sudden change of voice tone alerted Sokka that something was very wrong now. He had been lifting her armor, to set it on his bed, as Angela stared at her red shirt. He looked at her in confusion, but before he could say anything her golden eyes shifted towards him, a dangerous glint in them, as she showed him her shirt, ripped in half. Sokka's jaw dropped as he was frozen by the realization of what he'd done. He hadn't pondered all the consequences of his actions, ripped clothes included, until then. He couldn't quite help but panic as her golden eyes grew clearer, with an emotion that he knew all too well as rage. Angela, he said, gulping as she glared at him. Do tell, how the blazes am I supposed to return home with a shirt in this state, right after spending the night here," she exclaimed, making no efforts to control her temper outburst as Sokka winced. "I'm sorry. I didn't. I wasn't thinking properly at the moment. I didn't realize." "Hey, I could give you a shirt of my own," he said, and Angela gave a bark of laughter. "Ah, because wearing your shirts will definitely spare us the trouble of having everyone suspecting what's happening between us. Isn't that right?" she exclaimed, as she paced towards the bed again, tossing the ripped red shirt against the mattress as she continued to leer at Sokka. "Listen," Sokka said, gritting his teeth. "You can go quickly, go to your room while nobody notices, get dressed for real, and then you can burn my shirt to get rid of the evidence. I know it's risky, maybe you'll be noticed, but—" "Sokka, I will be noticed for certain," Angela snapped, with a twitching eyebrow. "There are guards pacing all around the palace walls, so unless I went underground, there's no way they—" "Wait, I could do that." "Right. Those tunnels," Sokka exclaimed, nodding. "Get inside the palace that way, and once you're in there—" "It's not bound to be that easy, but hell, it'll be worth a shot," she said, shaking her head as she rubbed her temples with her fingertips. "Get me that shirt, then, will you?" "Right away," Sokka said, nodding, and jumping towards his drawers, rummaging through their content as he tried to find a suitable shirt for the princess. "We really keep making a mess of things, don't we? It's just never complicated enough, it can always get worse," she grumbled as Sokka handed her his shirt. But just as she was about to clad herself in it, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Sokka froze cold again as Angela's eyes widened. That was absolutely not good. Upon hearing the sound, Sokka noticed that he didn't remember having closed the door the previous day, for starters. Had it closed on its own while they slept? As if. "We're done for," he said, and Angela looked at him in panic as they both heard the doorknob turning. The princess threw herself on the bed instantly, drawing the sheet all over her mostly naked body before the door swung open. Meanwhile, Sokka had rushed to the door, jumping into the pants he had discarded the previous day and pulling them up just in time as Song bumped the door open with the push of a hip. Her hands were otherwise occupied with a large tray. "Song? What are you doing?" Sokka asked, his voice betraying his nervousness as he looked at the girl in dread. Song looked a little tired, but otherwise she didn't seem surprised in the slightest about what she found inside the room. The tray she was carrying was full to the brim with food, a breakfast that smelled wonderfully to Sokka, but he was too concerned with the predicament he and Angela had gotten themselves into to pay much attention to food, for once. "Morning, Sokka," she said, brightly. "I just thought I'd bring you breakfast, seeing how you skipped dinner completely yesterday." "I didn't quite skip, I just had leftovers, see, didn't even bring the tray down to the kitchen, he said, pointing at the empty tray he had left on his dresser. Song smirked upon seeing it. "No wonder I couldn't find that one." "Well, I'm glad you're keeping your stomach full. Just make sure to leave some for the princess too, she needs her fair share of food as well." Sokka was petrified again at that, his jaw dropping as he failed to find a response to that. So much for thinking they'd have to keep this a secret from Song. First and foremost, if they'd failed here already, Angela would likely conclude they were completely incapable of keeping up with this relationship. The mere thought sank Sokka's heart into a pit of despair, but he couldn't find it in himself to think otherwise. They'd been way over their heads from the moment the bond between them had deepened as it had. Why you said? Well, now, you don't expect to trick me and pretend it's not her on the bed, do you?" Song said, giggling. "No need to worry, Sokka, I won't tell a soul. Your secret is safe with me. Have breakfast and we'll talk things over when you guys are done. I'll see you downstairs." Ha. Sokka said, a panicked grimace on his face as Song smiled and entrusted the tray to him without another word. He should have simply dropped the food and rushed out the door. He wasn't entirely sure he could face Angela's promised wrath right now. She would want to skin him alive, most likely. He turned on his heels slowly, bracing himself for the wild glare he was sure she'd be sending his way. But as he caught sight of her again, he found she was still under the sheets, twitching. "Angela," he whispered, setting the tray on the foot of the bed as he approached her slowly. He placed a hand on her head before drawing back the sheet, finding her staring into nothingness with the most horrified expression he had ever seen on her face. His lips twisted into an awkward grimace. "We are absolutely dead now. Done for," she said, with a thread of a voice. Sokka gritted his teeth, caressing her hair carefully. "We're not dead still, but we'll have to talk to Song now." "Yeah," he said, gulping again. "Gods, this is a mess." "It's only getting worse, it's already breakfast time," Azula said, shaking her head against the mattress. "The servants will bring me my meal to my room to find I'm not there, and that I didn't even sleep in my bed to begin with." Sokka. "Shhh, I know it sounds bad but we'll think of something," he said, frowning. "Come on, we're both too clever for there to be no solution to this. Just get something to eat now, regain your energies, and we'll make sure Song understands just how important it is for her to keep quiet. Then we'll figure out what to do about the palace." "There's nothing to figure, I'll just never go back," Azula said, with a hysterical smile. Sokka grimaced. "I'll have to pretend I'm dead, change my name and my appearance, and hope I'll get by in the wild." "You won't have to do that, or at least, let's leave that as a last resort," Sokka muttered, as he surrounded her with his arms and helped her to a sitting position. She winced at the sensation, and he caressed her womb softly as she settled into the position. "You all right?" "I'm pretty sure that, for the foreseeable future, the answer to that question is most certainly going to be no, so you can spare yourself from asking," she said, and Sokka nodded. "Yep, I guess that's only logical," he whispered, as he reached for the tray of food. "But still, here. Let's have some food, and then we'll be able to think more clearly. We'll find a solution." Azula complied, merely because she really didn't have enough energies to argue anymore. The weight of their mistakes dawned on her so powerfully it was almost physically painful. Well, it surely would be physically painful soon enough. Her father would murder her for this, now she was certain of it. She was going to get it. She didn't make it through half the first dish before shaking her head and standing up, reaching for her clothes and getting dressed in them quickly. Sokka sighed, without much of an appetite of his own, for once. He approached Azula as she slid into his shirt, and he handed her one of his belts, which she tied quickly around her waist as Sokka finished dressing up as well. "We have no time to waste," she said, shaking her head as she walked to the bedroom door. "We're talking to her this instant." "Yep, sounds about right," Sokka whispered, as he followed her downstairs. He really had thought they needed a moment to think things through, but he wasn't sure that would pay off anymore. No ideas were coming to mind, despite his insistence that they'd find a way around this. How the blazes had they both slept so long? If only they had woken at midnight or such, it would have been perfect, for Xin Long could have flown Azula back into the palace, and the guards would have failed to see him in the dark. But broad daylight would make that impossible. Servants would be treading up and down the palace by now, and if bad luck kept coming their way, their whispers about the princess's disappearance would reach the Fire Lord sooner than later. Sokka clenched his fists, unable to come up with an alternate scenario. Somehow it seemed they'd set themselves up for an outcome that could only result in what Azula kept saying it would. Song had only just settled down to start her own breakfast in the kitchen when she heard heavy footsteps on the staircase. She gobbled down her first bite in time to spot the princess entering the kitchen, her brow drawn together in a dangerous frown. There was an obvious streak of fear in her eyes though, plain for Song to see. It wasn't common for the princess to be so easy to read. This most definitely had taken her out of her comfort zone, Song concluded, as Sokka as well entered the kitchen. "You're done so fast with the food?" she asked innocently, and Azula grinned at her teeth as she stopped at the table, trying to organize her thoughts. Sokka approached from behind her, looking at her worriedly before taking it upon himself to reply to Song. "Actually, we're not. We just really need to talk," he said, as Azula breathed out heavily. "You do realize what's at stake here, don't you?" she said to Song, who blinked and nodded slowly. "Well, yeah. I'd think you don't need to ask," said Song, smiling. "If you're afraid I'll blab, I won't. I'm not a gossip, and even if I were, everyone I know is aware of what's going on between you two. My social circle is pretty tight, you could say, so it's not like I'm dying to tell anyone. It's an important secret, I understand as much. I won't run out there to tell the entire city about it. Do you swear? Angela asked, looking at her insistently. I'm not trying to say I distrust you, Song, but you need to understand. All our futures ride in this, I know, she said, biting her lower lip and nodding. I'm all in for helping you keep this secret, both for your sake and my own. Somehow, having to do that doesn't seem to bother you all that much, said Angela, frowning. Truthfully, I can't say I know what fate would befall you if this secret were revealed, but it's unlikely to be any better than what you have now. So? Well, that's a given, said Song, with a shrug. In all honesty, I was very lucky to be hired by you too. I can't say I'm entirely happy about being a slave, but I couldn't have found a better home than here. So even for my own selfish reasons, I'll help you both in whichever way I can. Heh. I doubt we're allowed to judge you in regards of selfishness, Angela muttered, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. So, all's good now? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows and looking at Angela. The princess sighed and shrugged. Honestly, after all the great things that have come my way thanks to you two, I'd be quite an ungrateful person if I did something to harm you, Song said, smiling at them. If anything, I'm actually happy for the two of you, so to speak. Heh, thanks, Sokka said, blushing a little as he smiled back at the girl. Angela breathed out slowly. So, we're trusting you with this, then, said Angela. Nobody outside of the three of us can know. Not a soul, all right. Well. Said Song, her pleasant smile disappearing briefly. Angela's respite, which had an air of finality to it, dwindled and vanished just as Song's grin did. Well, what? She said, looking at Song questioningly. The girl shrunk in her frame, dropping her gaze. I just didn't tell anyone myself, but someone outside of the three of us actually. Wait, someone else knows? How? Angela exclaimed, her eyes widening as she looked at Song with despair. Sokka frowned. You said that everyone you're close to already knew, he muttered. But you and the captain are friendly, aren't you? Song, you don't mean. Angela paled when she read Song's guilty expression. Sokka's guess was spot on. An unwanted and unpleasant shiver shook her body as the healer bit her lip and jumped off her chair, nervous concern in her eyes. Sokka had frozen, his mouth agape as his mind, just like Angela's, raced to the worst possible outcome. No. Don't think of it so badly, he's not going to ruin everything for you two. She said, waving her hands in front of them. I mean it. Say what? Angela exclaimed, looking at Song in utter disbelief. Song gulped. How exactly, considering that the ones who ruined everything to begin with were the two of us, I cannot say I follow your logic. Of all people, Ruishi, if he knows, he's going to. No, he's not going to rat you out. Song said, shaking her head energetically. We'd already talked about this beforehand and he's made up his mind to help you. Curse the world, how could he find out so? Angela exclaimed, a hand going to her forehead before she stopped to look at Song in disbelief and confusion. Say what? You said he's made up his mind to help us. I know it sounds unbelievable right now, but just listen, okay? She said. We're listening, Sokka said, his eyes wide with confusion now. Ruishi hadn't been too antagonistic the last time they met, but he still remembered their last argument. What on earth had changed the man's mind? See, I'd already talked to him before, said Song. And in the end, he'd accepted that the best thing he could do was help you two with keeping your relationship a secret. So he dropped by yesterday to deliver some message to you, princess, but after we realized what was going on, we left the house for a few hours, had a drink so he could relax a little. He was obviously very upset about this, but he seemed defeated more than anything at that point. Defeated, yet meaning to help us regardless? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Yeah, said Song, smiling. He actually came up with an excuse he said he'd use just in case the princess didn't make it home for the night. We both hoped it wouldn't be necessary, but he planned ahead well enough. Wait, an excuse? Angela asked, her eyes widening. What sort of excuse? Well, after pondering his ideas for a while, he decided he would claim you dropped by to give Sokka a big punishment for his failure in the arena, said Song, smiling awkwardly as Sokka grimaced and Angela blinked rapidly in surprise. The logic is that you didn't come by to deliver the beating sooner because he was still healing, but now he's fine again, so you were going to have him pay for his embarrassing loss against the blind bandit, was it? Why yeah, said Sokka, grimacing, and Angela frowned. So, then, the excuse is that I spent the entire day and night beating Sokka to a pulp. She repeated, and Song shrugged and nodded. As far as I'm aware, it is, she said. To Song's surprise, Angela smirked. Hell, that's not so bad. Not so bad? But you never do that sort of stuff. Sokka exclaimed, surprised, and Angela chuckled. There would be no better moment to begin doing it than now, would there? She said, thoughtfully. As you said, you've fulfilled your potential in regards of strength and that still resulted in a loss against your greatest rival, who is sponsored by my uncle, no less. You ashamed me in front of him, and in front of Admiral Zhao too, who was enjoying the show, so you deserve to pay dearly for it. It's only logical. And no, it's not, he said, looking at her in disbelief. People will think you're, angry and hysterical, won't they? No, they'll think I'm terrifying and not to be crossed, which will make them stay away from me, lowering the likelihood of anyone noticing that my new aggressiveness towards you conceals something else, she said, smirking. Now, of course, I shouldn't act overly aggressive all the time, I'd only do it when you make big mistakes that could ruin my reputation, a reputation I have to protect more than ever. So, if you don't want stories to be spread about how I beat you to a pulp for your mistakes, you'll have to figure a way to avoid losing important fights, and you'll also have to avoid doing stupid things in public. All reckless and ridiculous behavior now will result in fake beatings, if anything, right? Sokka asked, looking at her worriedly. Angela smirked again. Only if you don't deserve a real one, she said. Sokka grimaced despite blushing at her smile. Well, if worst comes to worst and Sokka needs to look beaten up, I can lend him some makeup, Song suggested, and Angela laughed as Sokka sighed. I'd rather be covered in makeup than get beaten up, to be honest, he muttered, crossing his arms over his chest. So then, does this mean we're covered? There's no need for Angela to rush back right away. Well, we may have an alibi, but that doesn't mean I should stick around for much longer, said Angela, frowning. I'll have to take off soon either way. Say, why are you wearing one of Sokka's shirts? Song asked, raising an eyebrow. The shirt's owner blushed deeply at the question, and Angela's cheeks reddened too as she gritted her teeth before answering the question. As it happens, he damaged mine in a very unnecessary way, Angela said, glaring at Sokka, who giggled nervously. How exactly? Song muttered, confused. In short, he ripped it in half, Angela said, with a dry grin. Song blushed too now as she looked at Sokka in disbelief. The gladiator refused to meet her gaze, embarrassed. And I don't think I can go home wearing a ripped shirt, so. Probably not, said Song, tapping her chin with a finger. But I could help you with that. I'd have to see if I have thread of the same color, but I could probably sew it and. Oh? Yeah. You could do that. Sokka exclaimed, grinning. And once you get home you'd probably have to burn it anyways, Angela, because your servants would notice it was mended. But it wouldn't be noticeable right away, Angela mused. Not when I'm wearing another shirt, and my armor, atop it. How to explain a missing shirt, though? Sokka asked, and Angela smirked. I wouldn't, she said, simply, and Sokka blinked blankly. If a shirt of mine disappeared, chances are the servants would think it was their fault, not mine. They'd likely assume they misplaced it and then turn the entire palace upside down looking for it if need be, all while I act blissfully unaware of the entire situation. They would likely have to get another shirt as replacement for the lost one, and once they do, they'd try their hardest to pretend nothing was ever amiss. Heh, that's convenient, said Sokka, smiling a little. So, then you can fix the shirt, Song, and after that? After that I'm going home, Angela said, and Sokka's heart sank to hear the words. Yep. You have to, he said, nodding. Song smiled at the sight of his disappointment, but she didn't say anything about it. So now, Angela said, taking a deep breath before heading towards the stairs once more, in order to fetch the shirt Song needed to mend. Sokka was left to watch her leave, the experience still surreal to him. Wearing his shirt rather suited the princess, in his opinion. Despite all the trouble, I assume you're happy, Song told him, with a smile. Sokka grinned and nodded weakly. If anything, I wish it didn't have to end so fast, he said, with a sigh. But I shouldn't be so greedy, now, should I? It's already more than I ever hoped to have. I'm glad it is, said Song, and Sokka blushed despite his smile lingered. You two deserve to be happy, after all. He laughed a little just as Angela reappeared, carrying the ripped red shirt in one hand, the old sheet balled under her free arm. Can you fetch the cloth from the bathroom? She asked Sokka, and he nodded promptly before rushing outside to follow her request. Song raised a confused eyebrow, unsure as to why the princess would need a cloth. She could only guess that was Sokka and Angela's business, though, and that she was better off not asking. Here, Angela said, handing her the shirt. Song took it and frowned as she tried to figure out what Sokka had done to it, exactly. Upon finding the rip she blushed deeply, trying to fight her subconscious attempt to fill her head with ideas on how the princess's shirt had ended up like this. So? Can you fix it? Why yeah, it's nothing major. But indeed, it will be obvious it was ripped to whoever does your laundry. She said, and Angela nodded. We've said already that I'll burn it. Just do what you can to make it seem as normal as possible. The stitches should be concealed by the rest of my clothes. All right then, said Song, smiling. I'll see if I have red thread. Thanks, Angela whispered, as Song stood up. No problem, princess. It's a big problem, in all honesty, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. But you're still helping despite this might not end well for you, or any of us. So, thank you. And thanks for dealing with the captain when you did. If not. Well, he wouldn't have done anything that bad, I'm sure, said Song, smiling. He cares too much about you to do anything you'll never recover from, so. He probably shouldn't care so much, truly, for his own good, said Angela, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. But either way, thanks, Song. This would have been 1,000 times worse without your help. You're welcome, princess, she said, grinning as she left the kitchen, crossing paths with Sokka, who returned to Angela with the cloth she requested. All right, what's the plan with all this? Sokka asked her, once Song was out of earshot. We've said plenty of times that I had to burn all the evidence left here, so that's what I'm going to do. Mattress included, Angela said, smirking at him, and Sokka pouted. Can you at least wait with that one until I get a replacement for it? He asked. I suppose I can. You should probably pretend it's for Song once you go find a new one, though, Angela said, frowning. If just to keep up appearances. People might buy mattresses every day, but it's better to keep them off track anyhow. Something like this could be potentially suspicious. Do you expect someone to follow us so closely to think it's weird for me to get a new mattress just now? Sokka asked, surprised, and Angela shrugged. If someone outside of the three of us and the captain were to gain any reason to suspect of what happened here, they might find more evidence than we realize if we leave a trail of it in our wake. We must eliminate every suspicious factor we can eliminate, simple as that. So, take at least a week or two before you get a new mattress. For the time being, flipping it should help conceal the stain. Yeah, got it. I'll do that, said Sokka, nodding. So, how are we going to do this? Angela jerked her head towards the furnace. Sokka frowned. Say what? No, I'm not going to cook it, for crying out loud, she said, rolling her eyes as she ripped the cloth from his hands. Sokka chuckled. I didn't think you meant to cook it. There will be a lot of smoke when I burn these, Angela said, dumping the fabrics on the oven. And the best way to make it plain obvious something weird is going on would be by burning them outside or so. If I burn them like this, it can look like your breakfast was burned by the furnace, perhaps, for the smoke will pour out through the house's vents as it would if someone was cooking, or maybe it would look like you're making your smoke bombs, however it is that you make them. Huh, that should work, said Sokka, nodding. So that would be the plan. Now stand back, because it's going to get hot here. I will control the fire, but it's still not likely to be pleasant for you, said Azula, and Sokka smiled. All right. I'll go, fetch your sword, he said, gulping. The more he thought about Azula's upcoming departure, the more he wondered if he could bring himself to see her off. Even if it was just for a couple of hours, or for a few days, he simply didn't want to put any distance between them. If only matters weren't so serious right now, he would just take her into his arms once again, damn the consequences, but he surprised himself with his self-restraint. He did as he told Azula he would, retrieving both their weapons from the garden. He smiled despite himself, hardly believing what their fight the previous day had led them to. He shook his head, trying to behave as normally as possible as he fixed the living room now, placing the small table in its proper spot before taking his seat on the couch, both blades next to him. He chanced to glance towards the kitchen, noticing the house felt slightly hotter now. The destruction of the evidence would take some time, he shouldn't push it. He headed upstairs again, in order to flip the mattress as Azula had told him to. He did his very best at making the bed afterwards, but he felt he hadn't been all that successful. He sighed, thinking Azula wouldn't share it with him tonight. Indeed, he was a selfish, reckless man, but he just wanted more of her now. As it always happened to him when it came to Azula, one taste wasn't enough. He returned downstairs to find the princess in the living room, rubbing her hands together as she looked at her white sword, sheathed and placed on the couch. Sokka smiled. The mattress is flipped, he announced, and she nodded in approval. And yeah, Wolfsbane was waiting for you. How did it go with the fire? All reduced to cinders now, Azula declared. Now we just have to wait for Song to be done with the shirt. And then you'll be off, Sokka said, unable to hold back the disappointment in his voice. Azula looked at him with apprehension. I really wish it didn't have to be this way, Sokka, she said. But it's all or nothing here. If we want this to work, we have to make sacrifices. Yeah, I get that, and I agree. Completely, he said, approaching her and smiling. Hell, I'm in too deep, I'm afraid. I don't think I can fathom being separated from you anymore, even if it were for a few hours. You went a week without seeing me before this, said Azula, raising an eyebrow, and Sokka chuckled. I was just a little busy being ashamed of myself and feeling unworthy of your very presence, he said, smiling. I still am unworthy now, of course, but... Oh, after the things you did yesterday, I'm not entirely sure about that, Azula commented, with a smirk and a blush. Sokka raised his eyebrows, amused. Wow, you enjoyed it that much, really? He asked, as she smiled, without meeting his gaze. It's safe to say you outdid my expectations, she admitted. If I could have my way, I'd just, well, not leave this fast. But I think we've already had fortune on our side for too long. Pushing our luck will only end badly. True, said Sokka. But that won't make me miss you any less. Good, said Azula, smiling at him. Sokka sighed, lifting a hand towards her cheek. It's just, we spent so long dancing around the matter hopelessly, and now I can't help but feel we ought to make up for all the time we wasted, he said, with a chuckle. Funny, I thought we'd only danced on the night of the ball. Heh, aren't you hilarious, princess, he said, smirking as she looked at him innocently. You know what I'm talking about. Hardly, she said, stepping closer to him and dropping her head on his shoulder. Sokka bit his lip, his arms surrounding Azula as she rested against him. Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think it was all a waste. Granted, I wish we'd done this sooner, but I guess it was all necessary, somehow. Had we started this a lot earlier, things could have been far more catastrophic for the both of us. I guess so, said Sokka, sighing as he dropped his head atop hers. At least we know now that we want the same things, right? Well, if anything, we want to avoid the same things, Azula said, with a weak grin. We don't want to end up dead for this, so it's up to us to prevent that. Yeah. It is indeed. I just need a little longer to make my peace with the fact that you'll be gone for now, he said, squeezing her as he dropped his head on her shoulder now. When do you think you'll have a chance to come back? Or, should I go see you at the palace? Come see me? I doubt that's a good idea, she said, frowning. I mean, you're allowed to come. If you stop dropping by altogether it might be weird. But for anything to happen between us while we're there would be ill-advised. Too many potential eavesdroppers. True, said Sokka, with a defeated sigh as he looked at her. Hell, this is only getting harder by the minute, isn't it? The more I think about it, the more limited we are by the circumstances. I'm crown princess now, too, so my time is indeed more limited than before, Azula whispered, biting her lip. I'll try to come every day, as I used to for training, but I might not manage to do so. Once your hawk gets back, we can use him to communicate about our encounters if need be. Of course, restrain yourself from sending anything stupid on your notes, because if they were to fall in the wrong hands. I know. I'll save all stupid things I want to say for when I see you in person, he said, and she smiled. That should do, she said, nodding. We're still going to be apart for quite a while, though, say, can't I come with you now? He asked, and Azula huffed. I mean, I should probably come. Song already told us the excuse the captain came up with, but we'll need to confirm it, right? Just for the sake of keeping all loose ends neatly tied up. Sokka, I could do that on my own, said Azula, smiling. It will be riskier for you to come along, it would be better if I stayed. I know, Sokka said, releasing her from his embrace with a sad grimace. I get it. I won't be an inconvenient dash. No, wait, said Azula, lifting a hand and looking at him with interest. You really want to come? I'd like to. Though I don't really want to talk to the captain, I figure he'll want to kill me on sight, Sokka said, scratching the back of his head. But I'd rather you don't face him by yourself. Plus, I'm just not ready to say goodbye yet. It's not goodbye forever, you know, said Azula, smiling at him, but the edge of her grin grew a little more mischievous once she finished talking. Sokka looked at her with confusion. Still what? Azula, you have that look on your face that says you'll make me very sorry for my last request. He muttered, raising an eyebrow. What's on your mind? Nothing that bad, just a way to reinforce the story the captain was supposed to feed everyone, said Azula, smirking. Of course, it'll require for you to accept going through a certain experience that I doubt will be pleasant, but it might make the entire charade more believable, and you won't have to part ways with me that quickly. So, it could be a good thing, in the end, for you to come along. A good thing, said Sokka, looking at her skeptically. The look on your face suggests otherwise. Now, don't you trust me? Azula asked, her smirk widening as she approached him, surrounding his neck with her arms. Sokka felt the blood rushing to his cheeks for the umpteenth time that day. I do, more than I should, clearly enough, he said, gulping. You're a dangerous girl and you know I'm well wrapped around your finger. Ah, well, that is a truly wonderful thing, isn't it? For you to trust me despite knowing you probably shouldn't. She said, leaning in and kissing him softly. Sokka hummed, his previous concerns almost forgotten completely as he returned the kiss. You're going to keep taking advantage of my weak points from now on, aren't you? He asked, and Azula chuckled. Just how much will it bother you if I do? She asked, and he snorted. It won't bother me at all, but still. He said as she laughed more, her forehead pressed against his. You've got too much power over me, and it's starting to worry me a little after what you just said. What are you plotting, girl? You'll find out soon. Once Song is done with her sewing anyways, she said, smiling. How long do you think she'll take with that? Might be a while, I think, said Sokka, shrugging. Why? I just thought, well, you wanted to make up for our wasted time, didn't you? Azula said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka looked at her in astonishment. Wait, but, huh? Why you mean? We don't have to go all the way, she said. Might be better to avoid that for now. I'm still somewhat sore, but I figured. Heh, there's other stuff we can do, Sokka said, smiling. I mean, there's no need for clothes to come off, though if they do I won't complain. You look great in my shirt but even better without it, I must say. Hush, she said, with an embarrassed smile as he leaned in to kiss her. The kiss deepened quickly, their hands moving on the other's body with ease as they lost themselves in the moment. All thoughts of everything that could go wrong were easily forgotten again, as they relished in the brush of their lips, in the blissful sensation born with each caress. Lost as they were, they ignored the sounds of footsteps upstairs. Song saw them from the top of the stairs, the mended shirt in her hand, and another prominent blush colored her face. P-Prindash. She whispered, hoping to deliver the shirt, but as Azula pressed her body into Sokka's, Song gulped and decided she did not want to interrupt them. Never mind. She returned to her room and busied herself with putting away her sewing gear. The shirt wasn't perfect, but Song thought she had done a decent job with it. She only wanted to make sure it would fit the princess, but she hadn't quite expected to find the two of them as she had. It was one thing to be aware of the physical relationship between the pair, and yet another one to be a direct witness of it. Just as she resolved to gather her courage and interrupt them, she heard footsteps climbing the stairs and moving over the hall, towards Sokka's bedroom. She froze and stared at the room with disbelief. Were they serious? Oh, they surely were. The attraction they felt towards one another was really making them reckless, wasn't it? As she heard them speaking and laughing in the other room, Song decided to head downstairs. Surely there had to be something in the house that could serve as earplugs. The empty breakfast tray had wound up next to the one from the previous day on the dresser after the two of them had finished it. It didn't take long after finishing the food, though, for them to carry on with what they had started downstairs, and despite Sokka's claims that they could remain clothed, they soon ended up lying in bed fully naked one more time, and their attempt to make up for lost time gained a much naughtier nature quickly. Sokka was knocked out almost instantly after they were finished, and Azula soon followed suit as she relaxed beside him. Said relaxation came to a sudden end when she woke with a start, sitting up on the bed with wide eyes. No, she couldn't have possibly slept that long this time. She jumped out of the bed and dressed up hastily again, taking his shirt once more and tying it with his belt over her pants. She chanced a glance at Sokka, finding he was still sleeping soundly, his mouth slightly open. He'd start drooling at this rate, she thought, and she shook her head before rushing outside his room. It couldn't be that late, the light didn't seem all that different, at most it would be mid-morning, right? Azula walked to Song's room nervously, assuming she would be mending her shirt there. She surely would have heard them if that was the case. They needed to figure a way to resolve that particular problem. It was easy to forget the world existed when passion overwhelmed them, but as soon as her mind started working properly again, she'd regret their recklessness, as she was regretting it now. Either she had to learn to keep her sounds in check, or they'd have to think of a way not to bother Song. The girl was already being helpful enough as it was, subjecting her to this nuisance was completely undeserved. She wasn't in her room, Azula saw, so she hoped to find her downstairs. And indeed, there she was, sitting at the kitchen again, attempting to read a book, it seemed. Azula frowned upon seeing there was something orange sticking out of her ears. Song, she whispered, and the girl jumped. Oh. Why you guys are done now? She asked, blushing. Azula couldn't help but grimace, embarrassed. Sorry. We didn't plan on things to escalate like that, she muttered, gulping. What time is it? Still before noon, Song replied, with a weak smile. You lost track of time. I did yesterday, no doubt, Azula muttered, sighing, and rubbing an eye with the heel of her hand. Did you finish the shirt? Yeah, it's all done, said Song, smiling and handing it to Azula, who sighed in relief to see the torn fabric back in one piece. Thank you, she said, the words heartfelt. Both for this and, well, for putting up with us. I know it can't be fun. Oh, well, I managed to get by, said Song, shrugging and smiling. Azula raised an eyebrow. I hope so, or else those tomato carrot chunks in your ears would really have been a complete waste, she commented. Song jumped and blushed again, her hands reaching up to her ears and removing the improvised earplugs. "Oh, yeah," she said, with a weak grin. "I didn't have any earplugs of my own, so I just resorted to chopping up the carrots in hopes the noise might help. Didn't help that much, so I stuck these bits in my ears, hee hee. Doing that probably wasn't all that handy, though." "You've heard every word I've said so far," said Angela, looking at Song skeptically. "Why yeah, truly, not that helpful," she confessed, with a defeated shrug. "But I figured it was better to put up with it than to run outside to buy earplugs. It would be potentially suspicious too, right?" "Indeed," said Angela, biting her lower lip. "And really, it could have been worse," Song said, laughing a little. "You were chatting for a while, then got very noisy, but then fell silent." "We fell asleep, is what it was," Angela admitted. "I guess we were both too relieved that somehow things aren't turning out so badly, but at this rate they just might. I need to get going now." "Ah, well, make sure to wake him before you go," said Song, smiling. "He'll be miserable and annoying if you don't." "Actually, he's coming with me," Angela said, with a smirk. Song raised an eyebrow. "He is?" "That's right," said Angela, chuckling with malice. Song gulped, somewhat afraid of what that wicked grin would mean. All along, she had thought Sokka and Angela made quite a nice pair, but right now she couldn't help but think Sokka was in over his head with the princess. Only half an hour later, the gladiator was thinking the exact same thing. "Angela, stop this. Let me on the saddle. Angela, please," he shrieked, as Xin Long carried him through the air with his talons. The princess snickered, proudly. "Not after your shameful failures, I won't," she declared proudly. There was no way of knowing if the people down in the city could hear them, but just in case they could, she was willing to put up a proper act for them. "Toss him, Xin." The dragon gurgled with amusement before gathering his strength and throwing Sokka up into the skies. His screams were desperate as he fell, and the dragon caught him again, several feet lower than they had been before. It had taken them a while to leave the house. Sokka had been beyond relieved when Angela, fully dressed in her royal garb, had woken him with a kiss and told him to get ready. He had fixed her hair, she had helped him into his clothes, and to his surprise she had borrowed Song's makeup indeed. She had given Sokka a set of fake bruises while he asked what her plan was, exactly. She only explained it once they were in the garden, when Xin Long dropped in the grass to take his rider back home. Sokka had protested initially, until Angela had told him that it was either this or he'd stay home without making a fuss. Sokka seemed most unwilling to comply, but he surrendered eventually, even allowing Angela to use her fire bending to burn his clothes a little, without damaging his skin, in order to make the entire pretense more believable. So now he was being held by the dragon's talons, his hair coming loose after all the twirls and flips he'd done every time Xin Long tossed him, and he was afraid he might throw up all the food he had ingested recently. It only made sense that this would be some sort of divine punishment for his ridiculous request and their great day yesterday. He really should have known better, but it was too late for regrets now. He had made his bed and laid on it, in all possible senses. Xin Long seemed amused by what was going on, for it wasn't every day that he got to play like this with Sokka. But it was all the more amusing to tease Angela about how things had turned out with her gladiator. The princess wasn't entirely thrilled about the dragon's relentless mockery of her behavior the previous day, as the dragon picked out his favorite parts of her passionate mating with Sokka and replayed them to her, but she did her best to bear with him as they progressed towards the palace. "Are you still there, Sokka?" Angela asked, almost casually, and received a hysterical groan in response. "I'm going to vomit," he exclaimed, and Angela grimaced. "Well, that's revolting," she muttered and patted Xin Long's neck. "No more tossing, then, that's enough." Xin Long didn't seem to approve of the command, though, and he threw the gladiator in the air one last time, to the man's horror and the rider's surprise. "Xin!" Angela exclaimed, as the dragon caught Sokka by the foot, chuckling. "I told you to stop it." Xin Long only continued to laugh as they approached the refuge, and he dove into it a little faster than he should have. Angela didn't miss on all the glances they received from the soldiers and servants within the palace. She only hoped this ridiculous charade had worked. Xian Long hovered above the ground for a moment and dropped Sokka before landing swiftly, giving the gladiator a toothy grin. Sokka looked at him in utter contempt before dropping on his back, his breathing heavy, his eyes unfocused. "You two are going to kill me, I swear," he whispered, as Azula approached him. "Sorry if that was too much," she said, crouching next to him. "I didn't expect you'd end up nauseous, but try getting tossed around by your dragon one of these days, then it'll come as no surprise to you," he said, his eyes as good as spiraling as he struggled to find his bearings. Azula smiled and leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to his forehead. "For what it's worth, your performance might have completely validated our lie, if everything goes as it should have. So, thank you. Welcome," he said, still out of sorts. Azula jumped to her feet when she heard footsteps outside. She proceeded to glare judgmentally at Sokka, pushing him lightly with one foot. "Get up, will you? Stop moping around and get lost." "You're an eyesore," she declared, firmly, but Sokka only groaned in denial as several royal guards appeared at the refuge's door. "Princess!" exclaimed one of them. Sokka figured it was Taro, by the tone of his voice. "You've returned. And, you brought the gladiator." "Oh, he's not here to stay, he's here to fulfill the last stretch of his punishment for being an utterly useless, spineless fool," she stated, startling the two men that had showed up. "Which is of course, to head home from here, on foot, after having been relentlessly tormented by my dragon." "Why? Ruishi had said his performance had upset you, but this is," said the other one, Fei, looking at Sokka with concern. The gladiator wasn't capable of focusing his eyes on the royal guard's shape, it seemed. "He did nothing short of shaming me before my uncle, and Admiral Zhao, no less. If anything, that has convinced me that I've given this slave more freedom than he deserved," Azula growled, as Sokka groaned again, struggling to stand up. "So, I mean to discipline him in whichever way seems more effective in order to make him behave as the gladiator I require him to be. Am I clear, Fei?" Absolutely, but," he said, gulping. Azula raised an eyebrow and he froze. "It's nothing, Princess. Do as you wish." "That's quite what I intended to do, thank you very much." "Princess," said a new voice, one that Sokka recognized even faster than Taro. His stomach sank only upon hearing it, and he was afraid Azula's had done the same. She did a better job at concealing it, though. "We were starting to fear you wouldn't why you brought the gladiator." "I did indeed," Azula said, nodding firmly. She couldn't waver, even though she feared Ruishi was likely to disapprove of this sudden turn of events. He needed to learn one last lesson regarding why he had better not displease me anymore. He is to ponder his very existence as he walks back home after our rather enjoyable dragon ride, right, Sokka? Ponder my existence," he repeated, looking at her in dismay. Azula rolled her eyes in exasperation before turning to the royal guard again. "You had something to talk about with me, didn't you, Captain?" she said, raising an eyebrow. Ruishi nodded curtly. "I did, Princess," he said. "But in private, Captain," she said, before looking at her two other guards. "Your concern for my well-being is appreciated, but as you can see, I'm safe and sound. No need to stand around worrying about me anymore." "None indeed," said Fei, nodding before performing a low bow towards the princess. "We shall inform the other guards of your return as you two speak." "Go ahead," Azula said, as both Fei and Taro made their way to the door. Once they were gone, Azula sighed, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. "That may have been slightly over the top," she admitted, before looking at Sokka worriedly. "Can you stand up?" "I can, try," he said, grimacing as he attempted to push himself up by flexing his legs, but his attempt to push himself up only served for him to catapult himself back onto the ground. Is he really that disorientated, or is this part of the act as well? Ruishi inquired, raising an eyebrow as Azula leaned down to help Sokka again. "He is disorientated because of the act, simply put," she replied, as Ruishi aided her in their attempt to lift Sokka to his feet. "Are we free to speak here, though. Not quite, Ruishi admitted. Many guards were out in the grounds as though expecting to find you somehow by patrolling everywhere. They may be flocking towards the refuge now if they noticed the dragon, which, in all fairness, wasn't hard to do. You were quite noisy and flashy. Part of the act as well, Angela said, as Sokka was finally on his feet. She placed a hand on his back to help him keep his balance and he nodded in appreciation. Say, let's come up with a better pretense next time, okay? He said, as Angela smiled. Let's hope there's no next time of this sort, for starters, she replied. Captain, have you secured a safe room someplace? The basement, through the secret passageway that leads into the south wing's storage, said Ruishi, with a sigh. Not many people frequent it, so it will work. Let's go, Angela said. We have a lot to discuss. That we do, Ruishi said, with disappointment and steel blended in his voice. Ruishi made a good show of shoving and pushing Sokka into the palace forcefully. The two of them followed Angela towards the hallway where they'd find the passageway Ruishi had spoken of. Servants and guards alike watched them with disbelief, astounded to see the gladiator being treated so harshly out of the blue. It seemed the princess's last loss in the royal dome had truly angered her. I wasn't entirely sure that everyone had believed my explanation, Ruishi said, closing the secret wall once the three of them were already inside the dark passageway. Sokka had to place a hand on Angela's shoulder to keep track of his bearings. Both Angela and the captain were familiar with this secret passageway, but he sure wasn't. So, it may have been a good thing for you to have brought the fool along for this absurd display. It was somewhat uncharacteristic of you, but let it be said that the crown princess has absolutely no tolerance for failures, Angela said, and Ruishi actually smiled. Well, once you put it that way, perhaps they will buy it after all. He accepted. It should not be so hard to believe that a new position, especially one as important as the one Angela had been granted, would cause a person to act somewhat chaotically at first, as they tried to fit properly in the new role in question. Let's hope, said Angela, stopping as she reached a wooden door. She pushed it open to reveal a thin staircase with only a little illumination that came from small windows that looked like vents. She led the way downstairs towards the basement, pushing another door open to reveal a rather dusty room, piled with all sorts of vintage furniture and old relics that were no longer in display in the palace's main halls. It wasn't too filthy, but it was also clear that nobody had cleaned this particular room in quite some time. You sure we're safe here? Sokka asked, looking around with a raised eyebrow as Angela lit the room's lanterns with her bending. His head was still spinning, but he could make sense of his surroundings by now. We should be, she whispered. It's easy enough to hear people approaching this room, and easier yet to hide in the furniture before they come inside, if need be. So, it should be the safest place to hold this conversation within the palace's premises. It should be, though bringing the gladiator along wasn't necessary for this part, said Ruishi, frowning at Sokka after taking off his helmet and hood. It was smart to do so in order to back up the story I fed everyone, but he didn't need to be involved in this conversation. Well, it's a matter that concerns all of us. And it's our fault, so it's only fair for him to be here too, Angela said, shrugging and crossing her arms over her chest. Indeed, it is your fault, Ruishi said, bluntly. Sokka grimaced and Angela sighed. We weren't planning for this to happen, Captain, but all the same, you're still here, lecturing us, Angela muttered. I'm grateful for that, believe it or not. I have no trouble believing you would be. I could have easily gone to the Fire Lord now, Princess, so you should keep in mind indeed that you're both rather lucky I haven't done as much, he said, taking his seat on a dusty couch as he continued to glare at them. Angela gritted her teeth as Sokka looked at her worriedly. Indeed, we are. Is there any price to our luck, then? She asked, raising her eyebrows. Ruishi sighed. There should be. I'm risking my neck here for you both, Ruishi growled, shaking his head. Fact is, I have no idea why I'm doing it. All common sense tells me not to. But hence why we're grateful. Fact is, you could have simply left things to run their course without putting up a pretense, Angela said. We would have been found, and you wouldn't have had to lie about it. But you didn't. I didn't. And now I'll have to deal with the consequences, Ruishi said, dropping against the couch's backrest. It's too late for me to back down now. I already let you two keep this up for a long time. I should have stopped it when I had the chance. No offense, but I'm not certain you could have stopped it, Angela said. Sokka swallowed. Still, thanks for not killing me, first of all, and for sticking by us, secondly, said Sokka. As long as you don't make me regret it more than I already do, I accept your gratefulness, said Ruishi, sighing. You do realize that from here on, you must keep your secret under wraps for as long as can be? Which means you'll have to avoid marriage all the more, princess. And you must stop being this reckless if you truly mean to keep this a secret. So, no more sleepovers. None, Angela said, nodding. It was an obvious mistake, an accidental one, but a mistake all the same. I won't be able to provide a cover for every single weird thing you two decide to do. So, I beg of you, don't force me into doing so, he stated. It already was overwhelming enough, having to come up with this one. I seriously didn't expect most people to believe it. Fortunately, it seems your glory is preceded by a darker reputation than I realized, princess. I don't think it's my reputation entirely, it's possibly due to the way most people treat slaves, Angela said. I've always been a rarity for not being so harsh to Sokka, but taking all the recent circumstances into account, hopefully it has seemed believable enough. Still, I assume those bruises aren't real, or are they? Let alone the burns on his clothes. Ruishi said, and Sokka shook his head. Ruishi sighed. Pity. The next time you wish to pretend to beat this fool up, I will gladly do it for you, princess. Ruishi. Angela said, rolling her eyes as Sokka grimaced. Do excuse my harshness, I know it isn't appropriate, but then again the entire situation is far from appropriate, the captain said, raising his eyebrows. I agree, but it is what it is now, said Angela. Something like this was bound to happen sooner than later. In any case, Song claimed you had showed up at the house to deliver some message. I figure that's how you found out. Indeed it is, said Ruishi, an eyebrow twitching. I did not want to believe it at first. Song was rushing outside, looking redder than I'd ever seen her. She had realized what was going on with you two, of course, and it didn't take me too long to understand what was happening. She led me away afterwards, helped me talk out my frustrations and decide what we'd do next, depending on what the situation would be once she returned home. I wasn't going to demand for her to stop you two from doing what you were doing, the entire situation is uncomfortable enough for all of us, so I wouldn't force her into such an awkward position, so I had to think quickly, and the punishment was the first cover story I could come up with. Well, what you came up with wasn't as bad an idea as it could have been, Angela said. Though I guess some might be surprised by the thought that I might have spent an entire night torturing Sokka. Seeing the shape he's in, and the way you dragged him here only to punish him further, I'd say you dealt with it rather well, said Ruishi. But I'll say it again, princess, avoid this sort of behavior from now on. I can't promise to be able to cover for you on another occasion. We'll be less reckless. Or try to be, at least, said Angela. But not to the point where you'd stop seeing one another, right? Captain, the damage is done, the princess said, sighing in defeat. Even if we broke things off now, I'm still going to be deflowered, Ruishi finished, and Angela blushed. It was ridiculous, truly, that her accursed virginity would be the source of so much trouble. What she did with her body should be her problem, and hers alone. It shouldn't be something worth getting scolded over by the captain of her royal guards, let alone something worth more than all her accomplishments, or Sokka's very life. She had proven herself repeatedly, why couldn't the world judge her for that, instead of her purity? Well, then, you'll have to come up with your own plans in order to be together if you're hell-bent on it indeed, said Ruishi, shrugging. It's clear that I cannot stop you. But I won't clean up after your disasters every time either. I won't ask you to do so, Angela muttered. You've been helpful enough as it is, despite you clearly don't want to be. I really wish I could be more supportive of this mess, princess, but I keep seeing myself beheaded for it, said Ruishi, giving her a sarcastic grin. I cannot be a nice, encouraging friend and your captain at the same time. It's as much of a contradiction as a princess and a slave throwing caution to the wind as you have. The world is full of wishful thoughts indeed, Angela said. I'm not going to ask you to like this, Captain, if anything I'm quite astounded by your loyalty as it is. Any other man would have turned us in right away, once he knew he had nothing to lose. Well, that is, indeed, the problem, Ruishi whispered. He had more to lose than the princess realized. As much as it was an unpleasant situation for him, he cared for her well-being just as much as he cared for her happiness, it seemed. It was why he doubted he would ever feel right about this, but also why he couldn't tell on them. He was harsh to Sokka, naturally, but even so he had a certain appreciation for the man. His influence on the princess had been positive on many levels. If only there hadn't been a romantic outcome to all of it, he might even consider the gladiator a good friend. Despite he felt the drive to genuinely beat him to a pulp, he didn't quite want him dead, if mostly for the princess's sake. We'll try to be less messy, Sokka said, lowering his gaze. For all our sakes. I'm pretty sure we can be stealthier from now on. Stealthier, you say? Then I suppose making out on rooftops is ruled out now? Ruishi asked, unable to avoid smirking in disbelief. Sokka was the one blushing now as Angela nodded. There's no need to take risks like that, not really, she said, sighing. We'll still see each other as we always did before, for training and such. Training? Really? Ruishi said, raising an eyebrow. Sokka gulped as Angela shrugged. If we've had training sessions almost on a daily basis for close to a year and nobody thought it was suspicious enough to look into, returning to that routine shouldn't be suspicious either, said Angela. I suppose. I'll have to drop by at sunset to make sure you do come home for the night, though, Ruishi said, raising an eyebrow. Angela looked at him in surprise. You'd do that? She asked. I'll probably have to. If you two are busy training, you're likely to make fools of yourselves again. I can't take it easy if we're to avoid complications like the ones we faced today. He said, shrugging. I'm afraid I don't trust the pair of you to be responsible, especially when you're together. It'll probably take a while for us to get our heads on straight, Sokka said, scratching the back of his head as he looked at Angela. But this would work, right? I guess you won't be able to come by every day anymore, since you've got more responsibilities now, but we'll just meet whenever it's convenient, Angela said, nodding. No point in pushing our luck. Also, we have to train for real as well. Else you're really going to be useless in the arena. You should do that indeed, said Ruishi, standing up. It would do no good for you to claim you train constantly if his fighting abilities don't attest to that. You're right about that, Captain. But there's no need to worry, I'll make sure to have him practice with his boomerang properly until he gets the hang of it, Angela stated, and both Sokka and Ruishi did a double take at that. His boomerang. Ruishi repeated, as Sokka pouted, indignant. Hey, I can use my boomerang well enough and you know it. Stop saying weird stuff. He exclaimed, flustered. Angela smirked. Well, now, I was talking about your weapon as harmlessly as you speak of my blue fire, so why so defensive all of a sudden? Why oh, dear, said Ruishi. He had a good idea of what the boomerang was supposed to be, but he did not want to know what the blue fire stood for. Why? Maybe because you keep saying things to mess me up, like how I was lacking in a certain department, or did you conveniently forget that one? Sokka asked, and now the captain rolled his eyes. I most certainly don't need to hear this, he growled as he made to leave, but before he reached the door he stopped and looked at Angela. The message, by the way, was that you're expected to attend a war meeting today in the afternoon, Princess. Make certain to be ready for it. He closed the door behind him and strode away quickly, leaving both Angela and Sokka standing in place, their eyes on the closed door. The captain's footsteps resounded as he climbed the stairs until he reached the hidden passageway. Well, that didn't go so badly until that last bit, Angela said, with a guilty grin. Sokka pouted again. Agreed. Though I wasn't happy about how you'll have me practice with my boomerang, as if I was so bad at it. Now, in all fairness, you failed to strike Topha's actual chi point. Had you done it, she would have been helpless for a little longer and you might have had a chance to. Oh, sure, that's what you were talking about, Sokka said, looking at her with a disbelieving grin. Well, what did you think I was talking about? She said, raising her eyebrows. Oh, now, you filthy-minded snow savage. Everything is an innuendo with you, isn't it? Like you didn't say it with that intent. Sokka exclaimed, and Azula smirked, looking at him with false indignation. You were the one who brought up the blue fire in comparison. Why, that's preposterous. I'm not the type to make innuendos about your rear, believe it or not, she said, with an innocent smile. No, but you weren't talking about my rear, or were you? Sokka asked, stepping towards her and looking down at her with stubbornness. Azula couldn't help but smirk. What was I talking about, then? She asked, her voice rather suggestive. Sokka opened his mouth to answer but he was left looking at her lips, the words lost before he could so much as think about uttering them. He was in real trouble, no doubt. This mischievous side of Azula was dangerous in ways she didn't realize. Resisting her before had been hard enough, but now she seemed to know exactly how to tempt him into losing himself in her completely. It came as no surprise that they would be kissing fiercely 1 second, only for Sokka to lift her and press her into the wall as he continued to devour her eagerly, her legs firmly wrapped around his waist. Their libido was the only thing dictating their actions as they recklessly found themselves in the middle of a desperate tryst once more. The pain Azula still felt upon penetration was quickly replaced by pleasure again, as he stroked her clit with a thumb while thrusting against her, the brush of his head against her walls making her moan erotically. He only hoped the room they were in was so isolated that nobody would hear them. Be quiet, Azula, he whispered, before heaving forth again. Azula cried out again. Girl, seriously. I can't help it, she retorted, and Sokka shook his head before smiling. Then I guess I'll have to keep your mouth busy, huh? He said, leaning in and pressing his lips to hers, his tongue slipping past her lips and brushing against hers. Azula groaned again, a soft whimper leaving her as he began thrusting more rhythmically. Her fingers had undone his wolf's tail at this point, and she pulled at his hair as he thrusted deeper inside of her, deeper than he had reached the first time. He held her firmly in place with one arm, still using his free hand to tease her and boost her arousal in all the ways he could, doing his best to make the experience thoroughly enjoyable for her. His mouth didn't leave hers, and soon he was responding to her moans with some of his own. His legs were threatening to give way beneath him, but he wouldn't let them. No, he had to reach the finish line here, there was no questioning it. Her nails dug into his scalp, making him wince and pull away from her lips briefly, only for her to attack him with more kisses. His thumb drew circles on her clit, his cock sliding in and out of her with astounding ease by now. She was shivering violently against him, failing to find the strength to continue toying with his hair as his tip brushed that sensitive spot again. She practically screamed into his mouth as she came, the contractions of her walls making Sokka roll his eyes back in sheer pleasure. He continued to prod at her clit, helping her ride the orgasm to the end, but knowing that it would mean he would come as well in no time. His release was as explosive as before, prompting him to drop his head on her shoulder as he thrusted urgently, unleashing himself deep inside her. His hips bumped into hers as his aftershocks ended. He panted, lightheaded. Azula sighed, her hands caressing his scalp gently now. Did I hurt you? She asked, and he chuckled before pressing his lips to what little skin he could find of her neck in that armor. You've made me dizzy, that's what you did, he whispered, kissing at first, but switching to sucking on the spot before, and she groaned in delight. Sokka, she gasped, and he hummed. Yeah, putting you down now, he replied, shifting his hips back to separate their bodies. Azula groaned again as she let her legs drop from their position around his waist. They trembled somewhat violently as she stood up now, and Sokka's footing wasn't too steady either. She leaned on him, only for the gladiator to stumble back until they reached the couch where Ruishi had been sitting earlier. Sokka chuckled as he took her into his arms, his fingers sliding over her long, and now messy, hair as she breathed slowly, nestled comfortably on his lap. I should get out of here soon, you realize. she whispered. The captain did say I'm expected at a war meeting, so I'll have to get ready for it. I suppose you must. Sokka sighed, burying his face in her hair. How long do you think it'll take? It's going to be in the afternoon, so it will take the rest of my day, Azula said, caressing Sokka's chest. If it weren't for that, I could have waited for you right here until you were done, Sokka said, smiling. Heck, I still could. Too risky, Azula said, shaking her head. Can't break my routine that much by disappearing for no reason 2 days in a row, it'd be too suspicious. We just fucked against the wall, isn't that suspicious? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Azula snorted. We are utterly and hopelessly reckless when we shouldn't be, she admitted, burying her face in his neck. We'll have to work on that, you realize. Sure thing, but for now, it's kind of hard to hold back, he said, chuckling and smiling as he held her tight. Especially when you make weird innuendos about my boomerang, still think I need to train it. Oh, desperately, Azula said, and Sokka rolled his eyes. You are no use with it, clearly. I'll require you to train your boomerang with me as often as possible. You're going to have to learn to respect Mr. Boomerang eventually, you know. Sokka said, smirking, as Azula chuckled. You'll have to teach me how to respect it, then, she said, pushing herself up a little and smiling defiantly at him before kissing his lips. But for now, I do have to go, whether we like it or not. Well, I know I don't like it, but that's not in discussion, now, is it? Sokka asked, with a defeated grin. Azula rolled her eyes. You got another round just now, she said, standing up. The soreness of her body, and the pain, seemed muffled by the pleasure she had just experienced. Surely you can function for a couple of hours without me, as you continue to enjoy the thrills of having fucked me against the wall, as you so eloquently put it. You overestimate my ability to live without you, my princess, he said, grinning, and taking her hands in his. Azula smiled and rolled her eyes, shaking her head in disbelief. You're the worst, she said, as he lifted her hands to his face, kissing her fingers softly. And you're the best, he told her, with a pleased smirk, prompting Azula to laugh as she pulled away from him. She leaned down to pick up their discarded belts, and Sokka raised an eyebrow as his eyes raked her body. Just how had he wound up with such a beautiful woman, he'd never understand it. He was smiling goofily when she turned around again, and Azula raised an eyebrow as she realized what he was doing. You really like the blue fire, don't you? She asked, tossing his sash at him as Sokka chuckled. Sorry. I can't seem to stop ogling you, he said, grinning guiltily. Azula smiled back. I'll find it flattering for the time being, but make sure not to do the same when we're in public, all right? She said, fastening her belt in place once more. Sokka sighed and nodded. Won't be easy to hold back, but I'll try, he said, standing up and surrounding her with his arms from behind. Azula relaxed into his embrace, though he released her quickly, his hands moving to her hair as he did his best to fix it to nigh perfection once more. Their action against the wall had left it a little messy than she would be able to justify. Make sure to stay here for at least 10 minutes after I'm gone. Put out the lights, and make sure to listen well for any sounds outside the passageway before getting out. Leave no evidence, all right? Got it, he said, sighing, and placing her hairpiece before her half-knot. Will I see you tomorrow? I don't know. I hope so, Azula said, turning around to face him. His hands moved to rest on her waist. Well, hope's something, at the very least, he said, smiling. I'll miss you. We've been apart before, and you've survived, you know. Azula said, smirking. Sokka sighed. Don't be so dramatic. I'll see you soon. Alrighty, he said, surrounding her with his arms one last time. Holding her close as he whispered softly into her ear, I love you. Azula's drive to leave decreased instantly with that. 3 simple words and he could bring her to her knees, but how could she fight it? He believed she had him wrapped around her finger, but it was evident to her that it was a mutual thing. She cupped his face in her hands and kissed him, closing her eyes and losing herself in his enthusiastic response. Her arms surrounded his neck as her body pressed into his fully. We've got to stop, or else we'll start all over again, she said, with a chuckle. Sokka grinned. I'd need to wait a while, but I can't say I'd mind that at all, he said mischievously, and Azula pecked his lips one last time before disentangling from his embrace. You're unbelievable, she said, approaching the door and looking at him with a gentle smile. I'll see you later. Don't stay here all day, all right? I'll try not to, he said, smiling back at her. The way her eyes gleamed was enough to make him weak on the knees again. Bye, Azula. Bye, she whispered, sighing softly before opening the door and sliding through it. Knowing she would be away from him for longer than a few minutes brought Sokka to sigh deeply as he dropped on the couch once more. He knew he couldn't keep Azula away from her important duties, especially when they had to pretend everything between them was completely normal. And he didn't mean to delay her, or to distract her from her responsibilities, but the forces of attraction that brought them together were far too intense to ignore. It was reckless, it was wrong, but it was unavoidable. He needed to get a grip and he knew it, but when she looked at him as she had just now, all he wanted was to take her into his arms and never let go. If there was truth to what he'd always been told about love, it was that it would be wonderful and painful simultaneously. He'd thought the pain would refer exclusively to the bad arguments, of which they hadn't lacked. All the conflicts he'd had with Azula had been truly terrible. It was a wonder they had ended up here, in spite of them all. Yet he hadn't thought that there would be this much pain in just being separated from her. He wasn't sure he could return to his room, to the bed they had shared, without her. At least, doing so tonight was unfathomable. He groaned and stood up, picking up his hair tie and busying himself with composing his wolf's tail again. He had to stop acting like a fool, that was all there was to it. He wasn't a child, he could take it when things didn't go his way. So, if he had to go one day or more without seeing her, he'd bear with it. His chest ached at the thought, and he rolled his eyes at himself. His emotions were going to destroy him at this rate. As his thoughts scrambled through his mind, the door of a wardrobe creaked open. It stood against the wall, just next to where he had pressed Azula as they recklessly engaged in sex once more. Had they bumped into it and caused it to open somehow? He frowned and made to close the door, but he found it was damaged, and thus, impossible to close properly. No wonder it was in the storage. The content of the closet made him frown, though, as something red caught his eye. He pulled the door open and reached into the wardrobe, drawing a set of red robes from it, an outfit he had seen many times before. They were Royal Guard robes, along with the set of armor and helmet the uniform required. He blinked blankly, thoroughly confused. Why was this here? Had some Royal Guard outgrown his outfit and dumped it in here? It was odd, to say the least. He frowned, his mind attempting to connect the dots but failing to do so. Something told him there was a reason why these clothes, in a perfectly fine state, would have been left here, but surely the blood hadn't flowed back to his brain properly just yet. Thoughts of Azula were the only thing he could compose properly. And as he thought about her, the Royal Guard outfit in his hand, an idea came to mind. A very dangerous idea, one he knew Azula might kill him for, but he smirked as he thought that perhaps he wouldn't have to wait a whole day before seeing her again. Chapter 99, Giving in 5. Walking through the palace casually shouldn't have proven as difficult a feat for Azula. She simply had to be the figure of utter perfection, an art she had mastered from a young age. Nothing was amiss, of course not, especially not her virginity. Everything was absolutely perfect. There was no reason for anyone to suspect otherwise. She wasn't sure if she was holding up her act properly by the time she reached her room, or if she'd just made a complete fool of herself. She hadn't noticed anyone looking at her in suspicious ways. Most people who had crossed her path had bowed down in her direction, so perhaps she was simply expecting threats where there were none. Perhaps. She sent word for a servant to ready a bath for her and busied herself reading a book while she waited for it to be ready. The servant left quickly after setting up the tub in her personal bathroom, returning to her other chores right away, leaving the princess to herself. Azula sighed, releasing a tense breath once the girl had closed the door behind her, and she set aside the book she had scarcely been able to focus on. She stripped naked yet again, setting her armor on her dresser before focusing on the rest of her clothes. The thought that Sokka had seen her like this came dancing back into her head, threatening to make her smile to herself foolishly. She'd had no reason to fear he wouldn't like her body, she knew as much, but after seeing for herself the way he could barely keep his hands off her, she felt far more confident than she had been before. Relying on others' perceptions of herself wasn't the way she operated, normally, for she was fairly confident of her best qualities, but knowing how much he liked her, knowing he loved her, certainly made life brighter for the princess. She decided it would be best to burn the shirt inside the bathroom, concealing the smoke, if possible, amid the steam. She also picked out a shirt of the exact same qualities, a perfectly clean one, and tossed it in the basket of her used clothes. The servant might notice the absence of the red shirt when dealing with her laundry, so she would have to resort to a clean one to cover up for its absence. She sunk into the tub and heated it up further until it reached her favored temperature. There was a ghostly prickle on her pelvic area, born after what had happened only a short while ago. She snorted in disbelief and shook her head. It was like someone else would take over her body whenever she was around Sokka. She would lose all caution, rationality, and common sense, and even forget the potential troubles of having lost her virginity as long as he was with her. How he caused such an effect on her, she didn't know, but she found was thoroughly fascinated by it. Only thinking about him brought a soft smile to her face, one she didn't want anyone but Sokka to witness. She washed thoroughly, making certain to rinse away all trace of her last escapades with Sokka. He had left marks on her body. They weren't too noticeable, but they were evidence of what they'd done. She only hoped nobody had seen them. Most the people who crossed her path had bowed down instantly, so perhaps the new bothersome treatment she was bearing with had a few perks to it. She only burned the shirt once she was done washing. She stood in her bathing gown, in front of the tub, and she incinerated the evidence slowly, so the ashes would fall in the water. Once she pulled the plug, one of the last remaining loose ends was resolved. It was far from an ideal procedure, but it was better to lose a shirt than to lose her head, she reasoned, as she returned to her room and rummaged through her closet for her crown princess attire. She dressed up quickly, settling in her golden armor and feeling rather unworthy of its weight right now. She swallowed hard and tried to keep all negative thoughts at bay. She had disappointed her father, it was true, but she meant to become the best leader the Fire Nation had seen regardless of that. If she succeeded at making everything go her way, she might keep the truth from Jose for good. A knock on the door, as she finished applying makeup to the only noticeable red mark on her neck, made her frown. She set down the substance and glared at her door, wondering if the war meeting would begin so early. It wasn't likely, so it had to be something else. She composed her hair quickly, struggling to pull up her half knot, and she placed the hairpiece in front of it as usual, before walking to the door. The knock hadn't repeated itself, but indeed, there was a servant right outside, waiting for her to come to the door. "What is it?" Angela asked, and the man flinched. She frowned heavily at him. "The ladies Mai and Tai Li are here to see you, princess." "Wait, you said?" Angela whispered, her eyes widening. Oh. It had been a week since they'd last met, she realized. She had forgotten about their weekly encounters, letting herself grow concerned with one too many other matters, to the point where she had promptly lost track of time, and thus, of her newly reinstated weekly encounters with her friends. "Should I ask them to leave?" the servant asked. If it's an inconvenience for you, princess, I could do as much." No, I'll meet with them," said Angela, after frowning and pondering her options quickly. Sending her friends away for no reason wouldn't be appropriate. She had made an appointment, she had best keep it. The only way to make it seem as though everything was normal was to stick to her schedule as she would on any given day. With these thoughts in mind, she returned to her dresser and made certain her appearance was as flawless as could be before meeting Mai and Tai Li. Putting up a pretense before her friends would not be easy, but she had to try anyways. Their encounters always had taken place in a living room not far from Angela's own bedroom, and her feet seemed to guide her there on their own accord. She took deep breaths, knowing she had to be the image of perfection once again. She couldn't let Mai and Tai Li in on this secret now, not after Rui Shi and Song already knew of it. It was bound to be hard enough to keep those two in check, convincing Tai Li to refrain from telling everyone she knew about Angela and Sokka's relationship would be close to impossible. Angela steeled herself before entering the room, striding inside firmly and hoping nothing in her demeanor would give away the latest events. She was having an unbearably hard time acting naturally so far. Ty Lee and Maya were chatting inside when the door swung open. Angela couldn't help but remember how, over a year ago, she had walked into the same room to find the two of them talking about the yet unborn Uade. The mere memory seemed 1,000 years away to her. So much had changed since then. She had told the girls of the predicament that ailed her at the time, coming to the conclusion that she had to find a gladiator. Now said gladiator had turned her life upside down so many times she wasn't sure she could make out her bearings anymore. But she found she hardly wanted to. Angela! Ty Lee exclaimed, beaming. Took you a while? Sorry for the delay, she replied. There will be a war meeting later today, so I was preparing for that when I was briefed about your arrival. So, you forgot about our appointment? Asked Mai, raising an eyebrow. Angela frowned. You'd usually be prepared to greet us and to head into the war meeting right on time, wouldn't you? I suppose so, said Angela, shrugging. Things have been a little hectic as of late, but it's nothing to fuss over. I'm here now, aren't I? You are, but... said Mai, looking at Angela questioningly. The princess responded with a glare. But what? Mai. Said Ty Lee, blinking a few times as she approached the girl. She looked at Angela with wide eyes before pointing at her. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Angela paled at those words. No, she had made certain she was spotless, not a hair out of place. There was nothing Ty Lee could have thought was wrong, was there? But if that was the case, why was she looking at her like that? Is Angela what we're seeing? Mai asked, with a confused grimace. Angela was relieved to hear that response from her friend. If so, then yes. No. Look harder, Mai. Said Ty Lee, urgently. Just look. What the blazes am I supposed to be seeing? What is it, you don't like her new outfit or? Her outfit is fine, that's not it. It's her aura. Angela's eyes widened at that. Oh, hell, she had not foreseen such a ridiculous turn of events. Her aura? Ty Lee, what on earth? Said Mai, rolling her eyes as Ty Lee grabbed her shoulder and shook her. I'm serious, Mai. I've never seen it sparkle like that before. She said, looking at Angela in amazement. It's like, happy. She's happy. The happiest I've ever seen her. She looks virtually the same to me, Ty Lee, honestly. The only rare thing is that she might forget the appointment, but even Angela is human. Fine, be an aura non-believer if you want, but she knows I'm right, doesn't she? Ty Lee said, approaching Angela. What happened, Angela? What could have happened, for crying out loud? Angela growled, looking at Ty Lee skeptically. Ty Lee shook her head slowly. You're not tricking me with this. I can tell something's up, Angela, whether you like it or not, she said, squinting as she looked at her friend. Seriously, I've never seen your aura sparkle like that. Though now it's got a few darker stains to it, that's not a good sign. Why, if I indeed was in a good mood, for whatever reason, naturally I would stop being so happy when you start harassing me about it, don't you think? Said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest and looking at Ty Lee matter-of-factly. The chi blocker raised an eyebrow. So, you were happy? I didn't say I was, I said that if I had been. No point denying it, Angela, I can see your aura and it speaks for itself. Plus, Mai, you can feel it too, can't you? It's just something different about her. Like she's missing something she used to have before. Oh, really? Angela said, looking at Ty Lee with disbelief. This was getting preposterous. She didn't believe in auras to begin with, yet Ty Lee somehow could tell she was in a good mood through that. Even Mai had said nothing seemed different about her, so she was putting up a good front, but with this absurd matter of the auras now. Yeah, there's something that just isn't there anymore. Mai, come on, help me here. Exclaimed Ty Lee, as she grabbed Angela by the wrist and dragged her towards their other friend. Ty Lee, would you knock it off? Angela snapped, jerking her hand back and glaring at her. Mai raised an eyebrow as she regarded her, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Well, now that you mention it, she said, tapping her chin with her index finger. Frustration. Huh, said Angela, looking at her in confusion. You lack frustration, said Mai, and Ty Lee nodded energetically. I told you. I don't, hell, if anything I'm growing increasingly frustrated over this conversation, Angela growled. So if there's something I sure don't lack, it's Angela, said Mai, looking at her sternly. Angela froze. Is there anything you want to tell us? Like hell there is. She retorted instantly, and Ty Lee's hands flew to her mouth. Too fast, Angela, she said, giggling a little. You're usually a better liar than that. I'm not lying, because I certainly don't want to tell anything to either of you, she grunted, and Mai smiled. So, you are hiding something, but you simply don't want to tell us. I don't. Damn it, you two are a pain in the ass, she snapped, surprising them. You know, the servant had the right idea, I should have just sent you two back home and… Hey, no need to be so stingy, Angela, we're asking because we care about you. Ty Lee exclaimed, throwing her arms around Angela's neck in a tight hug. Angela grimaced. Get off me and leave me alone, she growled, pushing Ty Lee away brusquely. Far too brusquely for her usual self. Hey, that was mean, said Ty Lee, looking at her with hurt eyes. We're just curious, Angela. What's… She fell quiet when Mai grabbed Ty Lee's right arm, lifting it to her eye level, inspecting it carefully. Only then did Angela realize Ty Lee's forearm had brushed a certain part of her neck she had done her best to cover up. What's the matter, Mai? Asked Ty Lee, looking at Mai in confusion as Mai inspected the makeup residues on Ty Lee's wristband. This is, she said, as Ty Lee noticed the small stain on her clothes. Hey, isn't that… she said, raising her eyebrows before looking at Angela with astonishment. The princess found herself breathing heavily, her cheeks flushing when she saw her friend's eyes were directed straight to her neck, or rather, to a very red spot on it. Ty Lee's hands flew to her mouth again as she put all the evidence together, while Mai's eyebrows rose on her forehead slowly. Angela gritted her teeth. Angela, oh my, you did. You guys actually… Ty Lee started, blushing as well as she laughed happily. The joyful laugh was interrupted when Angela's eyes steeled as she glared at Ty Lee. She stomped her way towards the girl and covered her mouth with her hand, stopping her from making further noise. Shut up, she growled, dangerously. Ty Lee blinked blankly, thoroughly confused. But Angela, she mumbled as Angela pulled her hand away, still glaring. Do you realize absolutely anyone could be listening to what we're saying? No protesting, Ty Lee, she snarled, as she shook her head and lifted her hand to her forehead. So now two more people knew. Brilliant. She had given the secret away again. How was it so hard to get this right? She took pride in her flawless executions of her plans in so many regards, yet when it came to Sokka she couldn't seem to stop messing things up. The lingering bliss of having been with him not long ago faded gradually as she realized she had to get a grip already. At this rate, her father would be the next to notice what she was hiding. Ah, but Angela, it's such a wonderful thing, Ty Lee said, smiling again. I can't believe it's finally happened, after such a long time. I'd like to think it wasn't my advice that did it, though, was it? Mai asked, and Angela frowned and shook her head. Your advice did little to help or otherwise, Angela growled, as she walked towards a couch and sank in it, her hands on the sides of her head. She groaned in irritation, not knowing what to make of the current situation anymore. That's a pity, said Mai, smiling a little as Ty Lee looked at her accusingly. Wait just a moment, you went to Mai for advice? She exclaimed, looking at Angela in disbelief. Angela groaned. Because I was dead certain Mai would convince me not to do anything foolish. Alas, she thoroughly disappointed me, Angela growled, and Mai shrugged. You can't fault me for being honest, can you? But why just Mai? You should have come to me, Ty Lee exclaimed, dropping on the couch where Angela had taken her seat. Her comment earned her another glare. You? So your advice would relate merely to what positions you'd recommend? Thank you, but no thank you, Angela said, dryly, and Ty Lee pouted. Well, it's a bit late for that now, but I can still give you advice on what to do from here onwards, right? Said Ty Lee, and Angela glared at her skeptically. Ty Lee pouted. Come on, Angela, you know I can help. You can help by realizing how delicate the situation is, you know. Angela snapped, and Ty Lee froze. See, maybe I was happy, maybe this is thrilling in a lot of ways, but that's not important when you consider that what we did was. Well, it will likely cost us our heads. At least it will cost us his, for certain, if we ever were discovered. And that's precisely why the less people knew, the better. But we're your friends, said Ty Lee, pouting. Don't you trust us? I. Said Angela, looking at Ty Lee doubtfully. She groaned in frustration, dropping her head on her hand. Trusting people had never been her strong suit. She had done far too much of it during the past year, and perhaps had learned, in the process, that trusting some people might be the only way to achieve certain results in the long run. Yet when it came to this, it wasn't just a matter of trust. You know all too well what fate awaits me if this were known, Ty Lee, Angela muttered. Ty Lee stiffened and swallowed, nodding. And if it were known, also, that you two were aware of this, there's no telling what would happen to you either. This isn't just a matter of trust, it's the fact that I might end up ruining 1,000 lives at this rate, all because I. She huffed angrily and shook her head. She couldn't bring herself to say it, and it might be for the best if she didn't. There was indeed no telling who might overhear her words right now. The point is, this isn't just because I'm some sort of prude who refuses to share details with you two. Ah, we didn't think you were, but. The point is you two were better off not knowing, for your own sake, said Angela, sighing and dropping against the backrest of her seat. Every moment that went by there was something new to worry about, it seemed. Granted that might be true, but if worst came to worst, there's no reason for anyone to suspect that either me or Ty Lee knew anything, said Mai, shrugging. We may be your friends, but there are far too many secrets you keep from us. Pretending this is yet another secret we were never told of shouldn't prove that hard, if you're so worried about us. Yeah, that's true, said Ty Lee. If it came to that, of course. Because I mean, you've been so cautious so far, from the looks of it. Angela grimaced. No, she and Sokka had been anything but cautious. They were slightly overwhelmed by the magnitude of the passion between them. Merely being around each other was enough to get them started again. By now, she couldn't help but wonder how they had managed to keep their hands off each other for such a long time. Clearly, they had forgotten how to do that by now. You've made sure to destroy all evidence? Asked Mai, and Angela nodded. Most of it anyways, she whispered. Some things would be best dealt with later. Getting rid of everything that hosted any evidence at once could look suspicious all on its own. Indeed, said Mai, nodding. Well, then, if you have already taken care of most things then I'd say you don't have to worry that much. If you're that concerned over our well-being, Ty Lee and I can play dumb quite easily. No doubt. Said Ty Lee, proudly, before freezing and looking at Mai scornfully. Hey, was that an insult? Not really. It would have been an insult if I'd said I would play dumb, whereas you won't even have to pretend. Said Mai, with a malicious grin. Ty Lee's cheeks reddened as she glared at her friend. Mai, quit being a jerk. She growled, and Mai chuckled. Angela watched her friends talk, a soft frown on her face. If this was already irremediable, then she'd best work with it, regardless if she liked it or not. Things wouldn't get better if she merely stuck to berating herself for not protecting this secret as she had intended to. I suppose you both understand how important it is to keep your mouths shut, then, she said, and the two girls nodded. I'd think you don't even need to ask, said Ty Lee, smiling a little. I know you think I'm a gossip, but I'm not stupid enough to ruin your life like that. I know all too well what it's like. There's no reason to tell anyone about this, Mai said, shrugging. So Ty Lee's right, there's no need to ask. We'll keep quiet and pretend nothing has changed. Which means I should continue annoying you about getting things on with him, even though I know you have by now, said Ty Lee, giggling, and Angela rolled her eyes and sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose with her fingertips. The thing is, I'm starting to think these meetings can't take place like this anymore, if just for safety's sake, she whispered. While I'm reluctant to share any information with you two, I realize the topic might come up at some point, whether I want it to or not. So, we're not going to meet anymore? Asked Tylee, sadly. Angela bit her lower lip. It's either that or changing locations to somewhere more secure for the next one, said Angela. Granted, not meeting anymore might be safer, but seeing how we're trying to start this again, you two might think it's a waste. It'd actually be a little strange if we started and then stopped again for no reason, said Mai, raising an eyebrow. I don't think people would look too deeply into it, but it still might seem a little random on your part. I'd say changing locations for our encounters would be better. Where to? Said Tylee, blinking blankly as Angela leveled her with a straightforward stare. Tylee's eyebrows rose. Wait, my place. You can say you'll keep this quiet all you want, but let's face it, you will tell Haru, said Angela, and Tylee blushed. I wouldn't necessarily do it, she said, and Angela looked at her skeptically. Right. Let's pretend you do keep quiet, for a week, at most. You're giving her too much credit, said Mai, smirking, and Tylee pouted. You two are just, ugh. I could keep quiet, you'll see, she said. Angela sighed. The thing is, you don't have to, but just with Haru, understood? And Haru is not to talk of this to a single soul, got it? Oh? He can know. Tylee said, surprised. I'm thinking he might notice something's odd if we start meeting at your place suddenly, said Angela, frowning. Since it's just you and him, it will still be risky, but at least I figure Haru can keep his silence. He barely talks to begin with, so. Still could be another loose end, though, said Mai, and Angela sighed. I'm forced to trust you all despite I don't feel too inclined to do so, she said. Still, as long as we give nobody else any cause to suspect us, it will be fine. None of you will be interrogated over this, so long as Sokka and I keep our act together. If we can, of course. Well, Haru will have to know if that's the case, said Mai, nodding. Meeting at Tylee's place would be safer than mine anyways. I have too many servants, a baby, and a husband. It should be easier to talk elsewhere. Then my place it is, said Tylee, smiling. You really do think of everything, Angela, right? If I didn't I'd be in a bigger mess than I'm already in, she said, with a sarcastic grin. Mai raised an eyebrow. You did, though? Think of everything, I mean. I believe so, said Angela, frowning. Why the question? So, you also had a contraceptive measure, I take it. Angela's stomach sank. No, that was the one thing she had forgotten completely about. Suddenly she felt dizzy, as though she were about to be sick. She grew paler as she stared at the floor in horror. No, there was no way he'd gotten her pregnant. She refused to believe it. Oh, said Tylee, grimacing, as Angela started breathing more heavily. I forgot. We forgot. Shit. She said, her fingers sliding through her hair as she continued to curse. Tylee looked at her in surprise, and Mai sighed. Don't assume you're pregnant right away, she said, folding her arms over her chest. It's not a sure-proof thing. Mai, she said, looking at Mai desperately before holding her tongue. No, Mai didn't need to hear that they'd already done it a grand total of 3 times. She didn't need that sort of information. Still, considering how many times it had happened so far, the likelihood of pregnancy could only increase. If I were pregnant, all my efforts to cover up what's happened would be in vain. Who the blazes would believe that I was knocked up magically, with no man's involvement whatsoever? Well, people could blame that sort of stuff on spirits, right? Said Tylee, and Angela's groan in response made her grimace. Okay, sorry. No spirit tale would stand if they were to subject me to a damn physical examination and they discovered the truth, she said. So all in all, I just had to forget the one thing that mattered the most. It's remarkable of me, isn't it? Hell, I can barely believe Calm down, Angela, Mai said, as the princess yanked her own hair. If worst comes to worst, there are things that can be done to deal with this particular problem. Angela swallowed hard and looked at Mai, finding steel in her eyes. She knew what Mai was referring to, though the idea didn't appeal much to Angela, despite everything. All the same, though, if there were no other way. But if worst doesn't come to worst, you won't be carrying a child. Yet, said Mai, and Angela frowned. So, you're saying it's just a matter of time. If you don't do anything to avoid it, yes, said Mai, before smiling a little. But I can help you with that. You don't think I have garden just for show, do you? Mai makes her own contraceptive tea, Angela, said Ty Lee, smiling too. She often shares it with me, so I'm sure she could give you some as well, right? I wouldn't mind doing so, said Mai, nodding, as Angela finally felt she could breathe again. You would, then? She asked, and Mai smirked. Yes, I would. That way you two will be free to carry on with your fun, considering it's pretty obvious you needed it, she said, and Angela blushed. It's only, you two have already done more than I should have ever asked of you, Angela muttered. Demanding this now, it feels like. You just don't like relying on other people this much, is it? Asked Mai, and Angela grinned at her teeth. Come on, Angela, said Ty Lee, smiling. We're friends, aren't we? There's no need to be so reserved with us. I know, you want to protect us too, you don't want to be a bother, but you're not one. Ty Lee's right, said Mai, nodding. We are friends. And friends help one another out when they need it. Ty Lee smiled sadly at those words, and Angela sighed. She had helped Ty Lee once before when she had been in a similar predicament. She had attempted to help Mai to choose between Ruanjian and Zuko, and even though Mai hadn't abided by Angela's advice, the princess had still stood by her friend's decision. In turn, her friends had supported her when she had needed them to, with Ty Lee complying with her unreasonable request to save Suki, with Mai helping her and Sokka after finding them on the deck of the ship after that intense drunken night. She bit her lower lip, guessing she had brought this upon herself anyways. Had she been more convincing, perhaps it wouldn't have come to this. But all things considered, if she hadn't admitted the truth to her friends, Mai wouldn't have offered the tea that might spare her from ending up pregnant, if she wasn't already with child. Despite her unease, and her usual drive to deal with most matters on her own, perhaps she didn't have to do it this time around. Trusting Mai and Ty Lee had paid off so far, hopefully it would this time as well. Can you bring the tea here later, then, Mai? Angela asked, biting her lip as she glanced at Mai with uncertainty. I have a war meeting now, but you can come back and bring it afterwards, right? If you can't fetch it yourself, I suppose I could do that, said Mai, nodding. The guards shouldn't make a fuss if you come back, said Angela, frowning. Granted they might think it's weird, but they won't stop you. Sending an envoy with the tea would be far more suspicious than for you to return, so, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but... It's fine, said Mai, nodding. I don't mind. It will be a small bother indeed, but I can do it. I think I can get you supplies for around 2 months or so. You'll have to drink it every day, though, you realize. Yes, I think I can do that. Some people might find it odd for me to start drinking tea all of a sudden, but I don't need to do it in front of them anyways, Angela said. I could simply drink it when I'm alone, or whenever I go to Sokka's place. That could do, then. Just don't forget to drink it, Mai said, and Angela nodded. I won't. Thank you, said Angela, looking at her gratefully, and Mai smiled. What are friends for? Angela finally found it in her to smile. The situation was not the best it could have been, but it was what it was. She would have to keep a proper front from now on, set boundaries with Sokka in order to avoid further problems of the sort. She was being pushed out of her comfort zone completely, for she wasn't used to having to rely on others like this. She had already been forced to trust Song and Ruishi with keeping this secret, which placed them both in perilous situations, and the same was true for Mai and Ty Lee now. Indeed, it wasn't only about trust, but it was also a matter of how much danger her secret posed for both her friends. She would need to tread far more carefully from here onwards. But wait a minute, you and Sokka, oh, yes, yes, yes. Ty Lee exclaimed, clapping as she looked at Mai with a malicious grin. What's the matter now? Mai asked, raising an eyebrow as Ty Lee pointed a finger at her. Hand over my money, Mai. I won our bet, fair and square. She exclaimed, proudly, as Azula groaned and buried her face in a hand. Mai raised her eyebrows. Oh, I owe you nothing, Ty Lee, she said, simply, to the girl's surprise. You do. Of course you do. Don't you dare dodge this, Mai. Ty Lee exclaimed, pouting, as Mai smirked again. I seem to remember we made a second bet not long ago, for the same amount of money. I won that one, remember? Ty Lee froze, her mouth agape in disbelief as Azula glanced between both her friends. Another bet? Is that how you resolved this problem? Azula asked Mai, who nodded. Yes, by betting that Zuko and Suki would end up together. It worked wonders, she said. At the end of it, Ty Lee herself was doing everything she could to keep them together, our bet well forgotten. Well, I'm more interested in love than in money, truth be told, but that's not fair. She exclaimed, glaring at Mai. I was looking forward to cashing this bet. Tough luck betting against me, Ty Lee, said Mai, shrugging as Ty Lee pouted. You are just mean, Mai, seriously. You just don't plan ahead, Ty Lee, it's that simple. Said Mai. Azula sighed but smiled a little again, watching the girls argue with some amusement. Azula didn't give away more information regarding what had led her and Sokka to succumb to their feelings, yet Ty Lee continued to fawn over the fact that she made a wonderful couple with Sokka, and over how happy Azula ought to be due to this turn of events. Mai didn't annoy Azula as much, but she did tease her whenever she found a chance to do so. Despite it all, Azula didn't feel too threatened, regardless if the circle of people who knew about her not-so-secret relationship with Sokka was growing at a worrisome rate. Aside from Rui Shi and Song, only Mai and Ty Lee, and eventually, Haru, could know of this. More than enough people knew as it was, and keeping a secret would only become more complicated at this rate. Haru had better not have some long-lost friend he'd tell about this, Azula hoped. Ty Lee and Mai took their leave eventually, for Azula had to ready herself for the war meeting. Mai had promised to drop by with Azula's package later, and Azula reminded her to wait until the meeting was done so she could hand the parcel directly to her. She couldn't entrust something that important to anyone else. She returned to her room, reapplying the makeup on her neck that had been rubbed off by Ty Lee's hug, and she proceeded to pull her hair up to a top knot. She pleased herself by succeeding at it without requiring any help, and she took a deep breath as she looked at herself in the mirror. No mistakes now. Nobody in her father's council was likely to notice she was no longer sexually frustrated, as Mai and Ty Lee had. She also hoped none of them could see auras as her friend allegedly could. She strode her way to the throne room when Rui Shi and another guard came by to fetch her. They flanked her until they reached the red curtains and bowed once she dismissed them. She stepped forward through the gateway to find a fair number of officials were already within the throne room. From what she could guess from the people present, this would be a regular briefing meeting. All bowed in her direction as she passed them by, and she nodded curtly towards them. Her father already waited at the far end of the room, sitting behind his screen of flames. Azula couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt upon seeing him. She had been raised by him to be his perfect heir, and yet she had done what she had. She couldn't quite regret it, not when it had felt so right, but she also wasn't ready to face her father's wrath if he ever found out about what she had done. She stepped into her position at her father's right hand, bowing deeply towards him. Ozai smirked at her and nodded, allowing her to take her seat. Good afternoon, father, she said, crossing her legs and willing her heart to stop racing. Her father wasn't bound to notice something was amiss. The more she worried about it, the more likely she would be to give herself away like a fool. She needed to keep herself in check. Likewise, Princess Azula, he said, breathing out slowly. A fine day for a meeting, she told him, gazing at him with curiosity. Is there anything in particular that prompted the occasion, or? Oh, merely that Admiral Zhao's return should provide us with a proper report on the situation in the North Pole, for one thing, he said. The rest is mostly routine work, as you might have guessed. I thought so, said Angela, nodding. She raised her eyes towards the map positioned at the center of the room. Zhao was already sitting at its top left corner, a position of honor in its own right. The closer you sat to the Fire Lord, the more trusted an officer you were. Is my uncle going to join us on time today, or will he be late as usual? You may need to tone down your resentment towards him. At least during this meeting, said Jose, smiling. I understand you were rather shaken up by that loss you took against him, but you know it makes no matter in the long run. Losing a few battles is unimportant so long as you can win the war. If only that were so, Angela muttered, her eyes growing colder for a moment before she glanced tentatively at her father. You heard, though, about how that you lost against Iroh and were furious with your gladiator about it? Indeed, he said, and Angela nodded slowly. I can't say I'm surprised. Failing to defeat your uncle is shameful, no doubt. Angela's nails dug into her palms. She still didn't think that loss had been fair. Sokka would defeat Toph thoroughly the next time, she would see to it. And of course, your gladiator deserved to be at the receiving end of your anger. Nonetheless, I'd recommend you show him some mercy. Subjects need to regard their master as a benevolent ruler in order to fear and obey as they were born to. It would seem I have been far too benevolent as it is, though, said Angela, frowning. I have extended more than enough kindnesses to the savage and he repays me with failures. The best way to ensure he will not fail again is showing him the dire price he'll have to pay for it if he dares do it one more time, don't you believe? Indeed. A wise decision, said Jose, smirking. There are limits that must be drawn. Certain shortcomings cannot go unpunished. Nevertheless, it might be in your best interest to hold back in the future. The punishment has been delivered, so you had best allow him some relief to ensure that his loyalty and obedience will remain unchanged. I shall. It is what you would do, Angela said, smiling at Jose, who nodded. Her insides twisted as though she had snakes instead of a stomach. Spouting so many lies to her father's face was far too easy, despite her conscience was screaming at her to stop it. She'd never thought she would have to lie to the man so blatantly. She had his trust, so for the longest time she had been willing to give him her own. Yet now she was being dishonest as never before, as Jose encouraged her to give Sokka relief after his harsh punishment. Relief. That she would process his words as a euphemism prompted Angela to grit her teeth. While she deeply despised certain cultural practices of the Fire Nation, especially those regarding the role of women in society, she couldn't help but feel guilty. She couldn't help but feel unworthy of her father's words after what she'd done with Sokka. The meeting commenced soon enough, and as per usual, Iroh only appeared once everyone had taken their seats after the Fire Nation oath was recited. Angela couldn't help but roll her eyes at his predictable actions. Jose as well was displeased, but he said nothing. If there was one person he couldn't intimidate into behaving however he saw fit, it was his older brother. Very well, now that my brother has finally deemed us worthy of his presence, let us begin, said Jose, as Iroh smiled broadly. It irked Angela to see him so satisfied with himself once more. She rather liked him better when he was in a foul mood instead of pretending to be a dolt. War Minister Qin, if you please. Thank you, my lord, said the aforementioned man, bowing deeply towards Jose once he stood up. He regarded everyone in the room as he spoke next. The situation at the former Earth Kingdom remains fairly stable. Our troops in Ba Sing Se have succeeded at keeping the peace after the Dialis conspiracy was thwarted. Udeo has seen peace for the time being, and so has Garsai. Omashu still holds occasional rebellious outbreaks, but it would seem Governor Yukino has kept the peace as well. I take it the situation is not as smooth in Omashu as it should be, said Jose, and War Minister Qin shook his head. It would seem a steady hand, like Governor Tien's, would be convenient here. He said. But Governor Yukino has succeeded at avoiding dangerous uprisings from rebels as it is. Holding their former king in public imprisonment was a brilliant decision, my lord. Naturally, it was. A man as dangerous as Bumi could not be held otherwise, he said, frowning. Has he attempted to escape again? Not once since he failed during the eclipse, said War Minister Qin. He attempted to escape? Iroh inquired, curious. I had not heard of this. The fool seemed to have assumed the total eclipse would take place in the entire world, said Zhao, smirking. But unfortunately for him, the shadow mostly passed over the mainland. And what little time he thought he had to escape was less than he expected, said Iroh, frowning. He will have no such opportunities again, Oze stated, firmly. Not in his current imprisonment conditions, for certain. Azula watched her father warily as she listened to his harsh words, her mind rewinding to her only visit to Omashu. She could recall how shaken up Sokka had been about King Bumi's situation, how she had shut him down harshly for his complaints. That had definitely not been a good time for them, she frowned, wondering how he felt about all his qualms towards the Fire Nation nowadays. Had their relationship's growth somehow made him feel less strongly about those matters? Or had she merely distracted him from his eagerness to see the Fire Nation change its ways? She had to count herself lucky, though, that it was change he wanted by now, rather than total annihilation. He wasn't the same man he had been when they first met, for better or for worse. He had changed his ways, just as Azula had changed hers. He had changed to the point of even falling in love with her. She had to repress the urge to smile when that thought solidified in her mind. It wouldn't do to start swooning over Sokka in the middle of a war meeting. Nonetheless, there was something reassuring about thinking of his feelings for her. He disapproved of many of the Fire Nation's actions, but he knew better than to assume that everything Fire Nation related was rotten to the core by now. Else his feelings for her wouldn't be what they were. So, there are no major conflicts in the colonies at the moment, said Zhao, looking at War Minister Qin. If that's so, would it be advisable to send some of the troops that aren't needed urgently there to the North Pole? I must say it might, but I wouldn't recommend that course of action, said Qin, shaking his head slowly. Enforcing the former Earth Kingdom into obedience has been difficult enough. Sending soldiers north might weaken the peace that has been hard achieved. Azula's eyebrow rose. Peace? She wasn't entirely sure that was an accurate term for what the situation was. Perhaps she was mistaken, for she had been born in a world at war, but she thought that, if they had been in actual peace, there would be no reason to fear revolts anywhere. Her father had strived to crush the spirit of the Earth Kingdom people, but, seeing how they would often rise and fight against their conquerors, it didn't seem he had crushed it completely. The only way to achieve the peace Qin spoke of would be by obliterating all Earth Kingdom rebels, or for them to be eased into accepting the Fire Nation's authority for good. The first thing didn't sit too well with Azula, and it seemed completely unlikely for the second to take place. Is there a desperate need for further troops up north, Admiral? Asked Commander Tsang, looking at Zhao in confusion. I was under the impression that most our naval forces were already concentrated there. You exaggerate. It's only a fragment of our navy, in truth, said Zhao, regarding Tsang disdainfully. And it should have been enough to defeat the Northern Water Tribe's forces, said Iroh, and Zhao frowned. So why did it prove so complicated, Admiral Zhao? A siege of that magnitude is easier said than done, General, said Zhao, turning towards him now. You should understand as much, seeing how you are knowledgeable and experienced in matters of sieges. Iroh's eyes grew colder at those words. Mentions of his loss in Ba Sing Se never failed to irritate him, especially when they came from military officers. I do understand as much, but what I cannot understand is that mere squads of waterbenders have consistently defeated the best our fleet has to offer, said Iroh. Zhao swallowed hard. If only we weren't fighting under such dire circumstances, we would have defeated them in no time, he said. There are far more waterbenders than we anticipated, and they are more skilled than we realized, especially under the influence of the moon. Their strength has cost us countless ships and resources, and it stopped us from so much as reaching the bay. They have the seas and the very land in which they stand to aid them in battle, and there is simply no way to cut them from their resources. At a certain point through the siege they proved capable of lifting such a thick barrier of ice that it was impossible for a single of our icebreakers to tear through it. Then are you implying the battle in the north cannot be won? Asked Commander Gon, his eyes widening nervously, because if it is so. I don't believe I claimed as much, now, did I? Said Zhao, raising an eyebrow. No, we can win. We will win. But not with our forces as they are now. Even if that's so, more ships will represent little to no difference in the outcome of this siege, Admiral, said Angela, her arms crossed. If you cannot pass through the ice barriers, and the waterbenders are as skilled as you claim they are, no improvements will be made merely by assigning more troops to the scuffle. The lives of the soldiers are likely to be lost in the struggle, all the same as the ships. In short, it would be a waste. Success won't be guaranteed by a larger force of attack under those circumstances. And as Chin says, we would leave many other fronts unattended in the colonies. It would be ill-advised to proceed this way. Certainly, said Jose, nodding and stroking his beard. Yet if the situation is as Zhao claims. If it is so, the siege cannot be sustained for very much longer, said Iroh, turning to his brother with his ever-unreadable eyes. Jose frowned. Are you hoping we back down from the conflict up north, General Iroh? He asked, a dangerous hint in his voice betraying that his brother's answer to his question had better not be positive. I am hoping you realize certain fights might be hopeless. The north, and the south, too, offer no resources for us to exploit, said Iroh. So turning the poles into colonies. I never claimed to be interested in settling colonies either at the north or south poles, said Jose, his arms folded before his chest. The reason the water tribes were to be vanquished was because they would pose the biggest threat to our rule if left unattended. If the waterbenders are as skilled as the Admiral has informed us, then it is imperative to keep them fighting in their territories. Backing down now will give them the freedom and the chance they are hoping for to attack our nation. I will not offer them that leverage, brother. Then what do you propose? Said Iroh, raising an eyebrow. It sounds as though we were outnumbered in all fronts, Fire Lord. How can we find an advantage in a war as hard fought as the one in the North Pole? We may need to change our approach to the conflict. If we haven't been efficient so far, it's surely because we are looking at this matter from a stale perspective, he said. We need to think of new ideas. Cutting their bending resources, for one thing, could be useful, but doesn't seem viable. I had meant to test a method to achieve that very goal, confessed Zhao, frowning. Regrettably, I need to reach the very core of their petty tribe in order to succeed at it, and we never made it past the gates. Their forces are organized quite well for the savages they are famed to be. The Northern Water Tribe has always been the more civilized one, said Jose, with raised eyebrows. It isn't surprising that they would know how to handle themselves in their element, either. In any case, as I said, a new approach is direly needed for the battle against their forces. What are our options? More forces wouldn't be advisable, said Chin, frowning a little. And since that's the case, we are at a standstill. Not necessarily. Not all wars are won by brawn and numbers, said Zhao, smirking and looking at Jose, the spark of an idea in his eyes. You spoke to me of some aircrafts you were hoping to build? Perhaps an aerial attack would be more suitable for this enterprise. It would be ideal, but it's unlikely to happen, said Jose, his brow drawing together slowly. The machinist has failed to find a solution for his problem with the hot air balloons. All his prototypes have been failures so far. Is that so? Pity, said Zhao, disappointed. Perhaps he requires a little more persuasion. I'm afraid we have been as persuasive as can be with that man, said Chin, with a sigh. It seems he truly has bumped into a wall with this particular problem. Has he, then? And, what of his other technological advancements? Has he developed anything we can use to defeat the waterbenders? Jose asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, he designed the train tank, indeed, and the drill, said Chin, insecure. But I doubt he can create a version of them that might prove more useful than our ships. Of course not, said Jose, rubbing his forehead with his fingers. And what about sending an actual aerial attack? Asked General Mack, to Jose's confusion. Did you not hear what we just said? The aircrafts aren't functional, General Mack, he snapped, and Mack swallowed hard. Or is it you have an idea as to how to make them work? No, that's not it. I meant, well, there is one dragon in the Fire Nation once more, right? He said, his eyes shifting towards Azula slightly. Wouldn't it be possible for the princess to carry out an attack against the Northern Water Tribe? If only it were, said Jose, as Azula stiffened next to him. But there's no telling if her dragon will prove capable of surviving in the rough conditions in the North Pole. The cold might be far too extreme for a fire beast to handle it. Not to mention it would be a ridiculous notion, sending the princess to the front lines, said Zhao, looking at Mac with derision. Capable as she might be, she is still the Fire Lord's sole heir. There's no point in risking losing her up north. I don't think I would be that easily lost, Azula said, looking at Zhao with defiant eyes. All the same, I agree. I'm not certain Xin Long would be capable of withstanding the extreme temperatures. If we had a dragon squad the idea would be more appealing, but sending a single dragon, and the last one we know of? If just as an exercise in caution, it would be best to refrain from doing so. Indeed. We shall rely on technological advancements, said Oze. The Mechanist should be capable of providing us with a weapon, perhaps, to make up for his failure with the air balloons. A weapon? Azula repeated. What sort of weapon do you expect him to procure for us? I'm not entirely certain, said Oze, thoughtful. But perhaps, weapons befitting the Fire Nation, yes. Weapons that would set fire to their ice, even at a distance, weapons they wouldn't be able to stop easily, bombs. Those are the weapons we would need him to create. Bombs. Said Zhao, raising an eyebrow in approval. Perhaps it would work. If we can throw those bombs deep into their defenses, we might even take out some of their leaders. It would make perfect sense. Said Commander Tsang, smiling. Bombs would be the ideal means to improve the siege. Yet, the Mechanist has never provided us with explosives before, said Qin, frowning. In fact, he seems to be rather unreliable when it comes to them. He claimed he lost his eyebrows after some explosion of sorts. I'm afraid we shouldn't count on him proving capable of crafting bombs successfully. Is that so? Well, what a pitiful inventor, truly, said Oze, rolling his eyes. So, are we left with nothing again? Said Zhao, confused. There are more inventors in the world than just the Mechanist, Fire Lord. Perhaps another one can craft the bombs. Perhaps, said Oze, nodding, as his brow contracted slowly and dangerously. His eyes bore the spark of an idea, as he thought about the last time he had seen bombs in action. Perhaps. I could compile a list of all available inventors, my lord, said Qin. While it is true that the Mechanist is the more efficient of them, it might be that other inventors are better suited for bombs than. Now. No need, said Oze, smirking. Imagine just how expensive it might prove to pay some insufferable BA-Sing SE graduate to design bombs for us. Well, you could always threaten him into service. Said Zhao, smirking, and Oze chuckled. No need. Not when there is a much cheaper and more viable solution right in front of our noses, he said, before turning to Azula, who looked back at her father with confused eyes. You believe I should make the bombs? She asked, and Oze shook his head, to her momentary relief. Not you. You're Gladiator. Azula had to exert all her willpower not to react excessively at her father's suggestion. All the same, she couldn't hold back a gasp of disbelief as she stared at her father with questioning eyes. Her Gladiator? He wanted Sokka, of all people, to aid them in the war? There was no way that would happen. He would rather drop dead than agree to help the Fire Nation in their war effort. Azula had no trouble imagining how a conversation of the sort would unfold between them. He might be so mad that all the recent progress of their relationship would disappear in thin air. Not that this was what she should be worrying about right now, though. My Gladiator, she finally said, looking at her father skeptically. My Gladiator. I said so just now, didn't I? Said Oze, smirking with pride. My lord. Said Zhao, surprising Oze. The man seemed rather disturbed by the fact that such words had just come from his liege lord's mouth. You hope to put such a delicate mission in the hands of a common slave. Ah, but he isn't all that common, said Oze. My daughter made a wise decision by electing him to serve as her fighter. I witnessed his fighting prowess myself, and so did I, my lord, but I don't think we can defeat the Northern Water Tribe with stench bombs, said Zhao, with a sarcastic smile. Well, who is to say a lot of unpleasant odors in the tribesmen's nostrils might not serve our cause? Said Iroh, chuckling. Of course, it wouldn't be the most dignified manner to win, but a victory is a victory all the same, is it not? Angela was trying her very hardest not to react to Iroha's provocations and Jose's strange suggestions, but it seemed she had reached a limit regarding how much she could control her body. Her nails dug into her thigh as she shook her head in utter confusion. For the first time in ages, she found herself agreeing wholeheartedly with Zhao. Father, as much as you may believe this is a good solution, it actually might not be. As the Admiral pointed out, my gladiator's skills seem to relate exclusively to smoke or stench bombs. I've never seen him use actual explosives in battle. His success with crafting other types of bombs might aid him in creating actual explosives, though, said Jose, smirking. Your gladiator could be sent to the Northern Air Temple to cooperate with the Mechanist. He understands the workings of bombs, while the Mechanist has some experience with explosives, if not of the best kind. The Mechanist could do most the work, with your gladiator providing assistance wherever it might be needed. You cannot be serious, said Zhao, shaking his head in disbelief. My lord, you cannot honestly hope a savage will prove capable of what the Mechanist hasn't achieved on his own. That man is a lot more reliable than it looks like, Zhao, said Jose, folding his arms over his chest. And after the punishment he has been delivered recently, he might be all the more willing to comply with our wishes, in order to avoid further retribution. Even if that were so, father, he's more likely to ruin this than anything else, said Angela, looking at Jose skeptically. I advise you look through War Minister Qin's list of inventors instead. You're more likely to succeed that way. I shall if I must, said Jose, tapping his arm with a finger. But if I mustn't rely on any external sources when it comes to this problem, then I won't do so. Your gladiator already aided our nation in a trying moment, sparing us all from strife when the White Lotus attempted that prison break. And he seems to be quite capable of doing whatever it takes to survive. What I saw in the arena on your birthday was impressive, especially for a non-bending slave. He can be quite brutal. Even if he is, I doubt we'll be as fortunate as to have the Northern Water tribesmen opening their mouths in the exact necessary timing for our soldiers to place bombs in them. Said Angela, and Jose chuckled. That isn't quite what I meant, he said. If he has proven capable of practically murdering a man through one of his bombs, then he can most definitely be lethal. And it's his lethality and drive to survive what we require now. If he refuses to cooperate, all we need to do is press him into a corner. Of course, he is but a slave, after all. Threats ought to make him swallow whatever pride he might still have left. If he values his life at all, he will agree to my demands. And what if he didn't succeed, father? Angela asked, still looking at Jose with disbelief. Perhaps you are right, perhaps he would surpass my low expectations of him, but what if he didn't? As of late he's shown how adept he is at failures. I question that he could prove capable of succeeding at something that not even the Mechanist himself has achieved. If he didn't succeed, we might resort to the War Minister's list of inventors, said Jose, nodding. After the gladiator has been delivered the rightful punishment he'd deserve for his failure, of course. Just how cross would you be if I were to reduce your fighter to ashes? Father, said Angela, looking at him skeptically as Jose chuckled. I'm a merciful man, I would keep him alive all the same. He said, with a smirk. Perhaps completely useless for battle, but I would make certain he survives, no doubt. Angela gritted her teeth. If he were threatening to burn anyone else she wouldn't have been too affected, but Sokka, she was already putting him in a dangerous situation all by herself. Now her father meant to force him to cooperate with the Fire Nation or pay with his life if he either failed or refused. No doubt her latest luck with Sokka was going to run out very soon. The inventors shall serve as our backup plan, Jose declared, stubbornly, to Angela and Zhao's chagrin. The gladiator's knowledge of bombs ought to be sufficient. If it weren't, we will resort to the others. Would you take him to the Northern Air Temple yourself, Angela, or would you rather he's delivered there by one of our ships? I could do it myself, said Angela, nodding slowly, though she was still rather apprehensive about the entire situation. There are no more pressing matters I must tend to at the moment. But father. Very well, then. Make certain to stress on him the need for haste, said Jose, as Angela gritted her teeth. It won't do for you to stay abroad for longer than a month or two. You have the Gladiator League to worry about as well, Iroh said, softly. Angela held back the urge to scald him with her glare. Take 3 months and all your progress so far would be lost. If need be, I'd drag him to fight in the nearest arena available. I am ever so touched by your concern for my sponsoring career, she added, with noticeable spite in her voice. But you needn't concern yourself with it. I'm not a novice at this. Very well, said Iroh, smiling. Are there further matters to discuss? Ozai asked, with an air of finality to his voice. Angela gritted her teeth as she looked at her father hopelessly. She would have gladly continued discussing his latest decision, because, for the life of her, she couldn't find this sudden turn of events agreeable no matter what. Sokka's skills with bombs weren't likely to be of the kind Ozai wanted them to be, and he wasn't going to accept helping the Fire Nation in the destruction of his sister tribe. There was simply no way this would end well for any of the involved. It seems not, my lord. The south has been calm for the last several months, said Qin. The relocation of the troops to Whaletail Island has been successful so far. Good. Proper outposts have been placed to keep track on any naval movements by the Southern Water Tribe. Ozai asked, and Qin nodded. None of their ships will navigate their waters without our awareness. Perfect, said Ozai, smirking. Very well then, that should do for today. If no emergencies arise, we shall meet once more when we have results regarding the crafting of the bombs. Crown Princess Angela, we count on you. I will make every effort not to fail you, father, she said, though hesitation accompanied her words. It wasn't that she wouldn't do her best to keep Ozai pleased, but she couldn't imagine Sokka accepting this. She simply couldn't. She couldn't fathom the cruelty of forcing this mission on him. The council stood up as the meeting was adjourned. Some members left immediately, others stayed behind to speak amongst themselves in hushed voices. Ozai was amongst those who left, lifting a hand and closing it into a fist to dissipate his flames. He turned towards the back door of the room and was gone without further ado. Clearly, he would accept no further protests against his decision. Angela watched him leave, still beyond perplexed by the meeting's conclusion. She could barely wrap her head around it. She breathed deeply and stood up as well, deciding she would think this through overnight. Perhaps she would come up with a way to convince her father that Sokka wasn't up for the task. She could claim he had ended up too battered after her ruthless punishment, perhaps. No, Ozai might demand to meet up with the Gladiator to check on his health himself, only to discover that no ruthless punishment had taken place at all. He wouldn't let Angela get away with blatant lies of the sort. What, then? If only their schedule in the arena had been packed, she could have claimed her fighter had previous appointments, but it wasn't. They didn't have a single pending challenge at the time, and even if they did, any demands from the Fire Lord would take precedence over that. He wouldn't stand for it if she took the Gladiator League more seriously than his direct orders. She was about to make her way to the curtains when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She frowned and turned swiftly to find it was Zhao's. Princess, he said, with a smile. Angela's eyebrow rose as she shook off Zhao's hand as gently as she could. Admiral, she said, and he smirked. I had been hoping to find a good opportunity for us to talk at leisure for the past few days, he said. But until now I hadn't succeeded at finding one. Yet after the latest events, I most definitely need a word with you. You mean after my father's, rather strange decision? She asked, raising an eyebrow, and Zhao nodded. There is much about life in the palace that I don't understand anymore, clearly, said Zhao. Being away for such a long time naturally brings about such consequences. So, I hoped to speak to you over dinner in order to keep up with all these changes, if you would be so kind as to join me. Dinner, Admiral? Now, said Angela, raising an eyebrow. Well, if you aren't otherwise engaged. I have one thing to do, actually, Angela said, recalling the quick appointment she had scheduled with Mai. Though it won't take long. I suppose I could join you indeed. Wonderful, said Zhao, smiling. I shall inform the servants that we will need a dining room, then. Please do, said Angela, nodding. I will see you briefly. She strode out of the throne room quickly, the thought of Mai's parcel worrying her more than it should. Her friend ought to be back here by now, though she was unsure as to where would she be waiting for her. After asking a few servants, she finally found one who informed her that Mai had arrived around 10 minutes earlier, and that she had headed towards Angela's room. The princess thanked the servant quickly before rushing to her quarters. "It wasn't that long a meeting, was it?" Mai asked, when Angela closed the door behind her. "There wasn't much to discuss, though what we did discuss was unexpected, to say the least," said Angela, walking towards her friend. "You brought it, then?" "It's all here," said Mai, handing a metallic box to Angela, who nodded as she clasped it in her hands. She couldn't help but wonder if Mai's gesture would be useless in the long run. After her father's great idea to rely on Sokka for the bombs, she wasn't sure her good streak with Sokka would last much longer. "Something the matter?" "No, it's nothing." "Thank you," said Angela. "I'll store it safely. I owe you for this." "No need to worry," said Mai, smiling. "Though if anything comes up I will hold you to that promise." "All right. I'll keep a wary eye out for any favors you might need," said Angela, smirking as she stashed away the box in her cabinets. It wasn't the safest place to store the tea, but it would have to do for the time being. "Very well, then, I suppose I'll leave you to the brewing now. You ought to start drinking it right away." "Actually, I'll have to leave that for after I'm done with dinner," said Angela, with a grimace. "Admiral Zhao wants a chat with me, looks like." "Oh. Fun," said Mai, looking at Angela sarcastically. Angela rolled her eyes and sighed. "It sure will be," she said. "Thanks again, Mai. See you at Tylee's in a week, then." Probably not, actually," said Angela, grimacing. "My father just decided he wants me to undertake quite the voyage." "Did he, now?" asked Mai, looking at Angela with interest. "Where to?" "The Northern Air Temple, for a visit to the Mechanist," said Angela. At Mai's confused look she smiled. "An eccentric inventor my father relies on for technological advancements." "Oh? And you're supposed to oversee his work, then?" asked Mai, surprised. "Sounds dull, in fact. I suppose such boring duties come along with being crown princess, though." "So it would seem," said Angela, nodding slowly as the two of them left the princess's room again. They didn't need to walk too far before Zhao appeared, scanning the palace with his gaze, in search for something. Angela had no doubts that he was looking for her. "He's eager to have that chat, huh?" said Mai, smiling slightly. "I'll see you when you return from your trip, then, Angela." "So be it." "Thanks again," said Angela, and Mai nodded as she sped her way through the corridors. As expected from Mai, she stopped to bow to Zhao and greet him properly. The man returned the greeting, his usual smirk on his face, and Mai left without further ado. Angela approached Zhao slowly as he continued watching Mai's shrinking figure. "Do you remember her?" "Oh, of course I do. Yukino's daughter, isn't she?" said Zhao, raising an eyebrow. "She was fairly likable. Your other friend, though, it defies logic that a human being could be as enthusiastic about everything as she was." "Well, they seem to balance each other out well enough, seeing how Mai is famed for the exact opposite attitude," said Angela, smirking. "I guess the conversation you wanted to have wasn't about my friends, though, was it?" "Not at all," said Zhao, his eyes growing slightly colder now as he recalled the matter that had brought him to make this request to the princess today, the matter of her gladiator. He lifted a hand and gestured in the direction of the dining room, and he gave Angela one of his usual smirks. "Shall we?" Chapter 100, Giving in 6. Following Zhao into a dining room was almost surreal for Angela. Not because of the company, which was rare enough on its own, but because she was well used to taking her meals in her personal rooms nowadays. She did eat elsewhere on special occasions, but she hadn't visited one of these dining rooms since her childhood. Her family had always eaten together in a dining room much like the one Zhao had led her to, up until her mother disappeared. After that, Jose had no time to spare gathering his children so they could have dinner together. And even if he did have time for it, it seemed he had no interest in doing so. Angela frowned as she took her seat. Memories, both good and bad, were overflowing her. Had she known that the last meal they had shared would be the very last time her immediate family would be together, she might have treasured the moment a little more. Zhao sat across her, eyeing the meal the servants brought them eagerly. He dug into the first dish without any semblance of refrain. When he noticed Angela studying him judgmentally, an eyebrow raised, he gave her a somewhat guilty smile. "Pardon me, princess. After years of eating tasteless fish, I may seem a little too enthusiastic to have some of our nation's fine courses." "It's understandable," said Angela, nodding and smiling slightly as she started her own meal. "I found food in the Earth Kingdom to be rather tasteless as well in comparison. I gather whatever you could eat while on the siege must have been far worse than that." "Indeed. It makes you wonder how those savages managed to survive in such dreadful conditions," said Zhao, with a disbelieving smirk. "Somehow they do, though. I would assume it's part of their heritage, if they have such a thing. They are sturdy people, I believe." "Quick to adapt to new circumstances," said Angela, and Zhao scoffed skeptically as he swallowed the mouthful crab he had been eating. "I suppose you speak of first-hand observation, then?" he asked, and Angela didn't miss on the disapproving frown on his face. Angela clenched her jaw. Indeed, what Zhao wanted to talk about was exactly what she had expected. "On the most part, yes. History books seem to back up my understanding of the water tribes as well, so," she said, as she tried to focus on her stew. "Is this ability to adapt what made you choose that man as your gladiator?" asked Zhao, skeptically. "Or is it he has some extraordinary power I fail to comprehend, while both you and your father appreciate it quite clearly? I gather my father's unexpected trust in him sits badly with you, doesn't it?" said Angela, raising an eyebrow. Zhao mirrored her expression. "I had thought it sat badly with you as well, princess. Seeing how you opposed letting him undertake such important mission. My opposition is mostly related to the fact that I doubt my gladiator will prove capable of fulfilling my father's demands," Angela said. "I dread that my father will be direly disappointed, and I had hoped to avoid that while I could. But since he insisted. He can be rather stubborn when he's set on something," said Zhao, sighing. "It's how he has always been." "It isn't wise to speak of your liege lord that way, Admiral," said Angela, with a smirk. Zhao chuckled. "It is the way I speak of a friend, no more than that. He would find no harm in it. He says far worse things about me, both at my face and behind my back," he said. "He told you about my fight with your brother, after all?" "I suppose that is true," said Angela, nodding. "All the same, I guess you ought to respect his so-called stubbornness for what it is. My father makes his decisions for his own reasons. We had best accept that." "Indeed. But I needed to talk with you because, for the life of me, I cannot understand his reasons, try as I might," said Zhao, looking at Angela with confusion. "What could lead him to believe that some non-bending savage from the water tribe will be a reliable asset, to the point where he would entrust such delicate mission to him?" "So, you really don't know?" Angela asked, frowning. "I was under the impression my father had already informed you of everything you'd missed out on." "He only spoke of your gladiator briefly," said Zhao. "Perhaps he knew I wouldn't take kindly to hearing stories about some slave." "Yet you're here, asking to hear them all the same," Angela asked, with a small smirk. "I suppose it's irrelevant whether you would take kindly to it or not, if that's so." "I simply wish to understand, if there's anything to be understood at all," Zhao said. "So if you would humor me, princess, what is so special about him, if there's anything special at all?" Angela breathed out slowly. She couldn't tell Zhao all about the things she found special about Sokka, it was out of the question. Attempting to highlight his better qualities could come off as gushing praise, and everyone knew Princess Angela wasn't easily impressed by anyone. Zhao would find that suspicious right away. In order to educate Zhao somewhat, she had best simply speak of facts, keeping her personal opinions about Sokka well concealed. "There isn't anything particularly special right away, in fact. His attitude can be somewhat amusing at times, my father believes so, at the very least, but other than that, there's not much to him that ought to be deemed special. If that's so, why did you take him as your slave?" Zhao asked, frowning, and Angela smiled. "Why, that's precisely the reason why I did, Admiral," she said, and he froze. He's a water tribesman, a non-bender, big-mouthed and unabashed like nobody else you'd know. Everything about him is the exact opposite to what any of us would hold as the standard for a good gladiator. Therefore, he was the logical choice. I can't see how that's the case, said Zhao, frowning. For starters, I fail to understand why you joined the League. It isn't the sort of business a princess like yourself should be meddling with. Why? Angela asked, and Zhao snorted. Because it is foul, and vile, and lowly, said Zhao, and Angela smirked. There's no reason why you should have joined this business when you're highborn and in no genuine need to get involved with this revolting business. If you find it so disgusting, Admiral, why are you involved in it? She asked, curiously, and Zhao sighed. Because your father wanted me to be, he said, and Angela frowned. It was to be an important establishment for the nobility and common folk, and he wanted someone he could trust at the very top of it. There's nothing more to it than that. Is that so? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. So you take no enjoyment in the task? Hardly, said Zhao, shaking his head as he swallowed more food. Do you, princess? Well, in all honesty, I can't remember ever having as much fun as I have since I joined the League, Angela said, with a smirk. Perhaps it is a lowly form of entertainment in your eyes, but I find it a lot more interesting than I originally thought it could be. Granted you must, or else you wouldn't take part in it, said Zhao, frowning. Is it you're entertained because people often assume your gladiator is an underdog, and yet he often proves he isn't one? On some level, yes. It's also rather rewarding to earn recognition through him for that reason, said Angela, after taking a bite from a sweet bun. See, if I had chosen a fire-bending gladiator, there would be little worth noting about my participation in the League. I could have had the best fighter indeed, Admiral, but I didn't. And that confuses people more often than not. It confused you as well, clearly. Most definitely, said Zhao, and Angela smirked. See, Admiral, there's barely any merit in taking an already powerful gladiator under your wing, she said, and Zhao frowned. How much effort have you had to put into training Combustion Man, if I might inquire? I've hardly had to put any. Truth be told, I have nothing to do with his training regime, he said, and Angela nodded. I thought so. He was already a powerful combustion bender all on his own, wasn't he? Of course. Meanwhile, my gladiator was a far cry from a decent fighter when I first happened upon him, said Angela, and Zhao looked at her with curiosity. Your father told me you found him in the South Pole. Is it true? Indeed, said Angela, nodding. My father had sent me as an emissary to a meeting in the South Pole's settlement. A group of water tribe warriors attacked the building, attempting to take us captive. I took action and pursued the leader, who was none other than my gladiator, Sokka. I defeated him easily, despite I was somewhat weakened by the conditions in the pole, and, following on my father's footsteps, I decided to spare his life only so he could be a slave in the Fire Nation. And then you took him as your gladiator. Not immediately. I only did once. I was faced with an unwanted betrothal to the former Admiral Chan's son, Angela explained, and Zhao smirked. Your father did mention of that. You refuse to take a husband, don't you? I'd rather make the most of my time while I can, Admiral, she said. Marriage would suit me ill at the moment, and frankly, all candidates so far have been utterly disappointing. Admiral Chan's son included, of course. Well, that is a pity. I do hope you find a proper suitor soon enough, said Zhao, smiling. And that you can rid yourself from all those who aren't worthy of your hand in marriage, too. I strive to achieve that, yes, said Angela nodding. I asked my father for permission to prove Chan did not deserve to take me as his wife, and I meant to do so through a gladiator fight, the only thing Chan was allegedly any good at. A proud man like himself would have never passed the chance to humiliate a non-bender who had only just joined the League, so I made certain to send a challenge he wouldn't resist, and when my gladiator defeated his with a knockout, there was nothing left for him to do other than forsake his claim for my hand in marriage. A knockout? Zhao asked, surprised. Is that so? Was he so strong already on your very first fight? I hired Master Piandao to train him, Angela explained. His skills in combat were considerably refined with his help. Ever since Piandao left, I took it upon myself to train him firsthand. Piandao left? Zhao asked, raising an eyebrow before shaking his head and looking at Angela skeptically. Though, wait, he agreed to train your gladiator? Really? He believed Sokka was one of the best students he'd ever had, Angela said, nodding, and Zhao snorted. Preposterous. All that talk of worthy students and yet he takes a common slave under his wing. I believe the sword master noticed Sokka's potential from the start, Angela said. He was Sokka's master for scarcely 3 months, yet Sokka was already capable of defeating Piandao the last time I watched them spar. Then he must have been getting old, said Zhao, and Angela snickered. Perhaps he was. Yet Sokka's prowess is still what it is, she said. He may not be the strongest gladiator there is, but he doesn't have to be. He is absurdly inventive, fighting with the bombs my father thinks so highly of, and he has managed to achieve many deeds that were thought to be impossible for a man like himself. He's the only non-bender to survive and win in the slate, to name one thing. Only because he fought that wimp, the Millennium Dragon. You mean that wimp your gladiator has been unable to kill in battle? Angela asked, with a raised eyebrow. From my understanding, the Millennium Dragon's only defeat, outside of the ones Combustion Man has dealt him, was against my gladiator in the slate. If he were an actual wimp, your gladiator should have proven able to murder him. He has done so to countless others, so why not him? Chance, mostly, said Zhao, smirking. His survival streak shouldn't last much longer, if my gladiator fights against him soon once more. That it lasted this long speaks well enough of him, like it, or not, Admiral, Angela said, and Zhao frowned. Hence, my gladiator's feat ought to be regarded for what it was. Nonsense, said Zhao, and it was Angela's turn to frown. Your deeds, princess, are the ones that deserve proper credit, not his. He is but a slave, and only a tool for you. That you have polished him into a decent fighter is something worth recognizing you for, princess, not him. He would have been as good as nothing without you. I suppose that's one way to see it. Yet, the reasons why my father trusts him aren't related to his performance in the fighting pit, she said, and Zhao's eyebrow rose. Were you informed of the White Lotus's attempt to release certain prisoners from the prison tower? It was quite the scandal. Yes, your father mentioned it. It's absurd that they were so close to succeeding, too, said Zhao, frowning. It was bad enough to evacuate the civilians into the tunnels, right? It would seem there's some infiltrate agent of the White Lotus somewhere high up in the Fire Nation's social circles, Angela said. To my displeasure, we haven't located them yet. Whoever it is, they haven't acted ever since that particular fiasco, a fiasco that would have paid off if it weren't for my gladiator's actions. Your gladiators? Asked Zhao, frowning. I was indisposed at the time, I had a strong cold and attempting to fight the White Lotus off didn't help my condition in the slightest, said Angela. He came in to assist me, though, without being asked to, and he almost took care of the threat single-handedly. His feat garnered him my father's trust, since he saved the Fire Nation through his actions. So, he saved the city? Zhao asked, his attempt to smirk mockingly failing him. His eyes betrayed his complete confusion. A common slave? I would think the fact that he saved it ought to give away he's not that common after all, said Angela, raising an eyebrow. Any other slave would have aided the White Lotus instead without giving it a second thought. That might be so, said Zhao, frowning. I suppose he did it for a reason, though, did he not? Angela froze at that. Zhao was right. Sokka had done it all for a reason. A reason Angela wasn't entirely certain of right now, as she thought about it, but even back then he had looked at her in the kind way he did nowadays. He had taken care of her when she was sick, trying his best to look after her so she would be safe and sound. He had fought the White Lotus so she would stop fretting, so she would lay down and rest. Of course, she hadn't done as much, but still. She remembered the way he had pressed his forehead against hers as she was lying in bed, and recalled the things he had been whispering, the way tears had seemed to glisten in the corner of his eyes. He had denied those tears immediately, but despite her ill state, she had been certain she had seen them. So, there was a reason indeed, but she wasn't going to tell Zhao that Sokka had likely done everything he had because he was in love with her. I don't think he was planning that far ahead. He usually doesn't, Angela admitted. I had been furious at him a few days earlier over some foolishness of his, though, so perhaps he did it to show his loyalty and return to my good side, without expecting that my father would start holding him in high regards as well after that. Not that my father holds him in the highest regards, of course, but he still considers Sokka a reliable asset. A handy tool, as you said earlier. Zhao nodded and frowned as he took a sip from his drink. Angela busied herself with eating as Zhao pondered the information she had given him. So, this would be the reason why your father believes he can be trusted, he said. Or are there more stories he didn't convey to me completely? Well, there might be a few. He helped me unveil the Dai Li conspiracy in Ba Sing Se, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. He also assisted me in capturing the Rough Rhinos, a mission my father had tasked me with. The Rough Rhinos? What did they do? Asked Zhao, surprised. They rebelled, so they had to be crushed, said Angela, smirking. In fact, they were in league with the Dai Li, but it wasn't until later that I noticed both events were connected. Curious, said Zhao, surprised. And, did he aid you with finding your dragon as well? Oze mentioned something of the sort. Oh, he did help with the dragon as well, though I was the one who tamed him, obviously enough, said Angela, and Zhao nodded. I have heard much about the dragon, he said. It's quite a mischievous creature, isn't it? He both has a temper and a very playful side to him, said Angela, smiling. I'm most pleased to have found him. Of course you are, said Zhao, smiling as well. Is there a chance there might be other dragons to be found? Perhaps. Xian Long was alone all his life, though, so I can't say for certain that there were others, Angela said. We were chasing the Rough Rhinos when we happened upon him. He was hiding inside a mountain in the northern Earth Kingdom. My guess was that some dragons might have fled in that direction after Ajalin's hunt began, and perhaps one of them laid an egg within that cave. Chances are another dragon could have done the same elsewhere. It would be ideal if they had, said Zhao. That way we could return to riding dragons rather than waiting hopelessly for some hot air balloons to be finished. A pointless charade, Ajalin's hunt was. In military regards, it was an unforgivable waste of resources. Agreed, said Angela, having already known that both her father and Zhao thought that way about the extinction of the dragons. Their beliefs had greatly influenced her own opinion on the matter. Do you expect to find another dragon soon, then? Zhao asked, and Angela shrugged. In all honesty, I'm not certain, she said. My dragon has already scoured most the Fire Nation's lands and found nothing. He hasn't had as many chances to do it in the Earth Kingdom, but so far, none of his exploration trips have yielded any results. A pity, said Zhao, with a sigh. No doubt we could use some air power in our army. We could, but as we are it would be risky to try it, as we said during the meeting, said Angela, tapping the table with a finger. In any case, is this all you wanted to know? Or is there anything else you're curious about, Admiral? About your gladiator? Zhao asked. Why, I suppose there are still unanswered questions, but I will have to live with them. I don't think I'll ever comprehend why some common slave, a savage, to boot, is so highly regarded, but savages have apparently kept you at bay up north for a very long time, Admiral, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Wouldn't it be wiser to acknowledge their prowess and abilities instead of looking down on them? Calling them savages and being unable to do anything to overcome them, doesn't it sound terrible for us to deem ourselves the superior nation, yet we fall short when challenged by what we claim are mere savages? Why, you don't mean to imply they are above us in any regards, do you? Zhao asked, a sardonic smirk on his face. Angela shook her head slowly. I said no such thing, Admiral, but if you were to feed a tigerdillo with the same amount and type of food you would give a rabbit squirrel, it would bite your hand off for your troubles, if it didn't go for your neck right away. If you underestimate the water tribes and regard their people as foolish and weak, when you've seen for yourself they aren't, the one committing a blunder, knowingly, would be you. Princess. Do excuse my boldness, Admiral, said Angela, with a small smile. But that sort of attitude is precisely what has allowed my gladiator to succeed when all odds were against him. The sponsors of so-called superior fighters trust their gladiators will defeat a non-bender because they see no reason why things shouldn't get their way. The blue wolf ought to be a weakling, a lowly slave, and that makes the horrified looks on their faces all the more amusing when their gladiators are beaten by that weak, lowly slave. So, I must give the water tribe credit where it is due, you believe, in order to succeed? Zhao asked, sarcastically, and Angela's eyebrow rose. What I'm saying, Admiral, is that even I learned the hard way not to underestimate an opponent regardless of what they seem to be in appearance. My uncle's gladiator? She looks like nothing more than a foul-mouthed, skinny girl, doesn't she? Yet when she earthbends, she's a force to be reckoned. She almost killed my gladiator the first time they fought. So, don't assume someone is weak merely because they look the part. They might be hiding skills you cannot begin to imagine. Sounds terrifying indeed, said Zhao, smirking. Angela sighed. The Admiral had many flaws, yet his arrogance was by far the worst one. She wouldn't say it to his face, but his sense of entitlement was most likely what had caused him to lose an Agni Kai against Zuko, despite being a quality bender himself. It should sound terrifying, Angela said, nodding despite she knew he spoke sarcastically. Amongst many principles one ought to abide by in the battlefield, one that stands out is that you must show your opponent the respect you expect him to show you in return, Zhao finished, and Angela looked at him curiously. Words my former master used to speak to me quite often. If you fight honorably, you win honorably. Sounds like your master was wise, Angela said, and Zhao snorted. Zhang wanted to be wise and failed to be, or else he wouldn't have turned his back on our nation when he did, said Zhao, smirking. A coward, is what he really was. He was too afraid to take what he should have been able to seize by force. Too scared of what sort of judgment others would pass on him when his crimes of war were weighed. A fool, by all accounts. I tried to abide by his honor code for a short time, and found it pointless. If you have the power to burn your enemy to a crisp and he has none to stand against you, then by all means, you have every right to do as you please. It makes enough sense, Angela said. But what do you do when you cannot burn them that easily, Admiral? Do you stop to ponder the situation? Do you acknowledge your miscalculations and seek a new path of action? Or do you merely continue proceeding in the same manner, banging your head against a wall to no avail as you wait for everything to miraculously fall into place? Zhao frowned and Angela held his gaze briefly. She knew the answer to that question already, thus why she had asked it. She knew Zhao wasn't the brightest man in her father's council, but she had hoped he might prove he was slightly wiser than she took him for. Finding otherwise and being able to throw his shortcomings to his face was both amusing and disappointing simultaneously. To think she had once admired this man as she had. Well, then, if there's nothing further you'd like to discuss, Admiral, I shall take my leave now, she said, pushing her empty plate forward and setting her chopsticks across it. Zhao nodded. If there were anything else I'd like to ask you about, I'll contact you once you return from your journey to see the machinist, said Zhao, standing up as Angela did. I will be busy for the next few days, so we might not meet again until then. There's much of my properties I need to inspect now that I've returned. Naturally, said Angela, nodding. The best of luck with that task, Admiral. You as well. For your sake, let us hope that you are underestimating your gladiator as well, and that he might be capable of fulfilling the Fire Lord's expectations, said Zhao, and Angela smiled and nodded. Let us hope indeed, she replied. But she knew better than to hope for the impossible. Her technical reasons to believe Sokka might fail could be proven wrong, perhaps he understood explosives well enough, the real problem was that he would flat out refuse to cooperate. She couldn't imagine any reason why he might accept the mission her father had forced on him. What she could definitely imagine was the frown on his face, the dead cold glare in his eyes, and the blunt words regarding where her father could shove up his intent to have Sokka assist in the destruction of the Northern Water Tribe. The unpleasant thoughts continued to round her mind as she arrived in her room. She changed out of her armor and daily clothes quickly, switching to her sleeping gown. She might have gone to bed looking forward to meeting Sokka again soon, under normal circumstances, but right now it was the last thing she wanted to do. What they'd had so far was wonderful, dangerous, and intense, and she certainly had wanted more of it. But there would be nothing more to be had anymore. Once she told him about Ose's ploy, Sokka would become cold and aloof, putting distance between them again, and Azula wouldn't find it in her to hold it against him if he did. She set down her hairpiece, brushing her hair swiftly and pulling it up in a ponytail, as she often did when she went to bed. She snuck a glance at herself in the mirror as she did, finding her reflection was returning her miserable gaze with its own. She sighed as she strode towards her bed, climbing up the dais as she rubbed her eyes with her fists. She needed a good night's rest, that was all there was to it. She could deal with all that came next later, but for now, she simply had to sleep. She turned and dropped on the bed, her back first. Ow! Azula jumped off the bed, her exhaustion disappearing immediately. There was someone inside the covers. She had dropped on said someone's body only briefly, causing him to yelp a second after she took notice of his presence. Her eyes widened as she looked at the shape in her bed with utter confusion, and the instinct to firebend at the intruder crossed her mind just as the person threw the covers off, to reveal it was a royal guard. "What in the name of?" Azula said, utter indignation on her face as she stretched her two fingers, but when the guard started squeaking an answer to her question she froze in mid-movement. "No. Don't attack, Azula, it's just me," exclaimed the guard, with a terribly familiar voice. Azula's jaw dropped as the guard pulled the helmet and hood off with quick movements, revealing it was exactly who she thought it was. "Sokka!" she exclaimed, before covering her mouth with a hand. She had to keep her voice down, especially at this hour. The gladiator chuckled and smiled guiltily at her, throwing the blanket off his body to reveal he was fully clad in a royal guard's uniform indeed. The disbelief in Azula's face only grew more accentuated. "Yep. Hee. Surprise," said Sokka, smiling awkwardly as Azula's raised a hand to her forehead. What the blazes are you doing here? And where did you find a guard's uniform?" she asked, looking at him in confusion. Sokka smiled and shrugged. "Well, I just came because I wanted to see you again, for starters," he said. "As for the guard's uniform, I have no idea why, but it was in the basement. So, I grabbed it and dressed up in it, and you thought it was the greatest idea ever, of course. Slipping inside my room in a royal guard's uniform would make it possible for us to sleep together tonight?" Azula asked, folding her arms over her chest as Sokka scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. "I know, it was stupid and reckless, but I just really couldn't go home yet," he exclaimed, looking at her pleadingly. Azula ran her hand over her hair and shook her head slowly. "How long have you been in the palace, Sokka?" You're completely crazy," she said, shaking her head as he chuckled. "Maybe," he admitted, smiling at her. Azula cursed herself mentally for feeling her heart race over the gentle expression on his face. "Honestly," she said, smiling weakly as Sokka climbed off the bed. "You couldn't have enough after what we did in the basement, you just keep pushing your luck in all the ways you can, huh?" I'm sorry," he said, looking at her with a sad smile. "I just couldn't fathom going home and not being around you for who knew how long. Selfish of me, I know, but I just..." Azula looked at him and swallowed hard. That kindness, the kindness she dreaded, would disappear once she explained what her father wanted from him. She gritted her teeth. Well, he was here already. She might as well give him the bad news and start mourning over the brand new backwards step their relationship would be taking because of this. "Azula," Sokka called her, as she shook her head promptly. "Don't worry, I'm just thinking. Wait, where did you say you found that uniform?" Azula asked, frowning. Sokka sat on the bed again as he tugged at the red robes. "In a closet in the basement. I kind of snooped around a little, waiting for the right moment to leave as you told me to, but then I saw this and..." he said, chuckling as he looked at Azula with bright eyes. "I could totally wear this and pretend I'm your guard whenever I want to come see you. That way I could be with you a lot more often, don't you think?" "I think," Azula said, frowning. "I think that's how they did it." "How who did what?" Sokka repeated, blinking a few times in confusion. "Did you hear any of what I just said?" "The White Lotus," she exclaimed, before remembering she wasn't supposed to be talking at this hour, let alone so loudly. She gritted her teeth before looking at the confused gladiator on her bed. There are several ways to enter the tunnel that leads to the secret river, Sokka. One of them is through the throne room, but there are others, and one of them passes through that basement. The spy, he snuck his friends into the palace that way, had uniforms waiting for them there and that's how they infiltrated our ranks. I never gave this much thought until now, but it makes enough sense. Yeah, it does, actually, said Sokka, frowning and rubbing the stubble on his chin. And I can't just tell my father about it because doing as much would mean explaining how I came upon this knowledge, Azula said, looking at Sokka with a dry smile. Great job, Sokka, and terrible job, both at the same time. Typical me, huh? He said, with a smile. Azula rolled her eyes, smiling a little more earnestly, despite herself. Still, this knowledge doesn't help that much, or does it? Well, it just confirms what we thought. The spy knows the palace truly well. A lot of guards would know about these tunnels, some servants as well, and they'd have access to the basement and to uniforms that could be used for this purpose, but what? Sokka asked, as Azula took her seat beside him, a frown on her face. But somehow I keep thinking it's my uncle, is all, she said, huffing. Of course, I have no evidence and accusing him now would look like a child's temper tantrum, which doesn't befit me in the slightest, but all the same, my gut keeps telling me he's the spy. It must be him. You're probably right, Sokka agreed, nodding as Azula looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Good to know at least you agree with me, she said, and he smiled. She rolled her eyes and shook her head, a soft laugh escaping her. I can't believe you actually did this. Did you lose your mind, Sokka? Maybe a little bit, but I promise I'll behave, said Sokka, smiling at her. If you tell me to leave, I'll leave without making a fuss. I promise. You promise? Azula repeated, in disbelief. Sokka nodded. Of course, he exclaimed, and Azula chuckled. Right. Well, you're not leaving through conventional means anyways, she said, glancing towards the carpeted area of her room. I have a better idea than to have you wandering the palace dressed in a guard's garb. Oh? Well, great. But I don't have to go yet, do I? He asked, looking at Azula with inquisitive eyes. I mean, you just got here, and I thought. You thought you'd take your chance to fuck me on my own bed, is it? She asked, with amusement, and Sokka chuckled. Hey, we don't have to go that far. Need I remind you of what happened the last time we said that same line? Well, this time I mean it, he said, as Azula snorted and laughed. Come on, but at the very least we can be together and be happy to be together, right? With that he surrounded her waist with his arms, leaning close as he smiled at her. Azula looked into his eyes, letting the blue of his gaze sway her briefly, but before he could kiss her she inched away slowly. Wait. Wait, she said, lifting a finger as she looked at him warily. Sokka blinked in confusion, his lips still ready to kiss her even though she had just stopped him. What's the matter? He asked, as he released her from her grip and Azula stood up. Sokka, we are reckless. We have been too reckless, she said, looking at him with meaningful eyes as she walked towards her cabinets. Sokka followed her with his gaze, confused. So much we didn't realize what we were actually risking when we did what we did the past 2 days. I thought we'd talked about that already, hadn't we? Said Sokka, frowning as he looked at what she was rummaging through her cabinets for. Not about all the risks we were taking, actually, Azula said, as she prepared to brew the tea Mai had brought her for the first time. She only hoped she wouldn't make a mess of it. She had gone many years without practicing this fickle and, frankly, boring art. See, from a biological standpoint, what is the purpose of sex? Reproduction, I guess. But it's not like we're, no, Sokka said, his eyes widening as the situation sank in slowly. Azula turned to watch him as the realization dawned upon him. It was relieving, to a degree, to see how taken aback he was by the idea. Azula, we. Calm down, Azula said, looking at him sternly as Sokka started trembling, looking at her with helplessness. It's not a guaranteed thing. While I might be pregnant, I also might not be. So. But we did it so many times and we didn't realize. Sokka blurted, his hands going to his hair as he shook his head. I'm such an idiot. How could I never think about something so basic? Hell, it's obvious enough. Why didn't I realize sex could lead to babies? Because you weren't thinking about that. Azula said, raising her eyebrows. You weren't thinking, period, and neither was I. And speaking of periods, that seems to be the best way to make sure I'm not pregnant. I think I'm around 3 weeks away from it, so by logic I'm not at the most fertile point of my cycle, and I figure I shouldn't be talking to a man about this, should I? Considering this is the man who might have knocked you up, I am absolutely willing to hear all this, said Sokka, gulping. So, you think the odds are that you didn't conceive a kid after all? There's no way of knowing for certain, but with luck. She said, shrugging, and returning to her task. Sokka frowned as he watched her, noticing now what she was up to. Hey, are you brewing tea? Seriously? He asked, confused, and Azula sighed and nodded. How come? Do you know how to do it, for starters? Amongst my many pointless classes in the Royal Academy, I had to take a whole year to learn each and every stage of tea brewing, Azula said, with a sardonic grin. So very entertaining, truly. Yet I never killed anyone with my tea, so I probably wasn't doing it that badly, right? If that's the standard tea brewing is measured by, sure, said Sokka, smiling despite his worries. Still, I didn't realize you'd drink tea before bed. I don't, of course, said Azula, as she heated the liquid quickly through firebending. But I will be drinking it from now on, so we stop tempting fate whenever we're together. It's supposed to prevent pregnancy. Oh, said Sokka, a sigh of relief leaving his body before he tensed up again. But wait, if you were already pregnant? If I already were, the tea would be useless indeed, she conceded. But just in case I'm not, we're better off preventing trouble on all fronts, right? True enough, said Sokka, nodding, as Azula sat beside him on the bed again, the cup of steaming tea in her hands. So, from now on, you'll be drinking this. If we want to keep this up, then yes, I have no choice but to do it. I just hope it doesn't taste terrible, she said, grimacing as she lifted the cup to her mouth. Sokka wasn't surprised at all to see the grimace on her face as she gulped down the cup's content. That bad? He asked, as she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, a displeased scowl on her face. Why must tea taste like liquid wood? She growled, and Sokka smiled. Well, infusions come from leaves, so maybe that's why, he said, and Azula sighed. The things I have to do so we can be together. She said, shaking her head. Sokka bit his lip. Is there something I can do, maybe? I mean, if it's this lousy, it might be better if I'm the one taking the countermeasure, said Sokka, looking at Azula inquisitively. She raised an eyebrow and Sokka smiled a little. It's touching that you'd like to spare me the bother, but if there's something for you to do, I know nothing about it. I suppose I'll ask Mai or Ty Lee, though, they might know. Sokka blinked a few times as Azula drained what was left of the cup, frowning still at the unpleasant taste. She rolled her eyes and told herself to rejoice, since today's dose was done now, and that was when she noticed the dumbfounded look on her lover's face. Why you'll ask? Mai and Ty Lee? Why you mean, you'll tell them it's for, a friend. Another friend they know nothing about? He asked, worriedly. What friend is that? Azula asked, snorting. Ruishi, perhaps? It's not very likely that he'd need it, is it? Azula, you can't just talk to them about male contraceptive measures out of the blue, he said, looking at her in utter confusion. Yeah, well, as it happens. Azula said, sighing deeply and looking at Sokka apologetically. Turns out they coaxed the truth out of me today. I tried to keep it from them, but Ty Lee had the great idea to hug me. Her arm rubbed against the makeup I'd put on my neck right over one of the souvenirs you gave me, and, well, I just couldn't make up a believable lie at that point. So, yes. We're just the best at keeping secrets, aren't we? They know? They? Oh, damn it. They had to notice, he said, striking his forehead with his palm. They've known you for ages, after all, they should have seen something was different. Ty Lee claimed my aura was so very bright, and from there it snowballed into the unwilling reveal, said Angela, standing up to set aside the teacup. Mai also noticed that I no longer seemed to be frustrated, so I guess I'll have to work on looking frustrated again, huh? Heh, you might have to. Thought if we keep going at it at this rate, it's not going to be easy, he said, smirking. Angela rolled her eyes, smiling regardless. Still, is it safe for them to know? I don't think it's ever going to be safe for anyone to know, to be perfectly honest, but it looks like they'll do their best not to cause trouble. They're helping with the contraceptive methods, well, Mai is anyways, said Angela, sitting down on the bed again. She brought me the tea, told me to have it regularly, and so I shall. No other choice, considering we're quite prone to doing things we shouldn't, whenever and wherever we have a chance. I guess we are too reckless, Sokka whispered, looking at Angela apologetically. It's just a little hard to resist, I have to say. You're just, heck, you're you, Angela, and I've been dreaming about being with you for such a long time. This situation is just, well, a dream come true, no doubt. I'm allowed to love you, in all the ways I can, and... Well, I wouldn't say you're allowed, said Angela, smiling a little. We've just disregarded every single rule and done whatever we wished to. True, said Sokka, smiling back. But as long as you'll have me, I'm all yours. Nah, actually, I'll be yours long after you're bored of me. Bored of you? You expect me to grow bored of you? Angela asked, startled, and Sokka chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Well, I'm a very simple guy after all. I'm not on your level, everyone knows that, he said, smiling at her. So if you did grow bored. You know, some people think lowly of you, it's true, but I get the feeling the one who thinks the worst about you is none other than yourself, Angela said, with a raised eyebrow. Sokka looked at her blankly. Heh. I thought I was just being realistic, he said, and Angela smiled as she stroked his cheek with a hand. You're being foolish, is what, she said, leaning closer. You're not as bad as you think you are, you know. You've just spent such a long time telling yourself that you are that you've ended up believing your own pretense. Sokka froze for a moment as Angela smiled at him. He chuckled a little as he confirmed, just by looking into her eyes, that she was indeed paraphrasing words he had once told her. Is that so? He asked, as she pressed her forehead to his. Well, it looks that way, I think. Someone will have to educate you into appreciating yourself a little more, she said, and Sokka grinned. Any ideas as to who might be able to do that? He asked, and Angela shrugged. None, actually. I'm afraid we'll have to go looking for someone to help you, she said, and he chuckled more. Here I was hoping you might offer to do it yourself, he said, looking into her eyes as he cupped her face with his hand. Angela smiled. Me, of all people? She said, as Sokka's lips finally found hers. He kissed her softly, his hand moving to the back of her neck now, eyes closing slowly. He sighed into the contact of their lips, feeling as though he could breathe properly again now that he'd kissed her. You, of all people, he said, still smiling once they parted. If I stay around you long enough, you might rub off on me and I might actually succeed one day in becoming a man worthier of being with you, not to say I absolutely will, I might fail anyways, but I'm still willing to give it a shot. You're an idiot, Angela said, kissing him again. In her eyes, he hadn't failed at all. But conveying those sorts of feelings through words just was no easy feat for her. His hands caressed her flanks, the touch of his fingers making her shiver pleasantly. He would be happy, no doubt, since she was wearing less clothes than usual right now, whereas he was likely wearing more than ever. She pulled away briefly, his lips moving to kiss her cheek. I hope nobody saw you come in here, or did they? She asked softly, and Sokka chuckled. And how come was your best idea to hide in my bed? I made sure to be stealthy, no worries. And as for that, I wanted to surprise you, he said, smiling. I had meant to push off the covers when you arrived, and say something ridiculous so you'd laugh, but I dozed off after a while and didn't notice you'd arrived until you dropped atop me, hee hee. Your bed's amazing, you know? How do you ever get up in the mornings? It's so comfortable. I have a busy life, I can't just stay in bed all day, said Angela, smirking as Sokka chuckled. Well, I'm glad you can be that responsible, because I can't say I would be if I were in your position, he said, kissing her neck now. Angela hummed, her hand going to the shaved sides of his head. Heck, back in my tribe, the only way my family could get me out of my sleeping bag in cold mornings was to offer me food. Seeing how it's you we're talking about, I'm hardly shocked, Angela said, smirking as Sokka laughed more. Still. Yeah, I know, I can't stay in your bed forever, he said, sighing. I'd love to, but it can't be helped, huh? That's not what I was going to say, it's something else, she whispered, pulling away from him, to Sokka's surprise. The mention of his life back in his tribe had served to bring her back to reality, despite she would have gladly indulged in Sokka's attentions for a little while longer. Something wrong? Sokka asked, looking at her worriedly. Do you want me to leave now, or? No, not just yet, Angela muttered, placing a hand on his thigh as she steeled herself. The sooner he knew, the better. Delaying this would only make things worse. We just need to talk about something. Huh? Wait, we need to talk. Sokka squeaked, horrified. It's not the kind of talk that would result in you dumping me, or is it? In fact I wonder if it won't be the other way around, Angela said, her eyes widening as she lifted a hand to her forehead, her jaw set as she tried to find the words to convey this. Sokka frowned and snorted in disbelief. Me, dump you? Like I could be that stupid, he said, smiling now. What is it, Angela? Well, she said, swallowing hard and looking at him. She crossed her legs in a lotus position and placed her elbows on her knees. You know the captain told me I had to attend a war meeting, right? Right, said Sokka, nodding slowly. I went right after seeing my entire lead today, Angela explained. And everything seemed to be perfectly fine, until a certain topic was breached. And with those words alone, she saw the shift in his kind gaze. He frowned, his blue eyes growing colder as his entire demeanor changed. Just what she had dreaded. What topic? He asked, looking at Angela warily. Is your father going to attack the South Pole, despite he swore he wouldn't? No, not about that, said Angela, and Sokka sighed in relief. In fact, it seems the relocation of the troops from the settlement is almost finished. There will be outposts to keep watch just in case the water tribe makes any naval movements, but it seems my father has actually forsaken the little territory we had taken from you. So, your home remains safe, as you bargained for it to be. Sokka breathed out deeply, the coldness in his gaze disappearing as he smiled at Angela. That's one of the best news you could have given me, he said. Thanks. For a moment I really thought he was going back on his word or something. So long as he finds no need to go back on it, he won't do it, said Angela. But that's not what I needed to talk about. You see. Yes. Said Sokka, as Angela remained silent for a moment, a troubled grimace on her face. Well, my father seems to believe the Fire Nation's forces need technological assets to succeed in the few fronts of war we're still battling at, she said. And his brightest idea was that we should use bombs to fight against the Northern Water Tribe's army. Sokka's frown returned to his face, though he didn't seem as personally invested upon hearing these news as he had been with his prior wild assumption. Angela swallowed hard. So, you were warning me of this because you want me to know about what your father's forces are up to? He asked, and Angela shook her head slowly. If that's not it, then... Wait, were you chosen to lead this mission or something? Not entirely. And not me, she said, sighing heavily. See, there's an inventor my father often relies on for new technologies. He had hoped this man might provide the bombs, but apparently, explosives aren't his strongest suit in regards of his inventions. So, he might fail to pull it off altogether because he's no good with bombs. Said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. Angela nodded. He would fail if he's left to do this all on his own, likely, she said. The thing is, that my father wants to avoid said failure. He wants the mechanist to build these bombs, but he thinks the mechanist needs an assistant, so to speak. Someone with knowledge of how to build bombs, someone who might prove capable of helping the mechanist make these weapons a reality. And that someone is you. Sokka's jaw dropped and he looked at Angela with incredulity. She swallowed hard again. Me? Your father wants to use my knowledge of bombs to help you guys destroy the Northern Water Tribe? He asked, looking at Angela with a disbelieving and dangerous smirk. I spoke against his idea, and so did Zhao, but my father refused to listen, Angela said, sighing. He's dead certain that you're the best person for the job, and I naturally couldn't just tell him outright that you were more likely to sprout wings and fly than to help us with something like this. It's as though he were convinced that your help back with the White Lotus's skirmish meant that you're completely dedicated and devoted to the Fire Nation, even though you're a slave. Well, I am dedicated and devoted to the Princess of the Fire Nation. Can't say I'm as dedicated to the Fire Nation in itself, let alone to the Fire Nation's knack for blowing up entire cultures unnecessarily. He growled, and Angela nodded. That's what I thought. Still what? Sokka asked, and Angela looked at him helplessly. Sokka, it doesn't look like he wants to give you a choice on the matter, she said. It's not as it was when it came to my pursuit of the rough rhinos, where he allowed me to decide if I wanted to do it. He's set on this, and since you're a slave, your thoughts on the matter are next to nothing for him. I wish I could have swayed him, at least bought us a chance to just mull it over, but he's not going to take no for an answer, no matter what. You've already told him no before, after all, said Sokka, glaring at the floor irritably. He wasn't happy about what you did during your birthday. Not in the slightest. And considering you're crown princess now, refusing a direct command from the Fire Lord wouldn't go well for you, would it? He said, raising an eyebrow. Angela shook her head. I doubt it, but we'll find a way to shake this off, Sokka, she said, placing a hand on his shoulder. I know it looks dreadful right now, but so did things back when I ended up sleeping over at your place, and yes, perhaps we've failed to keep things between us a complete secret, but at the very least we've made it to the second night without either of us dying. I think that's a feat all on its own. Yeah, it is, he said, smiling at her. Angela was relieved to see him grin. She had genuinely expected him to grow cold towards her upon her delivery of these news. It was startling, yet delightful, that he hadn't reacted as she had anticipated he would. So, if we've managed to achieve this, we can deal with my father's demands somehow, said Angela. I don't know how yet, perhaps you'd have to be indisposed in some way, unable to travel, I'm still thinking about it. Sokka closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose with his fingertips, deep in thought. Angela fell silent upon seeing him like this, figuring she shouldn't interrupt him right now. If he was to come up with a solution, it might be better to give him some time to ponder it. Though knowing Sokka, if he did come up with something it was bound to be quite ridiculous. I'll do it. Angela's thoughts froze and she looked at Sokka in utter confusion. She saw the steel in his eyes, noticed the coldness to them, yet he was saying he'd do it. Come again, she said, and Sokka looked at her in defeat. Come on, Angela, he said. How am I supposed to say no to your father anyways? You told me he's set on this idea, so if I said I won't do it, he'd likely gather a battalion so they can drag me to wherever that inventor lives. Then he'd keep me under constant surveillance every day because he would want to make certain I'll work as he wanted me to. If I do it willingly, he'll be less of a bother, right? But what the hell, Sokka? Angela said, utterly confused. You're going to help my father in his attempt to take down the Northern Water Tribe? Are you out of your mind? What's the matter with you? Well, said Sokka, gulping. He bit his lower lip and looked at Angela furtively as she stood up, pacing around the room in utter confusion. He had no trouble suspecting just how angry she would be if he explained the actual reason why he had decided that agreeing with Ose's demands would be the best course of action, so he figured it might be best if he said nothing at all. Sokka, did you listen to what I said? She said, turning to look at him sternly. Do you actually understand what's at stake here? I think I do, he said, nodding. Your father's trust on you, for one thing, your dedication to the Fire Nation, for another. If there's a chance I can build those bombs, and you don't push me to the ultimate extreme so I can succeed at it, you'll be thought of as weak. Your father will be disappointed, and he will believe you're not holding the Fire Nation as your absolute top priority, as he has always wanted you to. Sokka, I don't know if there's any chance you might succeed at this. In fact, I question it, she said, looking at him with worried eyes. Even if you did put your everything into it, do you know how to build explosives? I have basic knowledge of it, yeah, he said, shrugging, and Azula frowned. All the same, even if you do. Sokka, my father will mean to punish you for real if we return empty-handed, she said, looking at him in disbelief. No, there will be no chance to mislead people this time into believing that I punished you when in fact we were doing the entire opposite of that. He will deal with you himself if you fail him. So, if just for common sense, for your sake, accepting to do this is just not a good idea, all right. It's not, granted, but I think we're in a dangerous enough situation already to cause you even more trouble now, said Sokka, sighing. I can tune out my conscience if need be, Azula. I became pretty good at that back in the amateur league. Azula froze where she stood, her eyes growing kinder as his words cut deeply into her heart. The pain he had suffered back then had damaged him badly, even if he managed to conceal most his scars in the recent times. He clung onto his new life, doing his best to forget the old one. And to think he was willing to do this, despite what it would mean in the long run, because he didn't want to be a bigger problem for her, he was willing to betray himself for her sake, wasn't he? Yet that didn't sit well with her. It couldn't. She still remembered the words Piandao had told her once, and she had no trouble recalling what Sokka was like when he had been broken. She refused to see him like that again, regardless if he was doing it for her sake. Sokka, I might find another way, she said, approaching him again and sitting by his side once more. I can't promise I will, but, at least I can try. Azula, he said, smiling at her and taking her hand in his. It's fine. Look, it's better if I do it than to leave some Fire Nation creepy genius to come up with some brutal weapon to wipe out the entire world. I'll see what I can do, and heck, if there's nothing I can do I'll just take your father's punishment and be done with it. You don't mean that, she said, looking at him sternly. You are aware of the fact that he's the one who gave Zuko his scar, aren't you? And that was his son. Just imagine what he would do if he were angry with you. Well, if he tries to set me on fire then I'll have to ask you to let me borrow Wolf's Bane for a while, he said, smiling. Might help avoid the nastier burns, right? Sokka, she said, studying his eyes intently. To notice that, due to her disbelief, she had missed out on something she wouldn't have ignored under any other circumstances. Sokka? What are you hiding? She said, and he froze. Hiding? What would I be? You have that same look you had during my birthday, she said, and Sokka gulped. There's something you're not telling me, isn't there? Like what? He said, snorting in derision as though her suggestion were utterly ridiculous. Like the fact that you have some sort of ulterior motive to make this decision. She asked, and the look on Sokka's face gave away that she was spot on. Well. Why am I not surprised? Hey, it's not something that bad, Sokka pouted, looking at her with unease. I mean, is it really that bad that I'm thinking this is a great opportunity for us? A great opportunity in regards of what, Exadash? Oh, wait a moment now, said Azula, looking at Sokka with wide eyes. A great opportunity for us to get laid without fearing my father will be onto us? That's what's on your mind. Well, what do you want me to say? Sokka pouted, and Azula struck her forehead with the palm of her hand. Sokka, you need to stop thinking with your penis for 10 minutes, okay? She said, and he blushed, still pouting. Or with your stomach, that one's ruled out too. This is something serious. Well, I'm serious too. I'll have to do it either way, since your wonderful dad won't take no for an answer. So it's better if I go with you so we can have at least a little fun, regardless of the horrible occasion. Sokka exclaimed, crossing his arms over his chest. I can't believe you're actually saying this, Angela said, shaking her head. Sokka, we're talking about the very thing you despise about the Fire Nation, the reason you thought we were all rotten and disgusting, and now you're just going to help because now you get to have sex with me? That's all that matters to you now. It's not all that matters, said Sokka, dropping his gaze. But, being with you does matter more than you seem to realize. It's no excuse, Sokka, you can't be, she said, looking at him with disbelieving eyes. Until she realized that his gaze wasn't that of a defeated man. Until she realized that this revelation, the fact that he wanted to spend proper time with her, was only concealing yet another larger motive for Sokka to help, a motive that likely meant he wasn't going to help at all. As she studied him, she started to wonder if he'd already planned out his every move, despite knowing so little of the situation at hand. It wasn't chance that he'd be so ready to take Ose's punishment if he were to fail. Because he was expecting to fail, clearly. Sokka meant to sabotage the development of the bombs from within. He raised his gaze again, finding she was awfully quiet all of a sudden. Her eyes had a strange quality to them now, perhaps realization. Angela, he said, and she shook her head promptly, looking at him with unease. You, she muttered, biting her lower lip as she looked into his eyes. You really care that much about me? You're willing to set the world on fire if it means we get to be together. Sokka gulped. The question was clear enough, but the intent wasn't. He would have gladly shouted an affirmative response just to give her what she wanted to hear, but he wasn't sure that was the right thing to do at the moment. Because there were many things he was willing to set on fire if need be, for Angela's sake. He could give up on seeing his family again, despite missing them as badly as he did, if it meant he could stay by the princess's side forever. He was fine with living in the Fire Nation for the rest of his life along with her. He could even become a vegetarian if she demanded that of him. Though he sure hoped she would never ask him to be a vegetarian, but he would make that sacrifice if need be. Yet the idea of sending his sister tribe to its ultimate destruction couldn't sit well with him. Despite what he'd just told her, that he could shut down his conscience, which he could do indeed, he couldn't simply join forces with the Fire Nation so they would destroy everything in their path. He valued his relationship with Angela with all his heart, but he couldn't allow this to run its course without putting up a fight on some level. It was merely a matter of doing the right thing, even though he hadn't done that too often as of late. But in order to cause Angela as little trouble as possible, he had to take the full brunt of Ose's rage when he failed eventually. And agreeing to do this was the only way to achieve that. Angela needed to keep her credibility, her father's trust. Ose needed to blame Sokka, and Sokka alone, for failing to create those bombs. And there was no other way to achieve that than this. Whatever punishment Ose meant to deliver would mean a world of pain for Sokka, but he would take whatever strife he had to deal with to keep the Northern Water Tribe safe. He believed Angela could make this world a better place, he trusted she would, but until then, he had to resist from the shadows. He had to do the right thing, even if doing as much would require lying to Angela about his true intentions. So, he sighed and caressed her cheek softly, noticing just how tense she was as she looked back at him. For your sake, Angela. I'd go to hell and back again, he whispered. That was the absolute truth. But he refused to drag the Northern Water Tribe down to hell along with him. Angela could tell she hadn't made a mistake in her assumption. No, she had read him perfectly. She frowned a little upon his answer, wondering just what he meant to do. If she acted ignorant, pretending she was completely unaware of his intent, she might figure out how he meant to sabotage the process, and how exactly did he mean to go to hell for her if need be. He kept concealing the truth, yet the answer he had just given her question had been earnest, even if nothing else was. What he was doing, though, would amount to treason in Ose's eyes if it were discovered. If he failed because he had no choice, he would be punished. But if he failed deliberately, then he was but a traitor, and there was only one fate reserved for traitors. Angela gritted her teeth at the thought, and at the realization that, if she kept quiet about Sokka's sabotaging, she was as good as a traitor herself. Remaining loyal to her nation would mean she had to turn him in, to reveal him, but the mere thought was unfathomable. There was no way she could do something like that to him. She trembled a little, holding his gaze insecurely. You really mean that? She asked, and Sokka smiled. I love you, he said, taking her hand in his. I love you in ways I've never loved anyone else in my entire life, Azula. So, if this is the best way I can keep you out of trouble with your war-thirsty dad, well, I have no choice. As I said, I've caused you enough problems as it is. You've had a hard time getting back on your dad's good side, so I'm not going to make it worse. It's time I sacrifice myself a little bit for your sake, don't you think? Don't you constantly do that? She asked, looking at him apprehensively. You went without food in the forest, you always protect me from taking bad wounds when we fall off of places, you're constantly sacrificing yourself for me, whether you notice it or not. Well, maybe I feel the need to do it again now that we've slept together, because this could be a bigger problem for the two of us than anything we've faced so far. Said Sokka, smiling guiltily. I won't act like a spoiled brat anymore. So, I won't get in your way with this. I can swallow my pride sometimes, believe it or not. You know, you do act like a spoiled brat when you show up in my room at night for no logical reason, she said, raising her eyebrows, and Sokka chuckled. That sort of fickle behavior isn't proper of a man your age, or is it? Oh, please, I'm not that old, he said, smiling at her. Well, maybe I act like a spoiled brat in a few regards still, but hey, you can't blame me for wanting to be with you, can you? I mean, you're in love with me, yes, I know, said Azula, rolling her eyes and dropping on the bed. And the power of love has turned you into a Fire Nation loyalist all of a sudden. It sure has some terrifying qualities, love. A Fire Nation loyalist? Sokka asked, amused. So that's what I am? Do all Fire Nation loyalists claim to be in love with you? No, they actually swear complete loyalty to me while they cower in fear, but you're on a different league from them, looks like, she said, as he leaned down, hovering above her with a smirk on his face. You're sure about this, Sokka? Are you really willing to do this? She had to play dumb, of course she did. She could call him out on his intent right now, but what would that accomplish? It would only cause a big spat between them, first of all, and if word reached Oze that Sokka meant to sabotage the mission, he would be killed for it on the spot. Feigning ignorance was the safest course of action she could think of at the moment, both for Sokka and herself. In a sense, she couldn't blame Sokka for hoping to do what he wanted to. Not entirely. For if the situation were reversed, and it was the Water Tribe that meant to destroy the Fire Nation, through Azula's help, she would proceed as Sokka had decided to. The only difference was that she was a much better liar than him. Chances were that nobody would have noticed she had been sabotaging the mission until a long time after it was finished, if anyone ever did. So, since she was a better liar, she could pretend she hadn't seen through his scheme. She could turn a blind eye to what her father would deem as treason, pretend it wasn't happening whatsoever. Whatever the reasoning behind Sokka's failure, she simply had to act ignorant and he would, well, he would survive, at the very least, but he wouldn't be safe from her father altogether. Not for certain. She had never felt such drive to protect somebody. It wasn't something entirely new, for she had always hated watching Sokka getting hurt, whether it was to save her or because he couldn't avoid it, but right now she had a chance to keep him from getting hurt. She could keep him safe from her father. She had to, for his sake and her own, even, she could barely fathom the idea of a life without him. Yet how to spare him from the world of pain Oze would unleash upon him if he failed, as Sokka intended to. As you said. I don't really have a choice, he told her, sighing as he gazed at her tenderly. Either I comply, or I'll be dragged there and forced to cooperate anyhow, so choosing the easier course of action is just logical. By the way, where exactly is it we're headed? You said I'd have to work with this guy, but is he in the capital somewhere? Why? Would you stop being so willing to go if he's nearby? Azula asked, smirking, and Sokka bit his lip. Well, you know, the only upside there was to this mission was having a little more freedom to be with you, he said, smiling. If the guy lives next door then there's no upside at all. Idiot, said Azula, caressing his cheek. Sokka laughed softly. He took office overseas, in the Northern Air Temple. It's where we'd be headed, well, where we'll be headed, I guess. The Northern Air Temple, then. Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. Huh. I'd always been curious about the temples, I admit. Do you think we'll be allowed to look around the place, or will we have to stay working all day without exploring anything? I probably will be allowed to look around, seeing how I'm the princess and nobody in their temple would be able to stop me from doing as I wish. She said, raising an eyebrow. As for you, though, you're supposed to work, so I doubt you'll have any fun whatsoever. Heh? But hey, at least I'll get to sneak into your room at night, right? He asked, smiling, and Azula rolled her eyes. Seriously, is that the one thing on your mind? She asked, smirking as he dropped atop her, laughing softly. You are the one thing on my mind, rather, he said, sighing as he embraced her. I can't help it. You've got too much power over me and I don't want you to stop having it, at all. So, I'll have to deal with a sneaky slave, slipping into my quarters no matter if we're in the mainland, or in the colonies, or at sea. Oh, I could sneak into your cabin in your barge too. Sokka said, grinning. I don't think I've seen your cabin from the inside, you know. Azula rolled her eyes but surrounded Sokka's neck with her arms. This is a very dangerous game to play, Sokka, she said, and he smiled guiltily. I know. I'll try to hold back and not do it every single night, he said, but Azula smiled too. Please do. Though I admit, there's nobody I'd like to play this game with but you. Sokka blinked as he looked at Azula, a slow smile spreading over his face upon hearing such kind words from her. Azula blushed a little, having given voice to her feelings with more ease than she usually did. When Sokka responded to her confession with a kiss, she closed her eyes and sighed in sheer pleasure. She had thought this would be over, had expected Sokka to react explosively to the bad news, but whenever Sokka wasn't unhinged, he would take a more tactical approach to resolving his problems. Never mind that he had failed to keep the truth from her, that she had unveiled it quite easily without even asking, but he had still done it all so he would be the one to take the brunt for everything. This way he would help the Northern Water Tribe and spare Azula from her father's wrath. He was willing to carry the weight for all that on his shoulders, and Azula wasn't entirely sure she could agree with that. Sokka, she whispered, between kisses. He hummed. Do you have another important thing to tell me now, Azula? He whispered breathily against her. Azula considered revealing she had understood what he was up to, while still reassuring him that she couldn't blame him entirely for choosing said course of action, while telling him she didn't want him to end up hurt because of this. She had to find a way to protect Sokka somehow, if need be. While her father would be furious if Sokka failed, chances were she could appease him, perhaps by distracting him with something else. Perhaps by giving him something he would be pleased by, so pleased he might forget about Sokka's failures. They would be heading to the north of the Earth Kingdom, after all. The same general area where she had found Xin Long. Zhao had told her only moments earlier that dragons would be a better solution to their predicaments than airships. The idea made enough sense, Azula reasoned. She could work with this, she might be able to spare Sokka from his punishment just as he wanted to spare her from her father's wrath. This way she would procure something important for her nation, too, so she wouldn't have to fear being considered a traitor over Sokka's guaranteed failure. She smiled and caressed Sokka's face, determination building inside her to protect him with everything she had. Just that, we'd best be really quiet this time, she finally answered. Sokka chuckled and leaned in to kiss her deeply, his hands undoing her robe quickly as she surrounded him with her arms. Things were coming together far too dangerously, she thought, as they dropped together on her mattress. Her feelings for him clashed with her loyalty to her father and her nation, and she had no doubts he was going through the same thing. His love for her contradicted every belief he'd held throughout his life. What was she supposed to do? How could she choose between the nation that had built her into the woman she was today, and the man who had given her all the love she had never dreamed she would experience? It was an unkind contest, a dilemma she wasn't sure she could find an answer to. Would she be forced to sacrifice Sokka or the Fire Nation before long? And if she was, how was she supposed to make up her mind to choose either thing? Of all predicaments she had faced in her life, this particular crossroad seemed impossible to sort out. They both believed there was no time to be wasted anymore, but despite they coupled again and held one another through the night, exhaustion got the better of them before long, despite their muffled laughter and countless kisses. His arms surrounded her from behind as they fell asleep, and it was in this position that Angela woke up with a start hours later, noticing it would be dawn soon. "Sokka! Sokka!" she said, turning in his arms and shaking him softly. When that didn't pay off, she pushed him on his back and kissed him deeply, prompting him to groan in confusion as he woke up, but soon he was smiling as he responded. Once he was awake enough to return the kiss, Angela pulled away. "Time for you to go." What? "Oh, damn," he said, grimacing in disappointment. She was right, of course, but that didn't mean he had to like it. All the same, he managed to get off the bed and put on all his clothes again, with the Royal Guard uniform atop it all. Despite she thought it wasn't a brilliant idea, Angela had concluded it wouldn't be so bad if Sokka kept it. It might come in handy in future occasions. "I do have to say, red suits you better than you must realize," she told him as he finished fitting the armor. She smirked and crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes raking his figure with interest. Sokka chuckled. "Blue suited you just fine yesterday as well, princess," he said, winking at her. Angela would have gladly replied to that with another kiss, but it was growing increasingly late and Sokka had to go home as quickly as possible. She put on her sleeping gown again, fetching one of her emergency lanterns and lighting it with a quick fire-bending move before handing it to Sokka. He watched intently as she knelt to lift a section of the room's carpet, to reveal a trapdoor not unlike those he had seen during the White Lotus crisis. "Hey, is that?" he asked, as she bent into a small opening. The trapdoor swung inwards, triggered open by the fire. "It is the passageway into the catacombs underneath the city," said Angela, nodding as she stood up. "They should be empty right now, or at least they'd better be. The tunnels will be very dark, though, so you would need a light." "Well, problem solved," said Sokka, smiling and lifting the lantern. Angela nodded as she searched through her cabinets for something else now. Sokka watched with curiosity as she pulled out a set of maps, drawing small lines over them that should serve to guide Sokka through the catacombs. "I hope you know how to read maps," she said, with a smirk, as she handed the papers to him. "It should take you home as long as you follow the instructions." "I will," said Sokka, smiling and nodding. "Thanks, and sorry for the bother. At the very least you made the night worthwhile." "I can't complain," she said, as he stepped inside the trapdoor, climbing down the small steps it had until he was up to his waist in the tunnel. Angela knelt down before him, cupping his face with a hand. "Be careful. I'll probably see you in a day or two at the port. We'll be setting out to the Northern Air Temple in no time." "Got it," he said, closing his eyes and turning his face into her hand, kissing her palm softly. "I don't suppose I'll be allowed to sneak in to see you anytime soon, will I?" "No, you're not," said Angela, firmly, and Sokka pouted. "Seriously, Sokka. I get it, but it's too bad, you know? Life's better when we're together," he said, smiling guiltily. Angela rolled her eyes and leaned in to kiss him. "Then we should do what we can to spend time together without risking everything in the process. We could ruin all our chances to be together altogether by being too reckless," she said, and Sokka pouted again. "Stop being so silly. I'll be with you again in no time." "Yeah. I can't wait for it, and we're not even apart yet," he said, smiling gently before kissing her lips for the last time. "I love you, Angela." Angela smiled too and nodded, pressing a kiss to his brow now before pulling away. "Go, Sokka. Quickly," she said, and he sighed as he climbed into the tunnel, shutting the trapdoor behind him. Angela rolled the carpet back into place before dropping on her bed heavily once more. She closed her eyes and felt her drowsiness engulfing her again. Sokka was a completely reckless fool, no doubt, but playing along with his recklessness proved to be its own reward. They had to get a grip, but she wasn't sure she was ready to get it yet. Perhaps she was far too sleepy still, but somehow she was starting to think Sokka was right to look forward to this brand new trip as a chance for them to be together. With a small grin, she turned towards the side of the bed where he'd been sleeping, her consciousness slipping away from her slowly, her thoughts filled of images of a certain dark-skinned, blue-eyed man. The rencounter between the princess and her gladiator took place 2 days later, on the royal barge, once preparations for their upcoming long voyage had been finished. Sokka arrived early, and he waited on deck as the sailors finished stocking the ship. As he stood by the rim of the ship, watching the water washing into the bay with slow waves, he heard a familiar roar behind him. Sokka turned quickly, finding that Xian Long and his rider were in the process of landing on the ship. Sokka tried not to betray how glad he was to see Azula again, but he was afraid he had failed to act apprehensively, as he should have, since he had been allegedly punished heavily by his sponsor on their last encounter. But how could he put on such a performance, when she had smiled at him ever so slightly when their eyes had met? As expected, Azula seemed to have no time for him at first, busy ensuring all preparations were in place. Sokka returned to his contemplations, hoping that his silent behavior would mask his eagerness to talk to Azula. It was ridiculous, perhaps, that he would have missed her as much as he had after only 2 days apart, but sleeping alone had been a trying experience after 2 blissful nights spent with Azula. It was Xian Long who approached him instead of his rider, prodding Sokka's elbow with his snout. Sokka smiled as he regarded the creature, mostly because he was wearing the armor Sokka had crafted for him. "You look quite regal, buddy." "Nice armor," he said, and Xian Long chuckled proudly. "You're not going to toss me all over the place today, are you?" Another chuckle from the dragon made Sokka grimace, but his unease was soon replaced by surprise when he caught sight of a strange sight in the docks, a palanquin. Sokka was eyeing it with confusion, noticing it looked a little different from what he remembered Azula's palanquin to be like, when Azula caught sight of the contraption as well. Her eyes widened as she finished hearing the ship captain's report on the barge's conditions, for, unlike Sokka, she knew whose palanquin this was. Ozai stepped off the vehicle and onto the barge, once his bearers had placed the palanquin on deck. Xian Long eyed the man with confusion. The ship captain fell silent and dropped on his knees in a reverence right away, just as all the guards on deck did the same. Azula bowed her head respectfully, and even Sokka felt compelled to make a bow, but no. Not to him, he wouldn't. He couldn't. He had always been a disrespectful moron to the Fire Lord because his pride compelled him towards it. Acting properly around Ozai now would most certainly make his behavior suspicious. "Rise, my daughter," said Ozai, smirking as Azula obeyed him. The Fire Lord's gaze raked over the ship with curiosity. "Is there anything you forgot to convey to me in our last encounter, father?" Azula inquired, confused. "There was no need to come down here to see me off if that wasn't the case. Am I not allowed to watch my crown princess set sail, then?" Ozai asked, smirking. Azula lowered her eyes and shook her head. "I didn't mean that, you just didn't have to take your time to come here," she said, smiling a little at him. "I am honored you would do so, though." "Thank you, father." "No need to thank me. I merely hoped to ascertain the situation will develop as it's supposed to," he said, his eyes shifting towards Sokka, who stood by the edge of the ship still, his elbows on the railing, his brow furrowed as he pouted slightly. "It would seem our great asset isn't fond of the developments, is he?" "I'm afraid not. He kicked up quite the ruckus when he heard of what you wanted from him," said Azula, glaring at Sokka, who didn't hold her gaze. "Though it was rather amusing to watch him comply after I told him of what awaited him if he were to fail in the Northern Air Temple. I'm pleased you did so. Knowing what to expect should he fail is bound to be a powerful force of motivation," said Ozai, smirking. "He seems terrified enough of the consequences," said Azula, nodding. "You needn't worry, father. I'll keep an eye on him and see to the success of this mission, I guarantee it. When my barge returns, the Fire Nation will have acquired further assets that will make our enemies cower in fear." "That better be so," said Ozai, smirking. "Very well, then, everything seems to be in order. I do hope you have a pleasant voyage." "Thank you, father," said Azula, keeping herself from reacting at Ozai's use of that particular word. "Don't be afraid of giving that fool of a gladiator what he deserves if he rebels against your authority in any way," said Ozai, nodding towards Azula. "And do return with good news, princess. I would loathe to see your first mission as crown princess turning into your first prominent failure." "It won't be so, father. I will see to it," Azula said, and Ozai smirked. That had best be the case, he said, turning to the palanquin once again, closing the drape behind himself after taking his seat. The palanquin climbed down the ramp again, and the ship was ready to set sail by then. They began moving slowly, and Angela confirmed that everything went according to plan in the engine room before returning to the deck, where Xian Long still stood by Sokka's side, poking at him with his nose. "Cut it out, you weirdo, why do you like to torment me so?" "Oh, hey, we're moving," Sokka exclaimed, struggling to keep Xian Long's snout at bay as he noticed the ship was drifting through the water already. "The sooner we took off, the better," Angela said, firmly, making Sokka jump and turn to face her, that same apprehensive expression on his face, but when he noticed they were alone on the deck he relaxed. "We've been moving for a while now, actually." "Hehe, yeah, I just didn't notice." "Your dragon's annoying, you know," Sokka said, pointing his index finger at Xian Long, who spat a ring of smoke to surround Sokka's hand. "Well, so are you, actually," said Angela, smirking. "Might be you two should use all your energies to annoy one another and that way the rest of us will be spared from the annoyingness, huh? Aren't you clever, princess?" said Sokka, smiling. He glanced back at the docks, watching as the bay shrunk slowly. He could still make out the palanquin as it transited slowly through the roads that led to the city. "What was your dad doing here, huh? Didn't he get to say goodbye to you in the palace?" "I think he wanted to make sure you were on board with this, both literally and figuratively," said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest. "And he wished me a pleasant voyage." "Pfft," Sokka chuckled, smirking deviously at Angela, who couldn't help but blush. "Well, that's very nice of him, isn't it?" "Terribly so," said Angela, as Sokka placed his hands next to his mouth, making to allegedly amplify his voice through them. "Don't you worry, Fire Lord, our journey will be so very pleasant," he said, in a hushed voice despite his mummery. "Oh, and just so you know, I've been sleeping with your daughter." His last comment earned him a smack over the head, despite nobody else was within earshot. Sokka chuckled as Angela rolled her eyes and shook her head, looking at him reproachfully. "You do realize you can't do funny things like those, don't you?" she asked him, and Sokka grinned guiltily. "There's no telling when such fun behavior might give us away, so." I know. I was mostly messing with you," he said, smiling at her. Angela rolled her eyes again, smiling a little as well. "Though it's true that every little thing can be a risk, so, how are we going to operate during this trip? Granted your dad won't be nearby, so that's one less thing to worry about, but there are still more than enough things to worry about," said Angela, her hands on her hips. "So indeed, anything we dare do represents a risk. Even talking like this right now is a risk." Sokka pouted, gazing at Angela longingly. Yet he blinked blankly when he noticed the smirk on her lips. She had to stop looking at him that way, with her golden eyes gleaming, her pupils dilated, her entire body language made Sokka shiver in anticipation. Anticipation for what? Going by what she'd said just now, for nothing. But going by that smirk, the princess had her own ideas regarding what risks she wanted them to take. "Be as quiet as you can be tonight," she said. "I'll wait for you in my cabin once most my guards go to sleep. The ones on duty, and the sailors, are bound to patrol the deck in pairs, so keep in mind to avoid them." "Got it." Sokka's breath hitched, and he smiled happily at that. Angela smirked again as she turned on her heels, satisfied by the conversation. "Try not to act too cheerful, by the way," she told him, over her shoulder. "Remember we're on a rough patch as of late, Gladiator." "Oh, we sure are." "We sure are," he said, smiling kindly as he watched her leave. Her words were somewhat ominous for him, though. One misstep and he might ruin the wonderful relationship that had been born between them, and going by the fact that he was attempting to deceive her father, that he would try to sabotage the mission that had been imposed on him, that he was lying to her, he was quite likely to make more than enough mistakes that could break the good streak between them. He swallowed hard, guessing his expression now did seem to suit the rough patch they were allegedly on. He didn't want to hurt her, the last thing he wanted was to disappoint her. He had to figure out how to do the right thing, even if it had to be done in the shadows, through lies and deceit. It would be for the best for everyone involved after all. He would take the worst of Ose's rage, keeping Angela and the Northern Water Tribe safe. He sighed and turned to face the ocean again, his face a mask of determination. He was playing a terribly dangerous game by tampering with Ose's plans like this. In fact, he was playing several dangerous games at once. He rather preferred the one he played with Angela under the sheets, though. That thought made him smile, despite his worries. She would be safe, he told himself, and he would take all the pain as his own. She might not like it, but he was determined to do this. He had a chance to protect what mattered most to him, even if it might mean his undoing. But he would gladly take the fall, if it would mean the Fire Nation wouldn't destroy anything else, if it would mean Angela would have a chance to steer said nation in a better direction one day. He believed in her potential as future Fire Lord. He meant to sacrifice anything and everything for the purpose of helping her reach the throne, in hopes that she would put an end to the war's pointless slaughter for once and for all. Dancing on the edge of a knife like this one was a dangerous gamble, no doubt, but Sokka had a chance to make a real difference in the world this time. He wouldn't waste it. Check the description for the links to the author.